Good morning. Good morning. I didn't think to check my gain until just now because I had to crank it for side scrollers. For some reason, StreamYards did not like my microphone. Oh, I forgot to turn on my air purifier again, so there's probably going to be no background noise today. I just realized I can't hear my air purifier running. Whoops. Yeah, I had to turn that off as well because for whatever reason, StreamYards really hated my microphone yesterday. I don't know what it is. It happens like once every 5 or so shows. StreamYards just decides, oh, fuck your microphone, foxwoman. Straight cranking. Oh my god. What's up? Hello. Good morning. 3-day weekend. Part of Tacoma ran out of Amazon freight containers. Oh my god. Congrats on 3-day weekend. Is Cheems in position? No, he usually doesn't lick feet this early. Plus I have socks on today. I'm fucking freezing, man. I've been shaking like a leaf since last night. It's been fucking cold. I was under like 5 fucking blankets when I went to bed, man. It was ridiculous. Played 7 hours of the Yakuza Pirates today. Been crew maxing, outfit maxing, creature maxing. Oh, can you have pets? A pet system? Foxu's dying again. Use the heater. The heat is on. The emergency heat even kicked on at one point. I was like, I don't know, man. What happened to your fur coat? You know, sometimes you need more fur. Like, the cats were probably also cold because they were, like, bundled up in a tight ball on top of my tummy. Finally above 10 degrees in Nebraska. Sounds like she just woke up. Well, that's because I did. I tend to wake up at 2:30 p.m. and stream starts, you know, roughly around 3. Now, I might be a few minutes late sometimes. Interview update, it went very well. You just gotta wait for them to finish the interviews and discuss the candidates. Hopefully the Foxu blessing comes through. Hell yeah, Shadow dude. Hell yeah, dude. That's great to hear. Good luck. Kirsche must become furry. No, thank you. How do you have a sleep pattern like that? Because I'm a night person, my original stream time was 7 p.m. to midnight. And I changed it many years ago. And I've just kind of stuck to this time slot because I like this time slot. But it is still a few hours earlier than my natural sleep cycle wakes me up at. Like, typically, I would be waking up around 5 or 6 p.m. And then I would be going to bed around 6 or 7 a.m. And I still tend to go to bed around 6 or 7 a.m. I just gotta wake up early now at 2:30 p.m. It burns in the sun. I do. I burn very hard in the sun, man. She's the actual night foxu. I am. I don't know, my internal clock has always been set more to, like, evenings for activity time. I've never been a morning person. Like, getting up for school when I was younger was really, really difficult, and I would sleep through a lot of my classes. And I don't know, I have way more energy in the evenings. Like, I'd be active, my brain would feel, you know, faster. I don't know. I'm fucking one of them night people, you know? I'm on the opposite schedule from the day walkers. Not a morning person either, but you don't sleep quite as late as I do. Well, I mean, if I go to bed at like 7 a.m. and then I wake up at 2:30, I mean, like, that's a healthy night of sleep. If I manage to sleep through the night, which, since I've been vomiting profusely, I have not been able to. Typically wake up like every 2 hours or so because of either shoulder pain or tummy. You're one of the night bitches. Truly. Children of the night. MMO sleep cycles? Yeah, I was born into the MMO sleep cycle. Like, before MMOs even existed. I was on that MMO sleep cycle. Usually waking up when you crash out. Yeah, I know. Your parents used to use a spray bottle to wake up your sister because she would kick and punch if you tried to wake her up in the morning. Jesus Christ. Fellow weird natural sleep pattern, however, your body wakes you up at midnight. It's weird as fuck. Do I take weed or CBD gummies? They help you sleep? No, not typically. And also when I do, they don't really make me sleepy. She gets the himbo for her sleep schedule might be corrected. I don't think sleep schedule needs to be corrected. I think there's a lot of people that are like way too hard ass about, oh, you must wake up in the morning. If you don't wake up in the morning, you are useless and lazy and worthless as a human being. Like, I think those people are like kind of fucking crazy because night shift people have always been necessary for things, right? Like, even if we go back to ooga booga, me Gronk, me live cave, protect cave people, must wake night, giant cheese in sky, be wake during dark time, protect cave people, right? Like, even they had to be awake at night, because, like, you needed people on guard. So, like, giant saber-toothed tigers and shit wouldn't come in the cave and just, like, eat everyone, you know? So, like, there's always been people who adapted to, like, the night cycle instead of being, you know, day people. Don't think they had cheese. Look, okay, I don't know what they would call the moon, but they wouldn't call it the moon. Am I excited for the day one cash patch drop? I don't know what you mean by this. Chloroform helps me sleep just a little and you're right out. Okay, I mean, if you can hand me some of the chloroform from inside my walls, Skooky. You personally be like, Kirsche, wake up or you get no headache for breakfast or lunch? I'd be like, okay. Because I probably wouldn't even be awake while you're talking to me, I'm gonna be honest with you. You like how the cave people had cheese, but not full sentence structure. I don't know, maybe they learned to, like, put the cow water over the fire. I don't know, man. The gamer sub. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta shill the gamer subs. That's today. Thank you. Thank you. Where's my tabular tab? Hold on. I gotta retweet the thingy. I gotta make the retweet of my post. Binary Mind made me a cute little thingy majiggy for that. Thank you, Binary Mind. Already got an order with my code. Hell yeah! Gamer Subs having a huge fucking sale for a week. Like they're going fucking nuts at the moment. Where's my browser? Here we go. I got some gaming energy. Look at those jugs! Oh, I want that jug. I love a flasher meme. Flasher memes are great. But today you can use code Kirsche and you could get 21% off your order. You get some Brazilian butt lift drink. You get 21% off your order instead of 10%. 10%, that's too low. You get 21% off every order on Gamer Subs today. So that's anything you need to restock, anything you'd like to try, any of the card games, any of the merch, any of the big cummies, fucking tubs of AFK, anything you desire. 21% off. Look at those jugs. Yeah, I don't like how they don't have a just like new tab like they used to. Because, like, they split everything. Okay, here we go. New incoming. Is this just cups, though, or is this everything? Okay, this is everything. I don't know why new incoming soon is under cups. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like new incoming soon should be its own tab, because they reorganized the website, and I was like, how the fuck do I get to the new shit? What flavors do I recommend again? My favorite flavor isn't here, unfortunately. They got rid of the Jujutsu Kaisen flavor, and I haven't tried a lot of these new flavors because I just have neglected to ask my Gamer Subs guys if they can send me some. The Pom Pom Punch is pretty good. I really like the Pom Pom Punch. I've not tried these yet. I've not tried the Chug Juice. I've not tried the Nile Nectar. A Kissy Kissy Passion is pretty fucking good. I like that one. Acid Rain is really good. I've tried those. Those are pretty fucking good. Kirsche Cup, that will be next month. We are hammering out some of the minute details, and then I should be able to make a date announcement soon, TM. They're getting graphics and stuff ready for, like, a teaser, so I'm excited. I still wish they would bring back the strawberry cream. Same. I haven't tried the Crusaderade or the Sploosh. Grandma's Ashes is pretty alright. I'm never gonna buy anything with Opera GX branding on it. Anime Thigh, pretty fucking good. It's like orange creamy. I've not tried the Goof Juice. I love the Nuclear Bombsicle. Nuclear Bombsicle, probably one of the better ones at this point now that Jujutsu Kaisen's gone. Rip the one and only. I like Guilty Pleasure. Guilty Pleasure's pretty fucking good. Guilty Pleasure, pretty fucking good. I've tried Cinders, but I can't remember what it tastes like because my brain is dying. My brain is dying! I can't remember what Incel Tears tastes like. A lot of people like Silvervale's flavor. I'm not a huge fan of cherry-flavored things, unfortunately, so it kind of tastes like medicine to me. The cherry flavor is like, you know, I'd be a cannibal, so it's not supposed to taste good. Thanks, Kirsche. You bought some AFK? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like Lean. Lean is great. The soda pressed pear is also great. Sweet six pack is like apparently a cherry pineapple, but it tastes like cotton candy to me. So I like sweet six pack a lot. Recently learned you're dumber than you thought. You hadn't tried gamer subs because you didn't find anything that says sugar free. You're diabetic, but none of them say sugar free because they're all sugar free. Yeah, they don't have it like anywhere on their website, but they were. Oh god, is it like ModFab? There's like some organization for like people who have irritable bowel syndrome and like Crohn's disease, and they like give products that are food products like certification for if people with like Crohn's and irritable bowel can like eat them, and like GamerSupps got that, but for some reason it's not like easily findable on their website, and I don't know why. I asked them about it when I first got partnered with them. I was like, hey, like it says you have this thing. And I feel like, you know, there are people, like, in my audience at least, who have said that they had those things. That might be helpful if you, like, put that on your website. I have to look at the product jug pictures. You like Goof Juice, Kaho Guilty Pleasure, Dragon Fruit Punch. Dragon Fruit is really good. I think it's an amazing mixing flavor as well, because the Dragon Fruit one has, like, more of a muted flavor than the others do. Does GamerSupps not have the red 40 or whatever the G Fuel has? I don't remember what dyes they have. I'm gonna be real honest with you, my guy. We'll take your entire stock. Making it sugar-free so you can just add your own to taste is nice. I don't even think it needs sugar, man. I don't think it needs sugar. I like Grandpa's Ashes, but I will say with Grandpa's Ashes, it will, like, stain your skin because it is black. It's real black. And, like, if you have one of the, like, clear inserts, I haven't had it stain one of my cups yet, but I have had it stain a clear, like, insert, like the shaker insert thing. So Grandpa's Ashes has a tendency to stain a little bit. It even stains countertops. God damn. God damn. It's not like Jujutsu Kaisen. It's black. Yeah, it stains. It stains because it's black, but it tastes good. Kaho's Bloody Orange. I think I bought like 3 of these containers by now, so I really like the Bloody Orange. Arctic Cooler. It's okay. It's all right. I don't know. It's not like the best, but it's okay. I haven't tried the lemon limeade. I don't think I would like lychee, so I haven't tried it. I'm not a fan of sour apple in drink form, so I haven't tried that. Cherry limesicle, I have not tried. Actually, no, I have, because I have this container. I have the booba container of cherry limeade, so I have tried it. I don't remember what it tastes like. Strawberry lemonade, amazing by itself, and also really fucking good as a mixer. Really fucking good as a mixer. Why do they keep giving you guacamole farts? You're not a fan of it. I think it would be a really good idea for them to cycle what their sample packets are. Like maybe every quarter or some shit, right? Like every quarter you get new sample flavors. Can confirm good has red number 40. You just checked it. Well, I don't have good, so thank you for checking, my guy. Lychee's good is a crazy flavor. It tastes like soap, but not in a bad way. What the fuck? Incel Tears is a peaches and cream. Oh. Have I had the Bowberry yet? No, it's out of stock. I was not able to get one before it went out of stock, and I'm not sure when it'll be back in stock. The regular strawberry is pretty good. Jujutsu Kaisen, I miss you. I love you. The snake oil, it unironically does taste like apple pie. Like, it's a confusing flavor, because it's like water, but it tastes like apple pie, which is kind of strange to me. And I've wanted to taste it with like hot water instead of a hot chocolate, like making a hot like apple pie drink. But I haven't done that yet. You've begged support to let you buy samples. They will not let you. Oh no. Anime Girl Thigh is pretty alright. Pretty alright. We already talked about that one earlier. Lemonade. Lemonade is good. Another good mixer flavor. I like Brand Risk a lot. I've had people in chat say that they've had Brand Risk stain their cups. I have not had Brand Risk stain mine, so I'm not sure. Maybe they just drink a lot more of it than I do. It'd be like hot apple cider. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Moonshine and apple pie drink. Red Raspberry, also pretty good. I love raspberry. I'm a fucking huge raspberry person. I love it. I don't like Blowhole Blast because it tastes very coconutty. If you like coconut, you will like it. Like, it doesn't taste, like, bad. I just personally am not a fan of coconut flavor. So, you've heard Titty Milk is good. Titty Milk is the only flavor that I have not liked, which is unfortunate because it's blue raspberry, but unfortunately it's like blue raspberry and milk flavor. And that just doesn't work for me, man. Ew, yeah, some people really like it, but as a huge fan of blue raspberry, it tastes weird to me. I like emotional damage. Emotional damage also tastes pretty good. Also tastes pretty good. I would love to like pina colada. I don't think this is even in stock. I think I have a container of it, but I'm pretty sure it'll taste like not pineapple, fucking coconut. But I want to try it. I just have not opened it. I have a million open containers of gamer subs, so I'm trying to be like, I want to try so many flavors, but I also don't want to have a million open containers. Blue is fucking delicious. Obviously, blue is the best flavor. Okay, alright. Also really good as a mixer. Also really good. This one, pineapple cocktail. I like the flavor of that one. I like that one. Dragon fruit punch, I've already said was good. Do. And then the AFKs. The original AFKs, I don't know if they changed the formula for the old ones to whatever they did with the new ones. When they first came out with AFK, these ones were kind of powdery. Like, I didn't get a powdery aftertaste in like the regular caffeine and non-caffeine powders, but with these ones, they felt kind of powdery. But I did like the raspberry sorbet flavor over the grape flavor. And then when they came out with the blueberry lemon cake, this one did not feel the same like powdery as these ones did, so it feels like they changed kind of how they made the powder. And blueberry lemon cake goes kind of fucking hard. I really like the flavor of this one. I have not tried the Brazilian butt lift or a Silver Veil's AFK flavor, so I don't know what those taste like. And that's the rundown. So if you would like to buy any of their powders or any of their merch or anything on the website, it is 21% off with code Kirsche. 21% off, baby! Huge fucking sale. You mix the grape and raspberry, it's okay. I don't know how the grape would taste. I'm not even, like, grape soda can be okay sometimes. Can we name the Kirsche cup the Kirsche shaker? Well, there's no Kirsche on it, so... How long will the 21% discount last? Until February 28th at 2 p.m. Eastern. So you have about a week there to grab some stuffs. About a week. It's like 1 hour less than a week, I'm pretty sure. Like, exactly. You're just gonna wait till the Foxu Cup to buy more gamer subs? Yeah, that's it's about a month away or so. But, soon, TM. You just ordered Silver Veil's AFK? Yeah, there's a bunch of the new flavors I would like to try. But I'm trying to wait for the Bowberry to come back in stock. I need me some Bowberries, man. Thank you, Twitch Prime. Hello, thank you for the Twitch Prime, you Veenie. I kinda... the jugs always sell out really fast, and I really want this. So I think I might just, like, quick buy... I think I might quick buy this fucking I'm gonna flash you jug, since they always sell out super quick. Super fucking fast. Wow, Cinder's got a huge fucking drop. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of shit in her drop. I guess this is what her tweet was about. Because I saw a tweet from her saying that she had to change her outfit because I guess the plus signs were red, and that was infringing on fucking what is it called? What is it called? The organization, the Red Cross. There we go. So you can't have red crosses because the Red Cross will get angry. Who the fuck cares about Geneva's gay-ass rules? I don't know. Apparently they still go after people for it, so... Yeah, no. These are all pre-order stuff. These are all pre-order... Oh, that's cute. That's a cute pink. That's a cute pink. I like that. Those are adorable. These are all pre-order. Is there just anything else that I'm interested in? No, I'm just gonna get this jug. Chat, I'm buying a jug really quick. Let me buy a jug with my own gamer subs code, man. Let's go. We're jugging it. How dare you provide free advertising for our organization, the Red Cross? Well, it's like, I can kind of understand it because you don't want somebody wearing like a Red Cross on like clothing in real life and then people thinking that they're like affiliated or whatever, like they can go to them for fucking like help, you know? But I think that's weird to have it extend to video games. I think that's a little fucking strange, gonna be honest. Let me just check if the Bowberry's back in stock. Let me check here. No, it's still sold out. It's still sold out. Sad. Sad and depressing. It's so sad. It's okay, you give to the Salvation Army and donate to the local community blood center. Red Cross wanted gamers to be punished for committing war crimes. Well, that's just not fair. If the only place we can commit war crimes is in video games, how dare you? How dare you do this to us? Alright, let me just check out here. Technically, it's a white cross on a red background. Sir Andipidus, thank you for the 2. Thank you for the 2. I don't know about the technicalities. I just know that she made a tweet about having to change it because they were red. Discount code Kirsche. Look, I'm paying myself by buying something. What a strange time to be alive. Pay now. Thank you. Thank you, gamer subs. That's why Left 4 Dead uses a white cross for the medkits. They'd lose their shit if they saw the things done in Warframe. Alright, let's get off of that page where I bought the jugular jugs. Back to where we were. I have a bunch of tabs to recap a little bit. A little bit of a recap here. Because I don't know what the fuck is going on with Meta anymore. Alright, you know, Meta ended their, like, fact checker program. Meta ended some of the stuff where they're like, you can call, like, you know, trans people mentally ill again. You know, real freedom of speech. They're not like a protected class on Facebook anymore for some reason. And then I had a video where we talked about this article, Meta's ending DEI programs and replacing them with DEI programs. This is by our favorite Doug Melville. Doug Melville being a DEI practitioner, a name that we have come to recognize when he writes his garbage elsewhere. And so they go through about how Meta is basically doing they're just moving things around, and people are saying that they're ending diversity programs, eliminating DEI. But that's not exactly what's happening. Right, Meta's decades-long growth is due to diversity. It's time to stand up and give DEI teams their credit, blah, blah, blah. Meta's DEI evolution. And they're just explaining all the different, like, ways that they're changing. Accessibility and engagement are 2 DEI tenets. Engagement is vague and in many ways can be looked at as a synonym for inclusion or recruitment. And accessibility is a corporation's responsibility for those who have a disability and is covered under the DEI umbrella. And so they just go through a couple of the ways that Meta is changing their language and making it more in line with the current climate of all of the lawsuits and all of the, like, conservative activists who are rallying against DEI. I don't want to read through this because we already did the entire breakdown of this article. I have a clip of it on my channel, but I wanted to, you know, sort of jog our memories. We read this article, and then we read this article as well about Mark Zuckerberg's charity, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, founded and co-led by Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan, reassured its employees after many began expressing concerns about recent changes at Meta as the company scales back its DEI commitments. In response, The Guardian reports that CZI's HR leader Mark Gundaker told employees that Meta and CZI are and will remain separate organizations with entirely different and independent commitments. Decisions made at Meta did not impact how we operate at CZI. Meta's changes to DEI does not impact ours. And so, I don't know what a CZI is. I'm assuming this is a chief something. I'm gonna look up what this stands for so I know exactly who to attribute this to. Oh no, the CZI is just Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, okay? So, Mark Gundaker, what is his position? My brain cells are very small today. Mark Gundaker, CZI. So let's see what his position is. LinkedIn, Mark Gundaker. This lazy guy. I wanna see what this guy's position is at the company. Oh. Okay, so he has like a DEI title. He is the head of people at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. Interesting. Yeah, just head of people. Previously, he was a chief people officer. And then senior vice president at a different... These are different companies. These are not the Chan executive one. So he started as head of human resources, vice president human resources, senior vice president human resources, people officer, and then finally at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, head of people. All right, so that's interesting. The head of people said that they're not getting rid of DEI, not changing things. And then we read this article. Where are you? Where are you? Did I not open it? Do I have brain damage? Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. The Meta CTO tells staff to... No, this isn't it. This is one I wanted to read. This is one I had lined up to read. Tap, 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 tap. At least I think I didn't read this one. I don't think I read this one. This one doesn't sound familiar. But maybe I did. I don't think so. I don't think so. There's an article about the charity saying they're getting rid of DEI. We read that article. I'm not going crazy. We read an article recently where the chief operating officer of the CZI said that they were not, or said that they were getting rid of DEI. And I remember reading this because I flipped back from that article that I was reading to the one where the Mark Gundacker one said that they are getting rid of it. And I was like, that's interesting. It's interesting that someone previously said that they're not getting rid of it, and now the chief operating officer is saying that they are. I gotta go to archive to open up this one. Such a vague title, you don't know if he's HR. Puts people in the ovens. You know, this article is not one that I have read yet. The Economic Times one. This is about layoffs here. It's all burning memory now. I'm going crazy. Like, I closed the tab, so like searching for meta in my tabs doesn't find it. Maybe if I search in my history. I wanted to have this like all lined up to go. That's the Economic Times, Meta's DEI retreat. I already have that open. There's a smart brief that's open. That's where I got the Meta ending DEI programs, replacing them with DEI programs. Nope, this is the Adweek article that I wanted to read that's after all of these. What's the Quime Bobs link you? Binary Mind should be able to slap that in the chat if you are interested in the Binary Mind or Crime Boss link you. That's an eBay thing. That's my video. That's Vice. This is Zuckerberg walking tightrope. New Orleans. No, and then these ones would be too far away. CZI. No. I have no idea what this article is. And it's not going to have meta in the title of the article because it's about the charity. It's about the charity organization. And I know it's in... You're looking at the VoD. I didn't flip between articles about the charity. Oh, man. So wait, does that mean you found the article I'm talking about then? Because I didn't talk about it on the same stream. The stream that I talked about this article, this one, this was way before. This was way before I talked about the COO talking about how they are getting rid of DEI at the charity. The one about getting rid of the charity was in like the last week sometime, but it was after this one. They were not in the same stream because I had to go back in my tabs and find this one to be like, wait a minute, didn't we just read something about them freaking not getting rid of it? What the heck does this mean? What the heck does this mean? Just got a can of AFK. Thanks for the code. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I hope you like it. You're at work, but you got me on the phone giving viewing love. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Aussie from the future. They're from the future. They fired the LA Fire Department chief. Good, she deserved it. January 2024, way before, because the only things you find on Twitter are from way back. It's not going to be on Twitter. I didn't post it on Twitter. It only happened in a live stream. We didn't make it into a clip, and it was very, very recent. It was very, very recent. And it might even be in my notes server. Might even be in my notes server here. This is the deadline with schools. I think we talked about that, maybe? This is Target. I don't know if I talked about Target yet. Those are squatters. We talked about League of Legends. I haven't opened that one. I never talked about the plane. That's Lily Tang. That's Noah. That's the Rockstar Metaverse thing. Economic Times. Meta CTO unhappy? No, that is this one. That's this one. Why does that have a different title? That's Doge. We talked about that. That's the Crypt Keeper. We talked about her. I never talked about that. I'm gonna lose my head, chat. I distinctly remember talking about this. I don't think I'm having like dreams of Tangent Fridays. I don't think I'm dreaming of this shit quite yet. Like, I know I've dreamt of like being on stream before, but I definitely have not like had any sort of weird. And we've talked about the watch list here. We talked about the watch list. Free speech versus free peace. Blah, blah, blah. This is also Doug Melville. And I don't think this mentions... No, doesn't mention that. What the fuck, man? She's more tired than I thought. I'm like losing my mind. Can upload VoD to a website that makes a transcript? Well, usually like KB and Ziz have like timestamps and like archives for absolutely everything I've talked about. So like it's weird that none of us can find it. Like it's very strange because it's like I know I talked about this. I know I talked about it. Maybe I can maybe if I like just search for it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago that the article came out, so I must have read it on Tuesday. It must have been on Tuesday's stream that I read about it. Yeah, here's one from 3 days ago. Here's one from 3 days ago. So I must have read it on Tuesday. I had to be on Tuesday's stream. Mark Zuckerberg's philanthropy ends DEI programs and social advocacy efforts. I guess since none of us can remember, I'll read the entire article. Mark Zuckerberg's philanthropy ended its diversity, equity, and inclusion programs Tuesday, along with its social advocacy efforts, including immigration reform and racial equity grant-making, Fox News Digital has learned. The Chan Zuckerberg Initiative's chief operating officer, Mark Malandro, so I did remember it was the chief operating officer. I remembered correctly. I'm not crazy, chat! I'm not crazy! Mark Malandro sent an email to staff Tuesday evening with the announcement. The move comes after Zuckerberg's Meta ended its DEI programs last month, a move to ensure that the company is building teams with the most talented people. Meta also ended its fact-checking program and lifted restrictions on speech to restore free expression across Facebook, Instagram, and Meta platforms, admitting its content moderation practices had gone too far. And in the realm of ending these things, they, like, cried about how it was the Biden administration who was basically, like, blackmailing them to do so. They're just like, oh, we couldn't resist the Biden administration. They were threatening us. They were threatening us. Is this article from Wednesday? Sorry, you're still crazy. No, this is from Tuesday. That's February 18th. That was Tuesday. Tuesday, motherfucker. Do you know it? In the company-wide memo, Malandro said he and leadership team have been reviewing CZI's programs and practices to ensure that they align with our focus as a science philanthropy as well as the current legal and policy landscape. As a result, we want to reiterate that we made the decision a few years ago to wind down our social advocacy work and have since discontinued that funding, as well as share some new changes we're making to our hiring and HR practices around diversity. Malandro explained that CZI invests the vast majority of our resources into building biohubs and supporting research teams to solve complex questions around biology and health. Malandro stressed that CZI is very focused on solving 4 grand challenges that will give scientists the tools to help cure, prevent, or manage all disease in the coming decades, including building an AI-based virtual cell model to predict and understand cellular behavior, developing state-of-the-art imaging systems to observe living cells in action, instrumenting tissues to better understand inflammation, a key driver of many diseases, engineering and harnessing the immune system for early detection, prevention, and treatment of disease. But Malandro announced that with CZI's focus on science, they've wound down our social advocacy funding. This includes our previous work on immigration reform, as well as our racial equity grant-making, as we've completed the 5-year program Why is it always 5 years, chat? These commies and their iconography, they love 5-year programs. We announced in 2020. Oh, we all know what happened in 2020. We haven't launched new programs in this area for a few years. There are a small number of multi-year grant commitments we made previously that we will still honor, but none of these will support political activism. Melandro added, looking ahead, we expect CZI's increasing focus to continue to be pushing the frontiers of biology and AI. As for DEI, Melandro cited the shifting regulatory and legal landscape. In addition, given the shifting regulatory and legal landscape, we will no longer have a diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility team at CZI. The 3 members of the team have transitioned to new roles and responsibilities. And see, this is, again, where the problem lies. You can't just take somebody that worked in the DEI department or as a DEI official and then just give them a different role somewhere else, because that means that they're going to just be integrating this into the rest of the company, based on everything we've read before. As for hiring, CZI has also discontinued our diverse slate practice. Going forward, we will continue to cast a wide net to source top candidates, while always selecting the best candidate for the role. We remain dedicated to ensuring our work serves everyone, that you feel welcome at CZI, and that you can do the best work of your career here. To support this, we're building a workforce that reflects a broad range of experiences, thoughts, and opinions. Supporting employees via our employee resource groups, which are open to all to join, and driving effectiveness in our work by rewarding individual initiative, excellence, and hard work. And I thought this was very interesting, because this was February 18th that the charity decided to apparently dump their DEI practices, whereas on February 6th, the Mark Gundaker, chief people officer guy, they say HR leader here. I guess, yeah, they just renamed HR. Mark Gundaker said that, no, they're not getting rid of DEI. We're not the same as Meta. We run on different policies. There's no need to worry. Just like a week and a half later, they were like, fucking get rid of it. Get rid of it, man. So nothing changes except the language. And see, this is where it gets interesting. Right, this is where it gets interesting, because that other article that I had pulled up, this one, the Meta CTO tells staff to quit if unhappy with new company policies. This was published on the 17th. So this was published on Monday, the day before the Chan Zuckerberg initiative decided to try and change their language. I have to go to the archive version, sorry. Meta CTO Andrew Bosworth said that employees who are unhappy with the current policies of the company are free to quit, as per a report by Business Insider. The report refers to an internal chat in which an employee criticized Meta for reducing diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, and allegedly suppressing internal dissent, among other concerns. Bosworth responded that any employee who believes it's acceptable to leak information to the media due to policy disagreements should consider working elsewhere. An employee replied, stating that blaming leaks was not the solution and that Meta employees felt disrespected. Meta recently implemented its latest round of layoffs, which triggered a backlash from employees. The company had stated in an internal memo that it planned to lay off around 3,600 employees who are identified as low performers. The CEO Mark Zuckerberg described the decision as a step to raise the bar on performance management and move out low performers faster. However, Meta is not the only company in the US to change its DEI policies under President Donald Trump's rule. Now, isn't that funny, chat? Isn't that funny how Zuckerberg's like, all right, we gotta get rid of the low-performing employees, and the employees are freaking out about DEI. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny that they immediately start criticizing the downturn to DEI as soon as he's like, yeah, let's get rid of some of these underperforming people. It's a tell. It's what we always knew. On the 5th of February, Google notified employees in an internal email that it would no longer set diversity hiring targets, and I have a tab on Google as well, and was reassessing the future of its DEI reports. However, this rollback may not necessarily affect its workforce diversity in other regions, as said Karan Bhatia, Global Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google, in a virtual interview with ET. Changes to the programs that we've made are really focused on the United States, informed by recent legal and policy changes in the US. E-commerce major Amazon has removed the phrase inclusion and diversity from its annual report. McDonald's has discontinued its diversity targets and external surveys. On the other hand, some companies continue to prioritize diversity and inclusion. It's interesting also how they did not use the word equity in that sentence. Apple has urged its shareholders to reject anti-DEI proposals, arguing that such restrictions would hinder the company's ability to run its business effectively. And we did read this article on stream. Costco rejected a shareholder proposal to review its DEI initiatives, with 98% of the votes in favor of keeping them. I'm pretty sure we've read about Costco as well. Cisco, the government contractor, not the food one, and Delta Airlines have defended their diversity initiatives, emphasizing that they are crucial to their long-term success. Now, I don't know about Delta, but I know Cisco does involve itself with Bridge. On his first day back in office, Trump signed an executive order to abolish federal DEI programs. Trump's executive orders have directed federal agencies to place DEI staff on leave, meaning all federal DEI workers are on paid leave and are expected to be dismissed soon. DEI programs have been scrapped, with agencies required to end DEI training, contracts, and initiatives, as well as remove DEI-focused public websites and social media accounts. So again, very interesting things happening with Meta. Seemingly Zuckerberg is going to be a any way the wind blows kind of guy. He sees the writing on the wall. He knows what Trump is doing. He probably actually wants to dump all of these programs. But his company had been so entrenched with all of the DEI acolytes that, you know, as you see here, there are people pushing back about the decision. They are using the same exact language as other companies who are merely having their DEI go underground instead of being more noticeable. And that's where Cheryl Dijja comes in to sort of give us her opinion on what might be happening. Anonymous gifter friend. I'm an anonymous gifter friend. Thank you for those 10 gift subs on the Twitches. Thank you, my guy. You prefer the term moral coward? Yeah, that's what he feels like. Same with Disney. People are now calling for Iger's head. Oh boy. Not Cheryl again. So I will actually take a screenshot of this one, since it is from the head witch herself. Because I always like reading the little synopsis thing in the Bridge Smart Brief before I read the article. Because the little TLDR, the little hook they give you, is a little different from the bulk of the article itself. Where is... It's that one, okay. Bloop. Dijja writes, Meta creates impossible challenge around DEI. In rolling back its DEI programs and replacing them with an accessibility and engagement group, Bridge founder and CEO Cheryl Dijja writes that it has set itself up for an impossible challenge to be innovative, while deliberately limiting the necessary diversity of perspectives in its workforce, leadership, and supplier base. The timing of these changes, coinciding with broader political shifts, suggests Meta is prioritizing short-term political positioning over long-term business health. And so if Cheryl Dijja is saying Meta's using our language but they're not doing what they should be doing to prioritize the work, I'm gonna believe the person who specializes in using this subversive language, right? This makes me think that all of these weird things coming out about Meta, maybe they are getting rid of these programs. She said the thing. Yeah, it's also interesting how she's just like, you can't be prioritizing the short-term political positions over long-term business health. The long-term business health being the changing of the culture. And so the article here is in Adweek. Are Meta's policy changes political strategy or capitulation? The retreat from DEI commitments reveals a seemingly deliberate blindness to the factors driving sustainable business growth. Oh man, it's okay for Zuckborg to buy an 8 million bunker in Hawaii for God knows what. So Zuck is a grifter after all. I guess he just thought it would be easy to like roll back everything, and he didn't realize quite how dedicated to their religion these people are, maybe? I don't know. Like, I'm never gonna trust the Zuckerberg, right? Because he's just gonna do whatever's the popular thing. But this makes me think he's not, like, a true acolyte of DEI. He was just, I'm gonna do whatever seems to be what people want in current year. Oh shit, you people are true believers. Yeah, the lizard man. The lizard man, dude. Once a reptile, always a reptile. So Cheryl Daija, CEO of Bridge, writing about Meta here, says, the world seems to be in perpetual crisis. Some of us are desperately trying to fix it. Others, unfortunately, are giving in to cynicism and even opportunism, given the change of leadership in the White House. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg's abrupt termination of the company's diversity, equity, and inclusion programs strikes many of us as capitulation. The company's memo cited a shifting legal policy landscape as justification for dismantling the current structure of Meta's DEI team, ending supplier diversity efforts and abandoning its diverse slate approach to hiring. Both practices are inevitably part of a larger DEI strategy. In place of the DEI team, Meta has instituted an accessibility and engagement group. While accessibility has always been and still is an integral part of DEI, what exactly is engagement? It's worth asking, is this semantics or substance? Is it a massive sea change in the way Black, Brown, LGBTQIA+ populations are protected, seen, and valued within Meta's orbit? Or is it a pivot in response to the changing political winds in DC? And see, this is where I, as a normal human being who merely tries to read the subversive language of the communists, gets confused, right? Because I shouldn't say we, because I read a couple of quotes off to you guys, but I haven't played any of the internal meeting audios that I've taken, or videos. But in the last Bridge meeting that I talked about to you guys, that I attended, they all agreed that the language doesn't matter. And in fact, if you change the language to be able to keep doing the important work, that is what matters. Even as far back as like the Canes Lions Festival, when Microsoft hosted Bridge there, they also talked about, like, it's not important what it's called as long as you're committed to the work. So how does Cheryl Daija know that accessibility and engagement is not the subversive language of her peers, but is actually Zuckerberg turning tail? like, this is where my confusion is, right? Because everyone else is getting rid of the diversity language. They're changing it to inclusivity. They're getting rid of equity altogether. They want inclusion, right? They're changing all of these words, and it's typically obvious when you read it, especially once you get used to reading it. So how does she know? I was like, I'm not a communist, right? So I have to just kind of dismantle their ciphers. So how does she know that this is actually him retreating? How does she know this isn't the subversion? Communists love Islam, as they have a doctrine that pretty much says, lie to further your cause. Stupid, yes, much like goblins. What? Because they talk? I mean, maybe. Probably because Zuckerberg is a cutthroat businessman. It's possible. It's very possible. But it's like, from someone on the outside looking in, I can't rely on Cheryl Daija to be the one to tell me which individual company is not obfuscating language. I have to be able to figure it out on my own. And, like, you can't be jumping at ghosts, right? Like, some companies, like I said, the, fucking, what's it called? Tractor Supply Company. They were actually dumping their DEI program. So they weren't using subversive language. They were actually getting rid of all of this shit. They're actually returning to being a business. So I was like, Could there are no subversives in the group? I mean, it's possible. Maybe Zuckerberg already fired the specific acolytes. Maybe he knew who to target. But we have that other article that we looked at that said that they didn't fire, like, the members of their DEI team. They just reallocated them elsewhere. So maybe, I don't know. $5 says BlackRock's giving the main marching orders. It's a commie. You can assume they're lying when their mouth moves. She has a ton of industry contacts. She likely can get a real read on what's happening internally. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, makes it harder for us trying to figure out what these companies are doing, though, right? Because it's like, I can't just wait for her to make articles on everything, you know? It's possible that they're rebranding the DEI departments and kept that person out of the loop because she's got a big mouth. Cheryl Daija doesn't typically write articles herself, which is why I made, like, such a light show on pointing out that she's the one who wrote this. Like, she's written a couple of articles, but mostly she gives, like, talks on the weekly meetings and whatnot. So her personally addressing Zuckerberg here like, I'm gonna believe her that he's probably gotten rid of DEI. But the question is why? And why were they missing enough acolytes to keep the work going, unlike in the other companies? Seems BlackRock is currently more occupied with Fink not ending in court and doing something in the UK. Nobody knows what, though. Because it's Cali, it's extremely difficult to fire employees in Cali. DEI is basically the government saying they'll give back a fraction of the taxes you paid if you destroy your entire business by acting like retards. Oh my god. Either way, consumers and marketers alike deserve clarity. Is Zuckerberg implementing his own intentional fuzziness and misinformation now that he has moved away from facts? Mr. Zuckerberg, you can't subvert our subversion. That's what we do. That's what we do, sir. You need to keep us in the loop when you do these things. Vagaries aside, rejection of DEI would result in self-inflicted wounds for a company such as Meta, especially when you consider that Facebook's most profitable growth period coincided with its strongest commitment to inclusion under former COO Sheryl Sandberg's leadership. Coupled with Meta reorganizing its fact-checking system, repackaging DEI in a diminished form creates a world where underrepresented communities suffer exponentially more than others. See, and this is again also very interesting to me, because Sheryl explicitly knows that they are repackaging their DEI, they're diminishing it, they're not actually doing as much, whereas some of the other companies that have been brought up, as Cheryl's just been like, yeah, no, they're changing the language, they're not retreating, we know these companies are committed to it, we know they're just changing language because of the legal landscape, and yeah, it might be demoralizing because, you know, we're used to hearing these things, and when there's language you can point to, everyone's on the same page and you know who to hold accountable.
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper cute and wonderful less than 3.
Bailey, you're super duper mega cute and wonderful less than 3. Thank you. Thank you, Bailey, for the heckin' $25 doodles. No, thank you.
It's always a... Oh no. No, stop doing our thing. I know. That's just, it's interesting to read. The apparent retreat from these commitments, along with Zuckerberg's recent commentary explaining these moves, signals something more insidious than simple political expedience. It reveals a seemingly deliberate blindness to those factors driving sustainable growth. She is really twisting in on the Borg man here, dude. She makes for a good indicator of which companies are actually ditching this nonsense. Oh no, abso-fucking-lutely, right? Absolutely, because like if the subversive acolyte who knows every step of the plan and knows how to, like, speak to their peers in their coded language notices that a company is not using the correct coded language, obviously I'm going to listen to that person, right? Because they know more about the coded language than me as an outsider trying to decipher it. But that's why I was saying, like, what the fuck? You can't just rely on Sheryl writing these articles, but the fact that she has written this one at Meta definitely brings an interesting wedge to the table. Bitch is using corpo speak to convey the messaging of a jealous ex-girlfriend. Oh, she angry, dude. Hope this is a legit schism and not some paranoid double play bullshit. She does not come off as paranoid when you listen to her speak in the meetings. So I doubt this would be some sort of paranoia. This is more just like, we see what you're doing and we know it's not what everyone else is doing and it's not what you're supposed to be doing. And so we're gonna call you out. This is kind of like, you know, just terrify your marketing managers, except Sheryl Daija is obviously a much more powerful person than someone like Kim Belair. So she can just go directly to the source and be like, are you sure you want to do that, guy? Maybe Facebook was something of a cornerstone of the work? It's possible. It's very possible. It sounds like a veiled threat in corpo speak. And this has her wondering how many of those telling her they're still committed were lying to her like they lie to us. I'm not sure. I mean, the bridge meeting is next week. Oh, fuck. I just alt-tabbed everything on my computer. I hate it when I do that. I hate it when that happens.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Moomy playing games. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. If they're scared or angry, then something right is happening. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Cheryl's gonna start erasing Zuckerberg from historical photos. She will, man. Yeah, the bridge meeting is next week, so it'll be interesting. I definitely want to set up some questions and, like, pick her brain on this. I wanna pick her brain. I wanna ask about what she thinks about the Zuckerberg retreat and how I wonder how I can ask how they know this is a retreat, unlike some of the other companies, without being obvious that I'm not one of them. I'm kind of figuring that she getting personally involved was a sign of Zuck's betrayal. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there'd be zero reason for her to write this article if Zuckerberg wasn't actually getting rid of DEI. Zero reason for her to do this. And Kirsche slipping into her waitress disguise. Is this the third or fourth stream in a row that she raids? Mommy playing games raids a lot. They like being here. They like being here. I'm just live at a very opportune time. You're actually going to speak at a bridge meeting? Are you sure none of them will recognize your voice? I'm very certain. I've asked questions via chat before, but I feel like if I'm going to do specifically pointed questions, I should use my voice box. Yeah, I like it here. Thank you, Moomy. Thank you, Moomy. Kirsche's going into the Lions then. I have been. Well, I have been. Sometimes when I forget about the meetings, KB records them for me. KB is a wonderful woman double agent. A man in real life, a woman when he has to be a communist. Have Tim ask the questions. Well, I have a woman's name, so I can't do that. Just turn off the voice changer, Jesus Christ. Maybe I should turn one on. And Cheryl shows up and Zuck is wondering, why do I hear boss music? Pretty much. That's fucking wild, man. Cheryl continues. It reminds me of Elon Musk's smokescreen of concern in dealing with X's advertisers who withdrew spending from that platform over brand safety worries in the face of free speech running amok by accounts spreading overt hate. All along, it seemed evident, at least to me, that Musk's strategy with X was about creating unparalleled influence over an election. Is Zuckerberg signaling to his advertisers that he also no longer cares about brand safety and their diverse audiences? The boss music slowly gets louder, man. She's angry. They're afraid. This is like wonderful to, like, I'm smiling, dude. I'm cheesing. It's wonderful to read them seething like this. Because every bridge meeting is always just like, yeah, we're going to tell you exactly why you don't need to worry because all these companies are lying to these idiots who are eating it up and believing that they're actually changing things when they're not. So it's like, seeing them seethe over an actual, like, loss here, even if it's the fucking lizard man, it still feels nice to see. I feel like they probably know about me, given that their regular meetings get, like, 30 views. Their meetings are not public. So, like, the meetings that I'm talking about, there's no way for any of you guys to view them, which is also why I have not played them on the stream. I am not a real journalist, and they have, like, multiple warnings about how the meetings are not recorded because they want people to be honest and their authentic selves. So recording would be antithetical to that messaging. And so I don't know about the legalities of if I record those, can I show them publicly? I don't think so. And I don't want to, you know, get in any legal trouble if I show something like that. Which is why when I did read off some quotes for you guys from the meeting, it was just me being like, hey, just trust me that these are quotes that I'm reading and not just shit I'm making up off the top of my head. You didn't record them, you transcribed them. Depends on the state, honestly. Would need to ask a lawyer. I mean, I could just ask, like, a journalist, but I don't know who I would ask. Yeah, bet they all record them in case they get backstabbed. That'd be funny. Holy shit, the Foxes are glowy. You sent a visa request to the embassy. You'll conquer the states. Good luck, dude. Good luck, dude. Kirsche Noir, the next Quime Bob's detective. Stay undercover. Be the stealth fox. James O'Keefe. He never answered any of my messages about Bridge. I've sent messages to Bridge to a ton of people. And like last night, it's been a while since I updated my like Bridge mega info tweet on Twitter. And I decided to use their articles page instead of just a tweet. Oh my god, it's so much better. It's so much better. So I'm reformatting the old tweet to have like a bit more exposition for what the links are before you click on them, because it's a lot of reading. So it's going to be like a TLDR of what's in like each Twitter link, and then you click on the Twitter link and you have like a million articles to read with a bit more exposition about each one. And I'm trying to put that together because my old tweet stopped in September 2024. And it seemed like I'm gonna turn off alerts for now. I'm gonna turn off alerts for now. I was in the middle of a thought brain train. What was I saying? Hold on. I forgot what I was saying. Hold on. No Welsh allowed. I stopped the old tweet stopped in like September 2024. So I have to get everything from September to current time. And I've definitely started posting more about it on Twitter since then. And Stray Wolf and Ziz have been putting up more of the bridge clips to make it like more easily digestible. So there's a lot more stuff to go around and source and link. And I also wanted to add in like other content creators who had actually made videos on Bridge. So like I included like The Quartering, who made a video on Bridge, Lotus Eaters, who did a video on Bridge. I want to include the other people who actually like talked about it and understood what it was. Bridge is false light and Fox is deceiving them. Kirsche really is false light deceiver. Hail Saturnalia! Jesus Christ. I can't wait to see what the article is that I've got in the works. It's basically just going to be a larger, more robust version of what my large Bridge info dump tweet was previously. Like previously I had to go by like Twitter rules, so it was like a one sentence, what is this link, and then the link. But this one I'm going to try to make it a little easier to read and have more information in it since I can put more text in an article. Holy fuck, the satanic schizo rant I dubbed was funny. I love that guy. I'm gonna have to check in on him like once a month and do another dub, man. If the recordings have sound coming from the same direction, if the recording device has directional audio pickup, they'd find you pretty fast at the private meetings, at least maybe. I think you're being too schizo. I don't think anyone fucking pays attention to that shit. Ask Legal Mindset is the only person you can think of that's within my reach. I've asked him questions before about like contract stuff and he wasn't sure. So I don't think he would know, especially because he does like legal stuff in like Southeast Asia, right? Like he doesn't do, like I don't think he would know the answer to the question I'm trying to ask.
Munya.
Oh, Dragon Master Zero, thank you for the
10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 gift members.
George is a one-party consent state for recording. I am the party? No, because it would depend on where the meeting is from, and I'm assuming that's probably California. It's not schizo if they're always listening and watching. Back to the article. Cheryl continues, take his appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. Zuckerberg spoke of culturally neutered workplaces needing more masculine energy, portraying a dated view of corporate leadership that ignores basic business principles. The math is simple, and DEI is at the heart. If your growth markets differ from the makeup of your organization, you need to introduce and maintain cultural fluency to close that gap and successfully serve those markets. This isn't about politics, it's about business fundamentals. And this is a big thing that they've been saying, both like in their Smart Brief stuff, not Smart Brief, their Bridge Budge stuff, and also the Bridge meetings. They're saying that DEI isn't political, it was made political by the people who don't like it. DEI is a moral imperative, and it's also just plain good for business. And so they're trying to repackage DEI as like, this is just a good thing for you. Like eating your vegetables. And some people might not want to, and that's why they have to use silly special language to trick the people into eating the vegetables that they don't want. I might need consent to record. Well, I'm not going to take advice from chat because like none of you guys aren't lawyers. I mean, maybe there's like a lawyer or a journalist in here somewhere, but like I'm not going to take any kind of advice on this from chat. I'm sorry. I feel like that's the smartest thing to do. You wouldn't take any chances there either. Yeah, absolutely. In addition, Meta's decision to end its supplier diversity program is particularly short-sighted. It's reasonable to expect that the move will limit its vendor pool. And see, this is another thing, right? There are other companies that talk about ending their supplier diversity programs, and we've been reassured each time, like, don't worry, they're just saying that, and the work is going to continue. So Cheryl knows something that we do not about Meta actually ending this. I'll have you know I'm a licensed space alien. What the heck? 75% of the time chat is right. 100% of the time. What the hell? Help. Help. You asked an AI lawyer? You have a name tag you made that says lawyer. I'm very trustworthy. Jesus. That was like a Kirsche. Meta isn't just unfairly harming those enterprises owned by women, black, and brown people. It's potentially cutting itself off from innovative solutions and competitive advantages that emerge from varied business perspectives and access to all audiences. See, and this is also a weird thing to say, right? Because if Meta's like, look, we're going to end the supplier diversity programs where we give special status and privilege and fucking priority, that's the word I was looking for, to women or black people or brown people, and we're going to just take suppliers that fit our needs and that we think are good suppliers. We're not going to prioritize skin color or sex. So that doesn't mean they're cutting themselves off from innovative solutions. It just means that, once again, the white people, and especially white men, might actually be able to get contracting deals again here as a supplier. The women, black and brown people, the sword and shield. The timing of these changes, coinciding with broader political shifts, suggests Meta is prioritizing short-term political positioning over long-term business health. And you know, this is like Cheryl finger-wagging, like, you're supposed to prioritize the long-term cultural gains over the short-term ones, Mr. Zuckerberg, sir. Yet we know all too well that companies who maintain their commitment to inclusion during challenging times emerge stronger and better positioned for future growth. What is this article that she links here? True inclusion is defined by long-term commitment. Is your company showing up or just showing off? By Thayer Laville. I don't know who this lady is. There's also an ad week. Given that Women's History Month and International Day of the Girl take place every year, I often doubt the DEI commitment of companies that start asking about events and solutions that engage women a month or two before these moments. Chat, you know how I know Trump being elected has made a difference here? Even if it's like a surface level difference? We're 21 days into the month of February. We're 21 days into the month of Feb. There's 1 week left in this month. And I have not heard Black History Month a single fucking time. It just occurred to me. I have not seen Black History Month on my fucking Microsoft Windows button when I open it. I've not seen it on Google. I've not seen advertisements for Black History Month anywhere on Twitter or Facebook. I've not seen any posts from insufferable acolytes talking about Black History Month either. Oh my god! The Emperor protects! Oh man, holy shit, that is crazy! I know, it's great! It's afraid, it's very afraid. That's fucking nuts. You didn't even notice. I know, I was just fucking peacefully living my life without agitation. That's crazy. You've just noticed. Praise be the Omnissiah. I just ruined the streak of not hearing it for all of us. Yeah, but it's in a good context, right? You still see it in Canada. I'm sorry about your country. You did, but you live in Georgia? Yeah, so do fucking I. And I haven't seen it anywhere. Is this how lefties have felt for the past 20 years? Finally, your birth month might not be the gay month. Oh my god. Can you imagine if we enter June and we don't see any gay shit anywhere? Just like everyone can just be normal? Oh my god, I can't wait for June this year. I can't fucking wait. Oh my god. Look at the search bar of Windows toolbar. Tell me if I see it now. I haven't seen it this month. Where's my search bar thing here? I'm clicking it. Yeah, no, I don't have anything here. I don't have anything here. I got no Black History Month on my search bar. I don't know about your search bar, but mine's free of Black History Month. Pride Month has been cancelled. June must now henceforth be known as Shame Month. Oh my god. And maybe Pride Month will go back to being a weekend. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how many people would scream and cry about that being oppression? True DEI champions are currently talking about plans with clear repercussions for 2034? What? What do they mean by 2034? That's so far away. This article was in 2024. She's talking about a decade ahead. True leaders see inclusion as table stakes for future-proofing their business, not as an altruistic, performative marketing campaign. As the lead of The Collective, a women's advocacy group in sports and music, March and October always seem to be the busiest months between speaking engagements, opinion pieces, and general celebrations of women and girls. But all too often, it's only these months. And that's an intersectionality relatable issue. Chat, hold on here. I wanna see something. I wanna go look up The Collective. Okay, The Collective Women's Advocacy. About us. Alright, we're poking our faces in over here. Future-proofing. What if future corporations all die? Okay, alright. Okay, we got a board members here. This is a very weird board. I wanted to see if the Women's Collective was like an actual, like, unironic feminist organization, or if they were like men are included, right? There's a trans women of color collective. Okay. So that's not the same company. And this is the page that has two matches. So they have like a news article, but they don't have anything that specifically mentions
Booby dooby dooby dooby. Ba-dooby dooby dooby dooby.
I'm wondering if that's just the article that's here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So, the only mention... the only mention of transgender women I can find is this like this little news segment here that says, factors associated with use of HIV prevention and healthcare among transgender women, 7 urban areas, 2019 to 2020. 38% of transgender women were surveyed in 7 major cities in the United States, reporting receiving a previous positive HIV test. In addition, the findings showed transgender individuals experience particularly high levels of poverty, unemployment, homelessness, and other economic hardships. The survey suggested that nearly 44% of transgender women were in the low-income spectrum, and 39% of them experienced homelessness, while 40% faced severe food insecurity, were associated with lower likelihood of receipt of HIV prevention and healthcare. Thus, having a healthcare provider with whom the participant is comfortable was positively linked with receiving those services. 38% is wild. Well, 38% is a wild, like, percentage of HIV positivity for sure. But when you look at the other percentages for, like, low income and experiencing homelessness and, like, food insecurity, I wonder how closely these are with, like, the average of just, like, male homelessness and male low income spectrum. Because, I mean, if you look at it compared to the male average, it might just be normal. Because, like, men are the ones who experience homelessness at a far higher rate than women do. Same with, like, food insecurity. So I don't know. It'd be interesting. Sharing needles, maybe. Almost sounds like a lot of the ex-guys had to swap to get an easier life, and it didn't work. 75% of homeless are men. Yeah. Wonder why that might be. So other than that, this just looks like a typical feminist organization. You have like their little board members here. This person doesn't have a picture. A person doesn't have a picture. In 1987, after losing her husband and 3-year-old daughter to AIDS within 6 months of each other. How? did that happen? Patricia Nails, founder and executive director of the Women's Collective, learned that she was HIV positive. At the time of her diagnosis, there were few, if any, services designed specifically for women living with HIV/AIDS in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Patricia found herself repeatedly trying to receive support and services in an environment that catered mainly to gay men. Is this a case of husband on the down low gives HIV to wife doesn't even know that she can contract HIV, births daughter with AIDS, and then both husband and daughter die to the disease? That's fucking wild. That is wild, man. I want to know more about her husband's background, dude. Capitals paused, nuke DC. I'm just surprised they're not from Atlanta at this point. As a single mother, her family's needs were different and distinct from those of men. Like many women, she frequently found herself in situations where she faced enormous challenges as a single head of household trying to make ends meet. Patricia worried about how to disclose her HIV status to her children, how to deal with the grief her children were experiencing, and who would take care of her children if she got sick or died. It was a time fraught with anxiety, but what began as intense feelings of despair ultimately turned into determination to live and see her children grow and thrive. It was a very honorable thing to set up an organization to help women who have HIV, because I feel like the majority of women who have HIV either got it because they were born with it from a parent, or they got it from a man who did not disclose their status from them. Maybe a needle. You know, needles are also possible if they're drug addicts. I know we were talking about meta, but now I've been distracted, chat. Wasn't there a woman in California spreading her STDs? I have no idea. I have no idea. This comes up with the Women's Collective, but I want, like... They don't say her husband's name anywhere. They don't say her husband's name anywhere. Because I guess you could look him up if you knew his name. A bug chaser, I am headed into the bedroom and require your strongest bugs. Let me just try Patricia Nails' husband. Okay, alright. New Year's Eve 1986, Patricia was a married mother of 3. Next year, the direction of her life changed. Her husband, Lenny, was a veteran of the Air Force and worked as an aeronautical engineer. They met when she was 19, and he quickly became the love of her life. Okay, alright, hold up here. Hold up, we got some backstory. Lenny, fucking Lenny, I'm Arthur now, had also been an intravenous drug user while in the service, but had reached 10 years of being clean. So Lenny didn't get it from being gay. Lenny got it from being a drug addict. Man. Lenny contracted AIDS from his days using drugs, and it's also how Patricia got the virus when she was 29. So it took him 10 years to give it to her, man? On New Year's Day 1987, 2 months after being diagnosed, Lenny died. How did he go 10 years of not even knowing did he not wonder, like, why his health was falling apart, man? Drugs are bad, okay? It was a different kind of prick that got him. True. You get the boot from the military if you're HIV positive? This whole story is wild to me. There's some missing info in this, I bet. It was the 80s? Yeah, 80s was, like, big on the butt stuff, man. Many guys never go to the doctor unless it's emergency, just like me, for real, for real. Don't forget about Ryan White, the kid got it from a blood transfusion. Isn't that why they're not supposed to accept HIV positive blood? Except for in New Zealand, because they're fucking crazy? That's brutal, dude. End game for most Marines. No shit, you get kicked out of the military, they don't want to pay for your lifelong HIV meds. As a South African hearing about AIDS being the gay disease and not forced playtime, it's jarring. Well, I mean, there's probably high rates of that as well, but in America, I know the gays have the luxury of, instead of getting it via rape, they can be bug chasers, where they're just like, I willingly want to get the paused load in my neg butthole. And they didn't know the blood had AIDS. It wasn't tested at the time. Oh, fuck. That poor kid, dude. That poor kid. They didn't start screening blood until the 90s. Oh my god. If they didn't start screening blood until the 90s and we wanted, like, not tainted blood to do transfusions with, why the fuck did New Zealand set up an HIV positive blood bank? Like, that's not even that long ago. And so you have to have a negative AIDS test before you can register as a blood donor, and you have to update it every once in a while? That's crazy to me. You live in New Zealand, your gay friends hollered and cheered about the blood donation change, you're scared to ever need a transfusion now. I just like, that's fucking so strange, man. From HIV to HIV. Oh my god. 1980s were still a time when so little was known about HIV/AIDS. Patricia said because Lenny had not done drugs in 10 years, he was not thought of to be at risk. We bought a home, our children were in private school, everything was going fine. Unfortunately, people didn't think to ask those questions because we were whatever they thought we were. What? Patricia became a single mother of 8-year-old Nikki, 4-year-old Sean, and 3-year-old Tiffany. Miraculously, Nikki and Sean were born HIV negative. Patricia says Tiffany was very sick when she was born, but no one knew what was wrong with her. She spent practically most of her time in the hospital. Tiffany had AIDS, and she died 6 months after her father. Because of a low T-cell count at the time she was diagnosed, Patricia was told she had a short time left before she would follow Tiffany and Lenny. I was 80 pounds, I was given less than 2 to live. It was horrible. Her days consisted of taking her 2 kids to school and then spending the rest of the day violently ill. That's insane. I was like, I can praise this woman for making her organization, dude. That's a good thing to fucking try and want to do to help the women who end up in these situations, especially their kids too. I couldn't be in a room and watch my kids playing, Patricia said, wiping away a tear. I would have to run in another room and cry because I would just look at them as orphans. One of her toughest moments was telling her young son Sean when he was 8 years old. He just withdrew, he sat around the house, he didn't go out to play. It was a poem Sean wrote to his mom that eventually turned the tide, and the hard-headed kid she adored had returned. Patricia started to regain her health when treatment drugs such as azidothymidine started to pop up in the late 1980s and early 1990s. In those days, she was taking a regimen of up to 25 pills a day. That's insane! Now she's on a less invasive regimen of 4 treatment pills, Riataz, Viride, Sustiva, and Norvare. 4 pills once a day at night before I go to bed. It's such a difference. Like many patients on similar regimens, she's suffered some side effects. I have diabetes, I have high cholesterol, I have bone issues. She takes medication for those issues, and she says her good days and her not so good days. Interesting. I'm a little machine. That's very interesting. I don't think we need to read too much more of that. I just wanted the background. I just wanted the background of how this happened. AZT was bad. AZT was horrible and killed so many. Oh, Jesus. That's also the reason why we had to clean up blood with bleach back in school. You thought that was patient 0, huh? The gift is basically all you need to know about AIDS. Yeah, it's very weird. Very weird. I'm glad we got some little backstory there. It's I guess when you date people, you gotta start asking them if they were intravenous drug users instead of just if they were gay. I guess that's an important thing to ask. Where was the article I was reading? Where are you, Cheryl Doisia? Wait. Oh, we were on the other article, not the Cheryl Doisia one. That's right. We read the paragraph about the collective talking about the intersectionality relatable issue. That's weird that they phrase the collective as a women's advocacy group in sports and music, considering everything we just read about them seems more focused on, like, advocacy for women and children who have HIV. You know? You gotta fill out a whole survey like you're applying for a job, true and real. Solemn Pariah, thank you for the 20. You do not get kicked out of the military for having HIV. You get put on a non-deployable status. You're also covered for the rest of your life through the VA for treatment. Well, that seems a little odd, right? Because, like, if you contract HIV while you're in the military because you were clean when you went in, that means either you're doing the gay with somebody who has HIV, or you're doing drugs. I feel like I don't know. The Gift is an eye-opening documentary depending on where you are on the issue. That seems like an exploit that needs to be patched, right? Or they give you fucked up blood. It happened. Yeah, they mentioned the kid who got the fucked up blood. Women can get and spread HIV too. For women to get HIV, it either has to be they're born with it, they get it through sharing needles, or a man who didn't disclose his HIV status gives it to them. Lesbians, for some reason, do not seem to get HIV with each other. I don't know how that works. I'm not gauge. They don't ask how you got AIDS, and you don't tell. I don't think that's what don't ask, don't tell is supposed to be. Oh my god. The military could be experimenting on you. Men can get it from women who don't disclose it too. I mean, yeah, that's fair. If a woman gets it from a dude or from a needle, she could not disclose her status. Those people, I feel like, are very shitty human beings, honestly. Blood exposure can result in contraction of AIDS. That's also a fair point. I don't know how many people are in danger of the blood exposure, though. I guess unless somebody's going around, like, fucking wiping their AIDS-contaminated blood on people outside. Didn't we have an article about that? Didn't we have an article of, like, someone who was, like, HIV positive or whatever, and they wanted to, like, just squirt their blood on people in public? I feel like we read an article about that at some point. I might be going crazy, though. Has to be fluid-to-fluid transfer. That sounds familiar? Yeah, I feel like I remember reading that. Because anytime I read anything about AIDS, I always have to loop on how California decriminalized knowingly giving someone HIV without disclosing your status to them. Knowingly infecting someone with HIV without their knowledge is a criminal thing in a lot of states. But California was like, that's bigoted, we can't do that. You've heard about injecting blood in bananas? What the fuck? I haven't heard about that one. Pools closed. STDs aren't a 100% infection thing, and some vectors are more contagious. Hey. Help. Just racking up reasons to not have casual sex. I feel like casual sex is bad enough on its own, but, like, yeah. Why would you want to risk catching anything from someone who doesn't have to be honest with you? Tuesday night just got way more scary. Just do anal night with someone you trust. Gone are the days when Let's Go Girls was just a rallying cry. The entire Western world's economy is shifting to women being the current and future wealth holders. I don't like that. I don't like to imagine a world where, like, all men are beta cucks and all women are in positions of power. Gen Z women, the most powerful economic generation yet, are not only steering purchase decisions, but will own 2/3 of the wealth in the US by 2030. Additionally, they, along with Gen Z men, believe in and will spend on companies that authentically make the world a better place. And we've read articles before about how Gen Z specifically trusts advertising coming from, like, content creators more than they trust typical advertising. And the amount of trust a Gen Z person has in a content creator selling a product increases if that content creator is not white or not a white male. That was a very interesting article, and everyone in chat was like, but Gen Z is more conservative, that's not true. And it's like, well, I don't know, man. Hi, Kirsche, YouTube viewer that decided to log into Twitch for once. Welcome, dude. Welcome, dude. Not sure women can really be wealth hoarders. They spend most of the money as is. As a Gen Z, I don't consume product. A lot of women are emotionally uncontrolled, and that's kind of crazy. You think it's a really bad idea? I mean, I don't know how they get this statistic, right? Saying that Gen Z women will own 2/3 of all wealth in the US by 2030, right? Because isn't Gen Z also having issues, like, worse than what millennials had as far as getting a job and maintaining a job and being able to afford shit? So, like, if they're struggling with all of these things that millennials are, but worse, how are Gen Z women going to have 2/3 of the wealth by 2030? I'm not good at math, chat, so, like, maybe I just don't understand their statistics they're using here, but, you know. Millennials are 50% commies because we had tons of commie propaganda in our education curriculum. I feel like 50% is probably underselling it, unfortunately. They're lying. The math doesn't math on this one. That's, like, I'm not good at math, chat, but, like, I don't know. Oh, and they care about equality and equity beyond March and October. and they remember if that's the only time you talked to them about it. To truly win their hearts, a brand must build credibility first and foremost. And that means intersectionality and supporting inclusion outwardly, as well as celebrating it internally. I find this... I'm gonna highlight this so I don't lose my place, but I find this sentence up here about, like, they care and they remember if you don't talk to them about equality and equity beyond March and October. Isn't Gen Z also the generation notably having, like, incredibly high rates of either real or fake ADHD? Right? Like, isn't this the generation of people who can't use a computer and they were raised on phones and so their attention spans are fucking shot? Like, what do they mean by this? You think this is a lot of assumptions? Yeah, I'm a little confused by that, but also, if there's any merit to this, I feel like it should be very concerning that a generation raised on more propaganda than my generation was, would actually go to a company and be like, this company doesn't do what I want ideologically, therefore I will not buy product, and then they actually stick to that, right? Because as we see with a lot of millennials and people who are older, they'll say they'll boycott something and then they just consume product anyway, right? It's like very lazy slacktivism. They get their updates and then they just continue on like nothing happened. So if Gen Z can actually stick to their guns, that's slightly concerning. At what point is something a real disorder, and at what point is it just pathologizing a normal personality? It depends on how much time they spent on Tumblr and Twitter. It sounds to you the idea comes from the same corner in the padded room as the idea of Jaguar to make an electric luxury car for Zoomers. Ritalin meds and ADHD diagnoses go exponentially up after 1990. Get a large percent of millennial and Zoomers who have never been sober. Almost everyone I've met on ADHD meds also is a man. Funny that. Funny how that works. And one of my exes was on ADHD medication, and he was a much more pleasant person when he was not medicated. I was just like, fuck, I love it when you don't take your meds. You're like actually a decent human being. My god, so many people self-diagnose. Masculinity is ADHD. ADHD meds are a fucking scam, to be honest. I wouldn't know, and I'm never gonna tell someone to not take their meds, because, like, I'm not a fucking doctor, right? I'm not a fucking doctor. That's not my place to, like, fucking decide. I thought many times of, like, man, if I was a shitty person, I could just hide his meds. But I did not, because that would be a shitty thing to do, so I just dealt with him being not a great person when he was medicated. You don't trust Big Pharma. Nicer off the meth. Shock. Not meth, meds, man. You ever seen a straight man ignore a hot girl? We're easily distracted. You have ADHD, you don't take stimulants for years, you just take nootropics to help increase memory and focus. You're not a doctor, but you stayed at a Holiday Inn once. What does that mean? What does that mean? It boils your blood how many Zoomers self-diagnosed themselves with autism when you were diagnosed as a 5-year-old. If you weren't diagnosed at a young age, you don't fucking have it. I mean, I'm sure some people can get diagnosed into adulthood, and especially like with women. Women are typically underdiagnosed for autism for whatever reason. I have no idea why. I was like, I make jokes about how I'm autistic, but if people are like, oh, do you actually? I'm like, no, I don't. I'm just making jokes here. Like, the only things I have been diagnosed with as far as like mental disorders are anxiety and depression. And I was given depression medication and I took it for a little while, but I didn't like how I felt on it, so I just kind of stopped taking that. The anxiety meds helped for a while, but once I realized that weed did a better job than Klonopin, I'd rather eat a weed gummy than take Big Pharma meds. When your work gets really tough, your leftover ADHD meds start calling to you like the Green Goblin mask. Dude, when I first went in for medication, like I had quit my job in insurance. I had seen a therapist for probably like 6 to 8 months or so, and eventually went to a psychiatrist to get medication. I was put on like 3 different drugs for anxiety all at the same time. Like, I was just incapable of functioning as a person. I couldn't go outside without vomiting and crying and having panic attacks. I couldn't talk to people without crying. I couldn't even have, like, conversations with people I had known for years without basically having a breakdown. Like, human interaction was essentially impossible for me at this point. You can't stop vomiting now, though. Yeah, but that's from mold. That's different. That's a different. And so when I went to a psychiatrist, they didn't give me Klonopin at first. I can't remember what the first anxiety med they gave me was, but they gave me something that wasn't Klonopin. They gave me gabapentin, and they gave me a third one, and then they also gave me propanolol, I think it was called, because, like, my heartbeat was so fast that I was, like, living in fight or flight mode 100% of the time. And so, like, because my heart rate was so crazy high, they needed a way to, like, depress that. One could have been alprazolam, maybe. Propanolol, that's propane in Swedish. Well, I wasn't drinking propane. It's probably they didn't load me up with lithium as well. I mean, I'm glad they didn't. You're on propanolol, it's a blood pressure med? Yeah. So she was trying to, like, depress my heart rate. And she also gave me, like, different meds that would try to deal with, like, the nerve pain that I was feeling at the time. So, like, I was given Cymbalta for a while. I am, like, deathly allergic to Cymbalta. I blew up. Like, I couldn't move my hands. My face was swollen. I could barely breathe. Like, shit was rough, man. Propanolol is a beta blocker. Yeah, shit was fucking rough. Very over. I was on so many fucking meds. And I did not like being on so many fucking meds. I'm on a lot of meds right now, but it's less meds than before. Need to be taking lithium and drinking Monster Zero Ultra. Kirsche doesn't need no betas in her life. Yeah, right? So, eventually I was able to cut back on the amount of anxiety meds I was taking. And I was just on Klonopin at that point. And, you know, it slowly would get better until I only needed to, like, take a Klonopin when I felt like I'm about to do something that's going to cause a lot of anxiety, or, like, I could feel that I'm going to have a panic attack. But, when I started eating weed gummies, and I was like, oh, I actually don't feel anxious at all. I can think. My head is clear instead of, like, a labyrinth of a million different choices. This is kind of nice. So I slowly stopped taking Klonopin and started eating weed gummy as often as I could for the, like, no. Okay, that sounds bad. Not as often as I could, but, like, with the same frequency I would have been taking the fucking Klonopin. There we go. Those are the words I'm looking for. You're allergic to a lot of meds, but you're glad I'm past that. I'm allergic to so many meds. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. And now I basically, you know, just kind of chill. I still get very anxious. Sometimes, but it is so much better than it was before. I can, like, actually go outside, you know, on occasion. I need a lot of, like, decompression time when I go out. So, like, obviously I loved my time at Pippa's place, but I needed, like, a lot of, like, I would sleep like 12 fucking hours. I was just like, all this human interaction is fun, but man, is my body not used to it. I was like, I only had to take meds a couple of times while I was there as well, so I wasn't, like, super panic attacky. It was only when we went to, like, somewhere that was packed with people, and I was like, ooh, people. I don't like that, man. People are scary. Nervous ball of foxu. Yeah. And Pickle's also been weaning herself off of her meds recently and has started to be able to cry more regularly and open up. It's made you happy. Hell yeah. I don't know what meds she's on that make it so she can't cry. That's kind of sad. Streaming is harder than a 9 to 5. Jesus Christ. Sick in bed, can't focus. Here, DEI, AIDS, weed, anxiety. Oh God, why? Yeah, so I can't eat the weeds right now for anxiety, so I've just been kind of dealing because I'm not going to mix weed with opiates. That'd be a bad idea. Since they gave me opiates for the pain that I've been dealing with since October. You're glad I'm doing better? Yeah, I started streaming to sort of help with my anxiety because I was like, maybe I can get used to talking to people through a computer screen. Something I didn't quite realize. Something I didn't quite realize is just, you know, just how shitty things can be. So, like, there are definitely high anxiety things with streaming. I'm not going to downplay that, but thankfully I have a close group of friends that I can speak with when things get kind of rough. You're quitting cannabis use so you can return to the army. Good job, dude. Good job, dude. Have I tried CBD? It does nothing. CBD is basically fucking worthless. CBD is legal in Georgia, so I like went to a smoke shop and I like bought CBD gummies, and they have all these like this shit like plastered all over. They're like, oh, it's got 20 million gajillion milligrams. It's stronger than the real stuff. It's not. They're just lying to you. It's not stronger than the real stuff, and it basically does jack shit. Oh my god, that's your kind of goal with streaming? Trying to come out of your shell more and get better at talking to people? I will say, like, it does help, obviously. Like, I'm proof that it helps. But it will not help with your in-person anxiety. Like, I still struggle with, like, in-person connectivity. Because I just want to, like, fucking curl into a ball and die. But it... like mixing, like once you feel more confident after being exposed to people on the daily from streaming, you can sort of apply that and slowly take the baby steps to get better with the in-person stuff as well. We're glad to hear you're doing better. Admire my strong will. Keep doing the Fox things. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, you know, being that riddled with anxiety makes sense when you look at my childhood and how basically everyone in my life lied to me. The introversion in person. You can ask Chad about stuff. True. True and real. Introverts of the world unite separately. You started streaming to help with your hate of people. It only increased. Yeah, if you hate people, don't start streaming. It's only gonna get worse, man. It's only gonna get worse. Like, whenever I get new moderators, they're just like, oh yeah, I love VTubers, I love streamers, I'm so happy I get to help and see how stuff, you know, how the sausage gets made. And then after a few months, they're like, fucking smoking 6 packs of cigarettes a day. Like it. Don't worry, chat would never lie to you. The good stuff is Turkish hash from Turkey. I've never smoked Turkish hash. Poor Nim. Glorious day when weed is federally legal. We need Foxu brand gummies. Bro, if weed is made federally legal, I would contact my, like, fruit gem company. I say mine, but it's like, I love fruit gems. If you live in New Hampshire or Massachusetts, buy the fucking fruit gem gummies, dude. They're so good. They're so good, and I swear to God they work better than any other gummy I've ever eaten. That would be the company I'd want to partner with. They're like a local thing, so like I haven't found fruit gems anywhere outside of Mass and New Hampshire. I've asked at like dispensaries I've went to in other states where it's legal, and they're just like, I don't even know what that is. I've looked up online, can only find it in Mass and New Hampshire. As a New Hampshire shill, I approve. Apparently, I buy local, support local without even knowing. The secret is to never watch live streams, so when you become a mod, it's all irrelevant woman moments. True and real. Since Nim is a corn man, when he gets stressed, does he become popcorn? Probably. You go up to Maine from New Hampshire and you've had them. They're pretty good. Oh, I haven't been to Maine, so you could be right. Maine might have them. It's in that little tri-section area. But when I was back home, like my mom, years ago when I actually visited her, my mom would just get, you know, weed because her husband's a weed guy. But when I went to the dispensaries myself, I went to I think it's Tingsboro, and then there's one in like Milford or some shit in Mass, and then in New Hampshire I want to say it was in Nashua. I can't remember. It's been too long. A friend asked you to help moderate his Discord. You reluctantly said yes. Instantly increased your misanthropy with 600%. Worst thing is that you need to hit on minors now. Do you mean like bonk minors from the Discord? Like ban minors from the Discord? Is that what you meant? Or are you just ESL as fuck? Starting stream because of you, Kirsche. Talk to people to bring a happy, positive attitude. Yeah, I talk about fucking depressing shit often, so it's like you gotta bring positivity in here. No black pilling. It's a coal mining Discord. Yeah, you mean hit them? Explain right now. I think we're having an ESL. Was I ESL? Did I read it wrong? I don't think I read it wrong. Keep an eye out. We have CBD, blah, blah, blah. When you were in mass, there were billboards. Yeah, no, it definitely says hit on minors. I did not read that incorrectly. Can't say you approve of using the devil's grass gummies, but good to know it bought you some relief. Yeah, no, I mean, I've talked about dude weed Lamau a handful of times on stream, and I know there's people who are like vehemently against it, and it's like, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. And I obviously see like the potheads who are just like, oh, dude, weed. Like their whole personality is that. Like those are obviously not great people. Those are shitty people, you know? But like, if somebody's taking it, especially because it provides like a medical positive to them, I don't think that's a big deal. I think it was a Discord mod grooming minors joke. That kind of fell flat, man. Beavis and Butthead, but it's Kirsche and Pippa, true and real. You love the positivity here? You threw up all your black pills many years ago? You're happy where you are in life? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. You like it, but the culture surrounding it is incredibly infantile. Oh no, I can agree with that. I don't have like any fucking pot leaf attire or cups or anything. I think the closest I got to like pot leaf anything was like Pay Money Wubby's Gamer Sups dropped. As probably the closest I've ever came. I'm gonna assume Pippa's the squirrely one and wants to constantly burn things. Mom never bought you anything with a pot leaf on it? Surprise! No, my mom liked to do drugs, not advertise that she did drugs. You literally lose your shit whenever you partake in the devil's lettuce. Yeah, some people just can't. Some people just can't. Dynaside 13, thank you for the 20. Your mom had you on tons of meds for several conditions from age 7 till 18 when it was symptoms of extreme mental abuse from her. After quitting the meds and ghosting her, you're better, you'll never be normal, but you're at peace. Sounds like your mom had fucking Munchausen by proxy, dude. I am sorry. I am sorry you had to deal with an abusive person like that. That's fucking rough. I guess I should be somewhat grateful that I managed to escape my mother untouched medicationally by her. You don't hate weed, you just can't get past the concept involved with smoking anything. Maybe someone could get you to try gummies one of the days, but you can't concept lighting the end of a tube and trying to breathe through it. Yeah, I mean, even with asthma, I haven't had a problem the few times I have like smoked weed. For whatever reason, it doesn't trigger my lungs in the same way that cigarette smoke does. But I definitely prefer edibles. And some edibles are good, some edibles are bad. I've had like weed brownies that taste fucking delicious, and I wouldn't have even known that they were weed brownies if I wasn't told. And I've eaten brownies and cookies and blondies that taste like the inside of a sweaty work boot after a man has been working a 16-hour shift in the hot Texas sun. So, you know, it just depends. Vaping a weed is better for asthma or lungs in general. I've had people, I don't know anything about vaping except like when I'm in Discord with people and I hear the I'm just like, oh yeah, you fucking vaping over there? You fucking vaping? You F slur? Every time you call someone out when you can hear their vape noises, they always get like really embarrassed and it's hilarious to me. I fucking love doing that shit. I pray that someday I'm in a collab on stream where someone fucking does that. I'm waiting. He once did 1.5 brownies, and yeah, if you are new to weed, definitely take less. Definitely take less. Do not overload yourself. Your buddy calls vaping sucking on the robot cock. I mean, basically. I can't believe you heard me making this loud as hell noise. And like, I've only ever sucked on a vape once in my life, and it was when my massage therapist lady took me to a local smoke shop, which is where I bought the gummies that did fucking nothing and were way overpriced. Like, I found them online for like 20 bucks, and they were like $65 in the shop, dude. Don't buy from smoke shops in Georgia, man. They are just ripping you off. But she was there to buy vapes, and they have like tester vapes where like you put on a special like little silicone nubbin that you just throw away afterwards. And so she was like, oh, do you want to try one? And you know, me being an anxious ball of fluff, like I was just like, okay, sure, fuck it, why not, right? Like, I don't know if I like it. And so I sucked it in and immediately started fucking dying. Like, I could not breathe. and I was just coughing, and I felt like I was gonna vomit, and she's like, oh yeah, that's right, you don't do nicotine. I was like, what the fuck, woman? The vape condom, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, so it's like, I can't nicotine. I was like, I had to get my inhaler. Had to fucking huff on that thing for the first time in like almost a year. George Floyd moment, unironically. My god, dude, you're fine with edibles, but you hate smoking in general? Yeah. Like, I prefer the edibles, but if somebody offered me a smoke, you know, I probably wouldn't decline it. Jesus Christ, who isn't trying to kill you? You can't do edibles. They hit you way harder than blunts and vapes. First time you did a weed brownie, it knocked you out for like 3 days. You kept waking up and going back to sleep. I find it amazing when people can eat like 2 gummies or some shit, and then they like get high, and then they go back to normal, and then like 12 hours later they get like a residual high. I'm like, how the fuck? Like, I'm jealous, bro. How does that happen? But fuck, I want double bang for my buck. It's funny you're shitting on vaping. It's your vaping outside. Edibles and smoking hit different. I am the embodiment of these edibles ain't shit. And then I take another one, and then I am just like a puddle. Your liver processes the edibles into some intense byproducts. Thank you, liver. She wants the double bang. You can always cut the gummy in half if one's too much. I always encourage that. Like, if you've never had weed before and you do want to try a gummy, I would genuinely take a half a dosage instead of like a full gummy. I was like, I had a friend who like, I typically eat 1 or 2 depending on like how I want to feel and what brand it is, right? Because like different brands will affect you differently. And so like I was with a friend and I ate 2 because I knew that's how much I needed of the specific brand to like get high. And my friend was like, oh, I'd like to try that. And I was like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, give me 2. And I was like, you've never been high before. I'm not giving you 2. And he was like, no, it's for you took 2. And like, it's fine. And I was like, yeah, I took 2 because I know what I'm doing and I know how this makes me feel specifically. You've never been high at all before. Like, don't take 2. And he didn't listen to me because men never listen to women. And he had a bad time. He had a really bad time. Did they pass out or freak out? Neither. They had like, I don't even know what it was, but he just kept like curling up in the fetal position and like crying. And like talking about like hallucinations. I was like, brother man, how do I get affected like that? Brother went to Jupiter. Oh my god, there's a way to convince someone to stay on the straight and narrow. You remember taking a full one of those space CBD gummies where you're painting your room back in August and you got so fucking high? You're also this archetypical, these edibles ain't shit. It's just like, look man, if somebody's giving me something and they know what they're doing, I feel like I'd want to take their advice, you know? Will that happen to you whenever you have weed? You hate it. Maybe you'll get like that if you take 4. Look, I don't want to overdose on the weeds, as it were. Your ex was really into weed. You tried to buy her some from your shift lead from your bookstore. Never watch horror movies when you're high. You got so fucking scared. Thankfully, I don't have that issue. I've never like hallucinated. She saw the coming of the machine elves. No fucking shit, don't watch horror movies when you're high. Oh my god. Fuck him up in 2 ways. Make him cross-faded. Absolutely not. For what it's worth, both your parents quit smoking because you're real sensitive to cigarette smoke. I guess it was easier to get rid of the cigs than to get rid of you. Yeah, my mom didn't give a shit that I was like asthmatic. She would like fucking hotbox me with cigarette smoke anyways. Like, she would smoke in the car with the windows up. She would smoke, like, right next to me outside. She would smoke in the house right next to me. And it was, you know, it kind of fucking sucked. But, you know, my dad was unable to quit smoking. And to be fair, I never asked him to. But he did smoke outside. He did his best to keep the cigarette smoke away from me as much as he possibly could. Like, I didn't even know that my dad smoked cigarettes until I was, like, 7 or 8. It's nearly impossible to overdose on weed. Yeah, but I'm sure you would, like, vomit, right? Like, if you took too much, I feel like you would end up vomiting. She was trying to build your immunity. Oh my god. You got timed out for doing the joke about minors before you could respond. It's a joke about Discord mods being groomers, and no minors were harmed in the process, especially not by me. You should be very careful about making those kind of jokes in the chat where people can't hear you. That's a coin toss, man. That's some fucking risk you're playing with loaded die. The last time your wife got high, the last time, by the way, she went up and then didn't come down for a month. Triggered a psychotic break. There's no weed in our house now. Holy shit. That's kind of fucking nuts. You feel like it'd be pretty easy to eat a shit ton of weed gummies before the first one hit? Oh yeah. They're a little delayed, so like you're not gonna feel it for a hot minute, but that's why you wait before taking more. You took a 50 to 100 milligram edible and you thought you were dying. I would love, like, once I move back home, to learn how to bake my own edibles. Because I've never cooked with cannabis before. And I know you have to, like, sort of treat the plant before you can, like, actually just... Like, you can't just crumble up a weed and then put it in brownie mix, right? Like, you gotta do something to it. So I wanna learn how to do that. Your cat knows that when you smoke the funny cigarettes, he's about to get pet for, like, an hour. Make weed, butter. Oh, Binary Mind can teach me. We're gonna do a Kirsche cooking with her mods segment, where they teach me to make all kinds of ridiculous things. Friend of yours I never used before ignored warnings and ate half of a tray of space brownies. Oh no. Didn't come down for 12 hours. A bad tripped the fuck out. Still didn't have any issues. Pretty hard to get any real damage from the stuff. I know, like, if some people eat too much weed, and I guess however much is too much depends on the person, they will just violently vomit it out. Cooking cannabis with Kirsche. Hell yeah. The friend with the mushroom soup also ate too much strong space cookies once. He did not like it. Cannabis is pretty easy, just time consuming. It would be blasted out of your gourd that Nim meals will seem edible. I do not wish to have the Nim meals. We got really fucking sidetracked. Let's get back to this fucking article, chat. We were reading Cheryl Dijah, and we went to commitment to inclusion, and then we're reading an article from last year about DEI. There's an article. Look, man, the tangents just take us. The tangents take us, chat. Only when your own house is in order can you think about being a trusted advisor to consumers, dipping their toe into inclusion, or monetizing your brand's position on it. How relevant to the discussion we were just having. Commitment demands long-term structure. 80% of Gen Z consumers expect companies today to help solve the world's biggest issues, and 92% will reward them with purchases. I wonder if this is a fudged number like the McKinsey study, or if this is unironically accurate because the propaganda of trust the government, believe in the government, you need to rely on the government for things, has been pumped into children going through school for so many decades that Gen Z is just like, well, yeah, obviously trust the companies. They're going to do what's best for us. They have the money to do it. And my company will solve no world problems. Based on the Reddit traffic you've seen in the Gen Z group, you believe it. Oh, no. Still, for many companies, even those already prioritizing inclusion, even from a product or service-focused marketing history to one that regularly wraps in their worldviews, can be a daunting proposition. That's why brands often fall into the trap of performative support. Setting tangible, achievable objectives with consistent structural support gives you a place to start and grow from. In creating the environment for true change, you allow for cultural shifts. Constantly, and once you realize you'll never be ahead or in control of culture, you attain the grace to have flexibility in achieving your goals. That's interesting. That's interesting that she says creating the environment for true change. And that you can't actually be in control of the culture. You just have to be flexible in perpetrating your ideals. One place to start is creating an internal council of employees who are interested and committed to creating an inclusive ecosystem. This group can simply create appropriate and timely reminders of cultural events and what they mean to different groups. Well, someone clearly failed because, I did not hear about Black History Month. At minimum, it helps educate individuals on beliefs and events they may not have been exposed to, and hopefully will open minds a bit further. Repeatedly at the top of most inclusive lists is Progressive. The insurance company? Yep, the insurance. We've actually read this article. Hold on, this is familiar. This is a familiar thing. Well, you've read this previously. I don't remember when, but like, that's a familiar article. For over 15 years, it's built a large dedicated team of 8 singularly set on creating programs, education, and opportunities for employees through leadership and job-based training, as well as courses and self-awareness. Progressive also provides specialized initiatives like its multicultural leadership development program and specific boot camps designed to increase diversity and equity. It's a company where the values are reflected in the output, due to the capital and resources it puts behind its DEI structure. You hate Progressive commercials? I liked Flow back in the day, but obviously the Gecko is the superior one. True inclusion does not seek competitive advantage. However, inclusive access builds and sustains your company's credibility over the years and through the storms. Shouldn't companies want competitive advantage though? I feel like that's bad for business if you are striving for true inclusion and true inclusion is not seeking competitive advantage. I feel like seeking competitive advantage is unironically like part of being a good CEO in a company, is it not? Like, what did they mean by this? DEI boot camps. Yeah? So they're just like, don't seek to be competitive. Just build inclusive access because that's going to make your company more credible. Like, what? A Geico sent you a birthday card one year? You've never had Geico? What the fuck? Create and share freely with those a little further behind you in terms of employee programming, diverse vendor and supplier lists, formal and informal partnerships, and any playbooks and toolkits you develop to make your company more inclusive. Do this right, and in 10 years, your company, its customers, partners, and greater industry will be better off. Oh, that's why she mentioned 2034 earlier. Accenture has long been committed to equity and inclusion, executing on a robust strategy that helps support and educate its more than 738,000 employees. In fact, it has spent over $1.1 billion on learning and development opportunities. It is actively supporting the LGBTQ+ community with 120,000 Pride allies across all countries of operation, and is increasing accessibility through 32 centers established for disabled talent to access the tools, technology, and support to be successful in their roles. What is Accenture? Accenture Song expands into Bulgaria with GemSeek acquisition. I don't know what this is. Global consultancy Accenture is set to acquire analytic business GemSeek. Okay. What is Accenture Song? Oh, I don't like that picture. Accenture Song hires new Netherlands and metaverse leads. So I guess they just do consulting? Like what? Because it doesn't really say what they do. Why is Song in their name? That's very strange. I'm dying, chat. I'm dying! Bulgaria? Can you point to Bulgaria on a map, Kirsche? Probably not, but I could point to the general region. As far as you know, Accenture helps corpos outsource their IT stuff to cheaper options. Okay. Interesting. For a better 2034, ask how can we, as a company made up of individuals, create and consistently share best practices with our industry? How can we ensure that while we may be competitors in business, we are allies in the fight for equity and inclusion? Investing in equity and inclusion measures is not about singular programs or employee resource groups. Appropriate funding demonstrates to your employees that you are serious about the access and accountability you established to align with your stated goals. Investment allows for partnerships and educational programs to be developed with full effect and creates more reasons to tell the stories of inclusivity that matter most. To create lasting change, start with an audit of your investment in recruiting and hiring practices. This may require external expertise, but sets up your company for long-term diversity. Ally Financial demonstrated significant success in retaining and advancing people of color, as noted in its 2022 report. Ally has not only created educational outlets for its employees and customers with great success, reportedly over 40% of its employees joined an employee resource group, but it has used its partners across women's sports as a call to action for other brands to level up their support of women athletes, and women's sports. Andrea Brimmer, its CMO and a former athlete, committed more than 45% of the company's sports marketing budget in 2023 to women's sports. As an industry, we've mistakenly operated under the impression that intent is where solutions live. We've since learned from the world speaking to us loud and clear that impact supersedes intent. How the fuck did it take anyone any kind of time to learn that actions matter more than word? What kind of low IQ slug do you have to be? What do they mean by this? These people don't ever hear the phrase, hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, but they don't think they're the bad guys. They know their intentions are good, and that can't possibly happen to them. That means moment-to-moment tactics will never create the impact you want. If the existing industry approach was enough, we'd have created much more change by now. As we turn a corner as an industry towards true DEI focus, we recognize that progress starts with long-term commitment and is nothing without it. If you don't have a long-term plan, you don't have a plan at all. Giving depth and marking tangible progress in diversity isn't a monthly celebration. It requires work, planning, goal setting, partnership, and accountability. You'll know you've achieved success when Women's History Month, Pride Month, and Juneteenth don't feel like obligations or surprises, but rather opportunities to celebrate and commemorate the diverse ecosystem you've carefully crafted. Didn't they basically get rid of Juneteenth? Isn't that not a thing anymore? Didn't they? Where's Black History Month? Other analysts were DEI hires. That's why it took so long. Federally, yeah. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure they removed that as a federal holiday. You really don't like Juneteenth? It's so performative. It absolutely is. Oh yeah, I want to see if I got my heart. Let me just type in chat. Did I get my little heart badge? Do I have a heart? No. I shared a clip in Discord. Where's my fucking heart, you bastards? Well, now I gotta figure out how to get the heart. Trump should change Women's History Month to Men's History Month for the lulz. Well, we had a little segue into reading this article by Thayer Laville, since Cheryl Dijja linked it. Our original article we were reading is by Cheryl Dijja, chastising Meta and Mark Zuckerberg, because apparently the Zuckerberg isn't using subversive language. He is actually getting rid of DEI, and that's wrong. I'll reread the first paragraph here that we tangented off of. The timing of these changes, coinciding with broader political shifts, suggest Meta is prioritizing short-term political positioning over long-term business health. Yet we know all too well that companies who maintain their commitment to inclusion, that was this article, during challenging times emerge stronger and better positioned for future growth. Smart leaders understand that every business opportunity requires evaluating both potential and risk. The key is to focus first on the opportunity that inclusion presents, then work to mitigate any associated risks, not the reverse. The flood of dis and misinformation that has severely challenged social media companies from a brand safety and user engagement perspective is being felt more acutely than ever. This is not the time for any social media company to turn away from this responsibility. Meta's past experiences carry warnings for the future on this issue. Even the United Nations warned against Facebook as a useful instrument that spread hate speech and fueled genocidal violence against the Rohingya minority in Myanmar in 2017. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, because my memory is not very good. But weren't the Rohingya the Muslims in Myanmar? And they were the ones who were basically like, you can't lie next to rabid dogs. Wasn't that what like fucking Asian Rathu said? Wasn't that whole situation? So what do they fucking mean by this?
What do they mean by this?
You're waiting for the saint to pop up in this article? I'm surprised we haven't seen him already. You don't know, chat is saying yes. So yes. Oh my god, the UN is pro-Muslim. That seems kind of wild. That seems kind of wild to me. Myanmar genocide against the Rohingya? What? Tech giant has banned several top Myanmar military officials over hate speech and fake news. Bro. I can't lie next to dogs. White women affected. That's a little insane. I don't remember them, like, even being murder-rated. I just remember the monks being like, yeah, we can't have these people in our country. Oh god, my throat is killing me. Do I know about the Apple removing end-to-end encryption in the UK? I do not. I do not. You do? Yeah, Facebook did contribute. You don't know if I can do it in the chat app? I can, but I always forget about clicking on my badge and I just type something in chat because it does the same thing. You need to change your appearance to the heart? Yeah, it's not in my badges either. Like when I click on my chat identity, the heart's not in there. It's not in there. I can't have these people here is essentially calling for genocide with these people. Yeah, I don't... They were getting very murder-rated. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember much. So I would have to, like, actually unironically go back and read articles from that time period. Because I remember the Asian Wraith guy saying you can't lie next to rabid dogs. And I remember them talking about Myanmar people getting killed as well.
I'm on ya.
Where did I share it? And did I use the auto-generated link from Twitch? I went to my clips page and I copied a clip link and I pasted it in Discord. You're looking at Twitch on your computer. You can't see how to clip. There's like a little clippy button. A little clippy button. It has to be a clip I created. Oh, I didn't know I had to create it. Okay. Well, I'll have to do that. Oh god. I don't care. All you know about Myanmar is the FGCS is being used by the rebels because they can't buy factory-made weapons. Back to Cheryl Dijah. Back to Cheryl Dijah here. At a moment of intensifying polarization, Meta should be shoring up its fact-checking and anti-discrimination regimes instead of erasing them. Perhaps even more so, it is absolutely their responsibility to ensure attacks against people on the basis of race, gender, and sexual identity, as new rules allow Facebook, Threads, and Instagram users to call LGBTQ+ people mentally ill or abnormal, are met with impunity. Why should they be protected from being called mentally ill or abnormal? I don't have protections for being called mentally ill or abnormal. I have people all over Twitter who call me all sorts of things, and I don't have protections from that. Why should we allow these specific people to have the privilege of not being insulted like absolutely everyone fucking else in the world? Great BGM. Thank you. It's unique. I had it made for my stream. Genocide is another one of those overused words nowadays. Just stop being mentally ill. Skill issue. True and real. True and real. Because those mentally ill people are their brain-dead meat puppets. They need the useful pawns. Welcome to society. If your fifis can easily be hurt, be a hermit. I don't remember who it was. Maybe like one of my mods has a Twitter link, because I feel like it was posted in chat at some point, not on stream, but like in like our mod chat. There was like some VTuber who was complaining about like getting, not like hate, but they were like getting criticized for things, and I can't remember if it was like they started some drama shit and then they were getting pushback on it. I don't remember, but they were talking about how like people should be nicer in content creation and like they shouldn't have to take like hiatuses and whatnot. Like their friend made like this entire long post about it, and I'm pretty sure it's just them pretending to be their friend. Right, because their friend was like, I had to log on to their account and post this. And it's just like, bro, as someone with anxiety, yeah, I fucking, like, feel for you if you're going through, like, a giant attack, right? Like, it doesn't feel good. But if you're coming into content creation, one thing you have to understand is you will get criticized. You will get hate comments. You will get people who come into your DMs and tell you that you should kill yourself. That's just the reality of things. Right? Like, should it happen? No, but we don't live in a hypothetical paradise universe. We live in the real world. And in the real world, mean people exist. shitty people exist. Some people are gonna go farther than just trying to harass you in DMs. And I don't think public comments on Twitter typically count as harassment. Like, if somebody sends an entire community after you, right? Like, if you're just like, oh yeah, everyone fucking attack this guy, go, right? Like, obviously that would be targeted harassment, but it's just like, if you're just getting a bunch of comments of people being like, yeah, you're wrong and dumb and gay, like, that's not harassment. If people are just like, yeah, your model's fucking ugly, you weirdo, that's not harassment. Like, yeah, it sucks. It hurts to hear, I'm sure. But, like, if you're going to be a public figure, you have to get used to that. If you're going to be a public figure, if you're going to be a content creator, even if you don't want to do it as a job or a career and you just want to do it as a fun little hobby, you're still a public persona. You're still going to get those people. And so, like, I'm sorry if it's hurtful, but you're gonna have to suck it up. Like, you're going to have to be able to deal with these mental challenges without having breakdowns. And if in fact you are being a dumb piece of shit, the criticism might be warranted, and maybe you shouldn't double down on being an idiot sometimes. Like, if you're going to piss into the ocean of piss, expect the backsplash. I will never understand the people who are just like, this is like my personal Twitter page and these people came here and commented on it. Bro, what do you mean your personal Twitter page? Like, it's fucking public, you weirdo. Like, it's funny. It's funny when people think of you as some kind of shady Voldemort figure that they can't even, like, at you or mention you by name. They have to, like, screenshot things you said and then, like, criticize you on the down low. They're just like, ooh, this person's a big, scary meanie head, so I can't let them know that I think they're a big, scary meanie head. All of my criticisms have to go under the carpet, because if they notice me, then I might get criticized, and I can't handle that. Also, becoming more Bostonian the more frustrated you become. It happens. Fucking Kirsche censored. And because you're offended doesn't mean you're right. Ricky Gervais. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Group Snapchats are considered public. Posting on X is 100% public. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Explodes. Fuck you. The problem is legitimate criticism is frequently disregarded as harassment. It's a prevalent problem in the games industry. Also, absolutely. Also, absolutely. Fear is the mind killer. Explodes. Fuck you, man. Oh my god. Oh, it got deleted. There's an archive. Okay, let me finish up with Cheryl Dijah here, and then we'll read that thing, because I don't know what the fuck was going on with that. Oh my god. Call the LGBTQ people mentally ill. Bad, you bad Zuckerberg. A space without mutual respect and civility will quickly devolve into hostile environments for brands and large swaths of consumers. It strikes me that Meta has set itself up for an impossible challenge. How can it maintain its ability to innovate and grow while deliberately limiting the necessary diversity of perspectives in its workforce? God, my throat's so bad today. Leadership and supplier base while making it harder to combat misinformation on all its platforms. History suggests this won't end well. Thank you, Cheryl Dijah, for bringing your boss music to Meta. So I wanted to showcase those other Meta articles we read previously to sort of culminate in what's happening here. Since Zuckerberg used the typical language that we're used to seeing, where they basically just replaced DEI with another iteration of DEI. And then the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, their charity organization, the human resources director said that they're not getting rid of DEI. And then a week later, their chief operating officer said, actually, yeah, we are. And if you don't like it, I guess you can just quit, right? Like, you don't have to work here. And now Cheryl Dijah is coming out and being like, Zuckerberg, what you doing? This isn't sticking to the plan. This isn't what we were gonna do. Zuckerberg. We might make things a little difficult for you. Cheryl versus Zuck Lizard. It's lizard on lizard violence. History shows we'll do evil things. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting development as far as what's going on at Meta over here. He's gone rogues. As Rogan put it, you get hit in the face in MMA, you learn reality real quick. I hope that this Adweek article makes it to other people as well, because they might look into who Cheryl Dyja is, and they might look into Bridge. You always find it funny when people who have no clue claim that speech can be violence. True. True. I can't let you do that, Zuckerberg. True. Unironically. The map is not the territory. She's big bad. Cheryl's malding right now. I can't wait for next week's meeting, man. I cannot wait for next week's meeting. Let me see here, because I opened a couple of these tabs a couple of times. Because I had to, like, fucking... I had to open the archive! Alright, we don't need the Accenture tabs open. That's nonsense. We don't need the Mark Gundecker nonsense open here. Blah, 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 blah. Buzz buzz! Oh, it's 5:30! Oh man, is that a buzz buzz from my dad? No. Okay. Oh shit. Oh no. That's nothing bad happened, it's just about the house. That's unfortunate. I just realized how that might have sounded. Nothing happened to my dad, it's about the house. I know that's unfortunate. I'm working right now, so can't call. How many tabs are you up to? Yeah, she said she's not sure if I'm available for a call, but she finished up with my dad and she said that she has a feeling that house might be too big of a project. Oh man, let me text my dad. Victoria said the house might be too big of a project. Take it anyway! Take it anyway, man! Say hi to your dad. True. HAL 9000 had a massive programming flaw. Giving a machine contradictory commands does not work well. True. True and real. Hi, Kirsche's dad. Might be too big of a project. What was wrong with it when you saw it? Alright, there we go. Docs is her real estate manager. You know, I've been good at not saying her name, but also there's a million people with that name in the world, so. And does your dad watch your streams? Sometimes. Sometimes. Stream the remodels. You can write it off. Oh my god, that would be a pretty good idea if I wasn't an anime person. Pakistani National, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Did I see Japan told the UN to get fucked? I did. I have that in a tab somewhere. I have that somewhere in a tab. I don't remember where. Tell Kier Dad that chat thinks he's awesome.
Moin.
For starters, every inch of the home is deathly gonna need a coat of paint. Oh boy. It's telling your dad I'm getting a quote over at my rental for interior paint right now, and just for the paint, ceiling, walls, trim, they're quoting me around 13,000. Oh, my dad wants to call. Oh boy. I'm on stream. Oh god, no! 13 grand? I mean, you can have, like, humans paint the walls, right? I'm gonna need a Victorian. Let me find a lady named Victoria. She'll know all about them. You know my thought process. Paint is easy to do yourself, but you know, health-wise, I probably shouldn't. Yeah, but, like, you do believe humans can indeed paint? Well, fuck you, guy. And when you described the house as a fixer-upper, you were wondering if it'd actually be worth buying? I mean, the pictures made it look like it needed some help. Alright, and I think I explained, that, like, all of the walls looked kind of scuffed, so I knew the interior needed painting. I knew, like, it needed to, like, have the garage rebuilt. I knew, like, the staircases were kind of scuffed and needed to be redone. Like, the story was that the people who owned the house, the bank foreclosed on it, and then the family members of the people living there bought the house to help out their family members. But the family members, I guess, are just, like, super shitty people. And all I got for a resolution was, yeah, that's not gonna work out for him anymore, so he's selling the home now. Wow, the Yankee just flows off of you. Okay. Most houses are about 900k upwards, usually 1.5 million. Normal ones, the modern monstrosities, are usually a bit more pricey. Yeah, everything in New England is also, like, really, really fucking expensive. That's why I was like, this one is a bit of a fixer-upper, but, like, it didn't look as bad. Like, it didn't look like a crack shed, right? So I was like, a fixer-upper that's not quite a crack shed and is significantly lower than the median home value in the area. Like, maybe I could take on this project, right? Because it's like, it's in a good location and I could get out of my mold cave exponentially faster. Let's see here. The basement's very, very low. Field stone and crushed stone. Ooh, that's not good. Looks like they just replaced the instant hot water. The on-demand hot water system is actively leaking. Wait, how? If they just replaced the hot water, what are they... Is instant hot water and on-demand hot water different? Because otherwise, if they just replaced it, how is it actively leaking? That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense. New England is paying for housing prices, and oof, a hack job. Different pipes. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Run! Oh no. Shit plumbers, what the fuck? This isn't a small project. It sounds like a northern thing. Probably did a bad job. Don't take the house, that's too much. I only even mentioned a couple of things. With how they treated the house, not surprised the water heater would be busted. Yeah, the people living there were not... They did not take care of the home. Probably a shit plumber who fucked up the pipe. Couldn't have something like that where you live. A hard water destroys the instant hot water contraptions. No, they could have installed it incorrectly, or there could have been a freeze-up while it was vacant. A mold cave better or worse than a bat cave? I don't know, man. Is instant hot water the thing where it circulates the hot water constantly so you don't have to run to the tap to get hot water? I have no idea. I just thought all hot water came from the same hot water heater. Let's see, what else is here? The laundry looks like it would be theoretically upstairs in the hallway in the end in a closet, but it's not currently hooked up, and because it's really rough looking, it's not finished. I'll send you a bunch of pictures and videos. The radiant heat in the basement. I'm not a plumber and I don't have a lot of experience with radiant heat, but your dad and I both agreed that it looked like it was not done by a professional. Oh boy. Sounds like a pass. Let's see. What do I have here? Oh, good lord. Let me just turn my volume off while I'm playing these, just in case any names are said. Oh my god, that garage is in rough fucking shape. This garage looks like an abandoned barn that hasn't been used in like 20 years. This guy is crazy for the price he's asking. Like, it's cheap for the area, but it is not cheap enough for all of the damages that are here, dude. Ain't no way. In other words, do not redeem. I'm looking at these videos. Aw, it makes me sad because she's like looking around the street and like I like recognize the houses, man. Oh, I want to be back home already. I want to be home already. Let's look at the basement here. Oh, yeah, the basement is very tiny. What the fuck? There's a piece of wood next to the water heater with like a Sharpie written on it that says like zones. You can see the drippage. The drippage is really bad from the water heater. Oh, that is really bad. My dad can't stand up in the basement. Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry I can't show you guys this. Oh my god, the wire work in the basement. What the fuck? Oh my god, there's like red Twizzler wires just like streaming from the ceiling and like hitting the floor. Like, what the fuck is this work, dude? What is this? Okay, well the upstairs part of the house, like, yeah, definitely you can tell it needs paint, but like, oh, the door needs to be replaced too. God damn. All right, okay. Coming out the front. Oh yeah, all the siding on the house are like shingles, and there's like rot on some of the shingles too. Oh, that's so bad. I feel really, like, unironically, I feel bad for the guy who bought this to help out his family. Like, I wonder if his family were just some, like, white trash drug addicts or some shit that had, like, no business living in this town. That's so sad. That is so fucking sad. Oh, there's a lot of trash for some reason. They're, like, on a porch, and there's just, like, a corner just filled with fucking bags of garbage. What the hell? What the fuck? That's his problem yeah, I mean, that's definitely his problem. This is absolutely not a house that I have the money to put into. Oh, that's weird. There's like weird wood shutters on some of the windows. What is this? The one bedroom that doesn't need to be repainted actually looks clean. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, the light switch is falling off. What the fuck? So, okay. I called this the one bedroom that didn't need to be repainted, and while that still holds true, they somehow no longer have doors on the closet. Like it's a large, like, double wide closet. And somehow the doors are missing and there's just like a curtain hanging over it now. And like the window that they put the air conditioning in, they put a giant dresser in front of. So like you have to hop up on top of a dresser and lean over it to access your air conditioner. Why would you do that? There's two windows next to the bed. Why would you put the air conditioner there? These people, I don't even... Oh yeah, they were crackheads. That's so sad, man. Oh, that's so sad. There's so much damage. I'm gonna give her a face holding back tears. Jesus Christ. Fin-doming houses now. Okay. Okay, yeah, my dad said talk after. Okay, Dad. Okay, Dad, thank you.
Wanya.
That's so unfortunate, dude. That house was in, like, the perfect location. Smoking rocks in the mold cave. Yeah, there's no way. That's so sad. I'm not gonna find another house, like, that cheap, either. That's some meth head activity right there. There's a house in your area with severe fire damage and deemed uninhabitable, and it's still going for 300k. Houses are fucking expensive, man. Yeah, this house is, more expensive than that. More expensive than that, but it's like the most affordable one I've seen that wasn't like in the pictures a dilapidated crack shed. I guess the pictures did not paint the full picture, as it were. Sadly cheap for a reason. It's so sad, man. At this point, buy a land and build a hovel on it. I talked to my real estate agent about new construction. New construction in the areas I want to build in would basically start me at 1.5 million. And I cannot afford that, chat. I am not a millionaire. I cannot afford 1.5, and that's the starting cost. Fuck new builds. Yeah, unfortunately. You once found a lovely little house that was nicely priced, but little was an understatement for how small the house was on the inside. Yeah, 1.5 mil starting. New England is just as bad as like California and New York City as far as housing cost goes. It's insane. Enslaved chat. Force them to build. Move to the south for good prices on housing. I live in the south and I fucking hate it, dude. I want to get the fuck out of here. And can't afford that. You just need to grow the channel. True. Believe you in Maine, things are so modern. It'd probably be similar to buying a house. Oh, sorry, I mixed up two comments. You believe me? In Maine, things are expensive. Your dad drew plans and he just keeps getting work. Yeah, Maine housing costs are probably like the cheapest in New England. Like, if you live in Maine or Vermont, those are like the two cheapest New England states to live in. When I look at a nice Victorian in southern New Hampshire and it's like 2.3 million, and then I look at Vermont and something with similar square footage and acreage is going for like 400,000, I'm like, why? But why? You'd ask what's wrong with the South? Then you remember where I live. True. Not as bad as Vancouver prices. I mean, I don't know anything about Canada. Wow, that's quite the difference. Yeah, it's actually insane how cheap Vermont is. Oh my god, my real estate agent's still sending me more videos. What the fuck is this? Why do they have bikes on the inside of the house? They're not even in like a mudroom. They're just like in the kitchen. What is this fucking house, dude? Oh, the ceiling in the entryway is so... How do you fuck up the ceiling? How do you even do that? I am, like, the most confused I've ever been. Oh god, the fucking first floor bathroom, my dad's, like, fucking booping his head against the lamp because it's too short. You wonder if some sort of stash house? I mean, it might have been, but, like... This is not the right town to have a stash house in, man. Oh my god. Yeah, they tried, I guess, putting like a butcher's block on themselves. But the wood is so like badly warped. There's like a ton of gaps between the planks on the wood. And so that shit's probably, you shouldn't cut things on that, man. That's bad for your health. I was right about the fucking countertops being the like fake plastic shit used in apartments. I was looking at the counters in the pictures and I told her, I was like, these countertops, they look like the fake plastic counters that you see in apartments, but with like the stick-on paper that makes them look like marble. And so it's like she showed the end of the fucking countertop where it's like the paper's peeling up and you can like poke the plastic shit underneath it. That's kind of funny. That's kind of this poor fucking guy who bought the house, dude. Oh my god, they're doing a house showing and the sink is still full of dishes. Holy shit, these people aren't real. They didn't even clean. Oh my god, and you can see more of the countertop paper peeling up around the edges, dude. Fucking classy. That is crazy, man. That is insane. Oh, and their stove is like covered with food grime right now too. This is a no from me, dog. Oh yeah, they had like one of those fucking pot racks in the kitchen. Not like pot like marijuana, but like pot like cooking pot. Where you can like hang your pots. Somehow they managed to rip that out of the ceiling. I don't really know. Not even trying to clean up. What the fuck? I don't fucking know, man. And it's like the bedrooms that are here, like this doesn't look like an old person house, right? So it doesn't look like it was like an old person that was just incapable of doing things. It looked like it was, you know, people probably like somewhere in their 20s or 30s, and they had kids because there was like a kid's bedroom. Honestly, sounds like it would be more work that the house could ever be a house again. Yeah. Oh my god, there's warping on the floorboards going from the kitchen into the living room. And my realtor's like stepping on them and like showing how they like wobble up and down. How do you manage this? Oh my god. I know what I got, 500k, unironically though. Oh, what the fuck is this? I don't even know what they're looking at in this image. Oh, this is the... Bro. So, in the living room... How do I pause? In the living room... The living room is like a normal, like, off-white color. But the wall that the TV is on has been painted black. Or like a dark navy blue, I guess. I'm not sure. Some dark color. And my dad was like shining his flashlight behind the TV. And it looks like maybe some guy who gets really angry at playing his console video games lives here. Because there's a whole bunch of patches on the wall that are roughly fist-sized. So there was somebody putting multiple holes through the wall behind the fucking television. I wonder how many times they had to replace the fucking TV. Because this guy was losing at fucking Call of Duty. Holy shit, Kyle, what are you doing? That is crazy. You found Tyler One's house. I guarantee you Tyler One's house is nicer than this. Jesus Christ. That was not something I was expecting. Okay, let's see here. Oh, my dad can barely get through the doorway, too. The front door is like barely tall enough to fit my dad. That's funny. The door... The door also has marks on it that look like someone either like was hitting it with a knife or a fist and peeled off paint in a specific pattern. Like I said, they're showing the ceiling again. The ceiling was fucked up in the entryway for some reason. The staircase, I mentioned the staircase was gonna need some help. The staircase was all fucked up. Definitely more fucked up now that they're looking at it. Like a bunch of like the prongs that hold to the banister to the actual stairs are just... They're just fucking gone, and the ones that are left are like weebly wobbly. Did Asmon vacation in mass? It looks like someone took like bites out of the stairs. There's like weird ass bite marks on them. Were they recreating American History X in this house? What's going on, man? What is oh, the shower. Okay, I wanted to see how low the shower was because it was in like an oddly shaped bathroom. Okay, the bathroom has a sliding door. Interesting. Interesting. They did not clean the bathroom. It looks very grody. The bathroom needs repainted. The shower definitely needs to be fucking cleaned. Yeah, I don't think my dad could fit in that shower, man. Holy shit. I wish I could show these, but it'd be too easy to find, man. It's probably jammed shut. They have so many sliding doors in this house, and they're not even like the nice looking pocket doors. It's like they put a railing outside the doorway and then put like a barn door on it. This wall is just fucking missing! I'm like, they're on the second floor and they're like showing all of the like sliding doors on banisters above the doorways for the second floor bedrooms. And like at the end of the hallway, there's just like after the bed, there's just like a whole section of wall missing. And you can see like the yellow insulation in the walls, and you can see like along the other, so like one wall that's missing, you can see the yellow insulation, and the other wall that's missing, you can see like the slatted wood planks inside the wall. What the fuck? Why are you missing wall? A missing wall is just a window. It's a feature. I don't understand what happened here. And then like next to the wall where you can see like all the fucking plank slat things, like there's wallpaper that's just like ripped off and like hanging. Like what? I am aghast. Like I want to apologize to my dad for sending him here. This is like an asylum. Jesus Christ. The walls were speaking to them. Okay, this sliding door also has like a cat door on it. There were pets living here? Those poor fucking animals, dude. Oh, no, don't. Oh, they opened the closet and it's just like a mountain of trash. It's not even organized, dude. Oh, this is so sad. Oh, this is so sad. Yeah, no fucking wonder that guy was like, yeah, this isn't working out. I'm gonna have to sell the house. And people have no respect for anything anymore, Kirsche. Like, if someone in my family bought my house so I could still have a place to live, like, the least I could fucking do is not turn it into a crack den, man. Well, I've lived in my place for a long fucking time, and like most of the damage that's here was here when we moved in. Like they didn't replace our kitchen linoleum or our bathroom linoleum, so it was stained, and Tim was like, I don't want to deal with it. We have like 3 electrical outlets that don't work, and Tim was like, yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want people in the house. And then like the mold thing was like, I wanted that fixed. That's like the one thing I can think of. Like our faucets were dripping and I was like, we should call maintenance, and Tim was like, no, I'll fix it myself. And then it didn't get fixed and now I'm dying. Wish we could see I wish I could show you the crack den. It is absurd, man. Hey, there's an old farmhouse in the forest. It houses sheep. Blue Mew, thank you for the 5, asking Kirdad to build a streamer shed in the backyard. Looking much better with every word. Unfortunately, when my dad did have a house, he had to sell it after he got a divorce because he could no longer afford the mortgage on it. So he lives in a condo now that they're renting. The meth motel is fancy. He lived in the house before the family member bought it. No, the guy that bought it didn't live in the house at all. He doesn't even live in the state. He lives in like a different, like, I think he lives in Connecticut or some shit, my real estate agent said. He literally just bought it as a favor to the family member. Was there a basement? There was a basement, but it was made out of, a felled stone and crushed rock. And it was also a very, very tiny basement, like not tall enough to stand up in. Sight unseen before and after. That is crazy. A favor, that dude got fucked. Yeah, I'd be pissed, man. And like, he's trying to sell it for more than what he bought it for from the bank when it was foreclosed on. Because obviously the people living here weren't paying rent. The foreclosure makes a lot of sense, right? They weren't paying their fucking mortgage. But like, he's probably not even gonna get as much as what he paid when he bought it. Like, there's no way. Am I still looking to buy it after that? No, that's way too much work for my wallet, right? Like, if it was just painting and rebuilding the garage, I could do with that expenses. But like, this is not in my fucking tax bracket, man. That's dangerous. Your aunt had that happen with your grandpa. Never saw hide nor hair of him again, and your aunt was on the hook for a house that he destroyed. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's got worse and worse the more you looked at it. It did. That's a whole rebuild. It might as fucking well be. Like, I just feel like you'd be better off tearing it down and rebuilding. Thank God it's not like a historical house. Thank God it's an ugly as fuck piece of shit house, because otherwise I'd feel bad. It sounds like a burn it down type of job. Oh my God. Can't post pics due to privacy concerns. Yeah, this is way too close to where my family lives. Like, I cannot show pictures of this house. In April, we'll see the Switch 2. Needs reflooring, rewiring, walls, plumbing. Yeah, it's insane, dude. A good place for an insurance fire. Maybe that's what he's gonna have to do, because there's no way he's selling it for the price that he wants. Like, just absolutely not. And like, the town that I was looking in, like, or not the town that I was looking, but the town that this house is in, the next cheapest property to this, like, crack den is $800,000. Could start a house renovation YouTube channel if I bought the house. I mean, I could, but, you know, I'm not a house renovation channel, so that probably wouldn't make too much off the bat, you know? This isn't a house, it's an insurance scam waiting to happen. The swanky crack den. Yeah, that's so much. Why? The last house that sold in this town was a couple of months ago, and it sold for $1.35 million. This is not a shitty town. So the fact that this house was so cheap, I was like, hell yeah, I'll do a little bit of work because it's in a good place. This is not a little bit of work though. This is how these people did not belong in this town. This guy doing his family members a favor. I don't know how they afforded this house, but it's no fucking wonder they got foreclosed on. These were not people who belonged in that town, dude. Our crack house is more than double the price of regular houses here in DK. I don't know what DK is. There are homes in Miami cheap. Unironically, I could afford a house in Miami Beach, literally beachfront Miami home, and it would be cheaper than any of the houses I've looked at in New England, minus the crack sheds. Damn, houses are up in your area. New Hampshire, 600K at most, 300K at minimum before looking at mobile homes. Bro. It's like southern New Hampshire, like when you start going more north than Manchester, things get really fucking cheap. And even in Manchester itself, some of the houses in fucking Manch Vegas are really cheap because Manch Vegas has some not so great areas. But like anything south of Manchester is gonna be like a minimum of 600,000. I've seen a couple that were like 449, 500K, but those were like 700 square foot, one bed, one bath, like 2,000 square foot lot. You know, like little tiny fucking hovels, right? You can get a mansion in Dallas cheaper than that. It's fucking rough, man. Chaotic hell even? Chaotic hell even, like the bread. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. I forgot my alerts were off. Forgot my alerts were off because I was ranting earlier. You're increasingly believing New England isn't a real place. These numbers are dangerously retarded. Yeah, it's fucking rough. Yeah, the dump would make a great hideout for loitering teenagers. I would be willing to bet that it was like a single mom and her like abusive boyfriend and like whatever age their kid was. That's what the house is telling me. You sold your home to be somewhere cheaper. You can't imagine paying more than 250K for a home. 250K will barely buy you like a fucking single wide trailer in current year. New England is for rich people. I'm not a rich people, but I want to live near family. At this rate, it may be cheaper to move your entire family somewhere nice in Texas. Unironically, probably, dude. Fucking probably. Someone in the Heartland, these numbers sound like mental illness. Yeah, it's pretty, like, if I go to my fucking house tab, where's my house tab? Or my house window, rather. I can't remember what window has all of my houses in it. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Just live in cheaper states. Look, man. Look, man. Is it this one? Still wishing me the best of luck. I hope I can find something realistic. Like, I was looking into maybe renting, but like... rent for places that had like 1-star reviews was about like, you know, 2,000, like 1,800 maybe. And I was like, that's still more than what I'm paying right now, but like, that seems reasonable. And then I look at the reviews and I look at the state of the apartment complex and like, goddamn, that's terrible. And then I look at like real apartment complexes and the cheapest you're going to be paying is $3,000 a month if you want to live in like North Shore, Massachusetts or Southern New Hampshire. You hope the house subplot ends well. I hope it ends well, and I hope it ends soon. Because I do not wish to live in the mold hovel. Where the fuck is my house tab? Usually I'm smart and I leave the house tab on a house so I know which one it is. But apparently I'm retarded. The work is done. Time for yacht maxing. Hell yeah. Alaska properties are ridiculous as well. You can't get a crack shed for less than 200. I actually almost considered Alaska because Alaska's housing is cheap as fuck. There was a really fucking beautiful Victorian in Alaska that was like only about 550,000. It had barely any yard. Like it was, I think, 0.20 acre. So it was like, it was small, but it wasn't like New England small. And I was like, this, like the inside of this house was fucking beautiful. Like it was so amazing. I was questioning my life choices, chat, for Alaska because the inside of this house was so fucking perfect. Like if I look at recent edition houses here in New Hampshire, recently posted, what do we got? We got 799,000, we got 859,000, we got a 624, that's kind of on the cheap end. A 729, 997, 1,030,000, 639. It's kind of fucking wild. That's cheaper than Mass though. If I go to Mass, I go over to Massachusetts here. Massachusetts, we got 1.3 million, another 1.3 million, 2.5 million, another 2.5 million, 850,000, 929,000, 3.9 million, 2.3 million, 2.8 million, 2 million, 1.2 million, 1.5 million, 3.5 million, 1 million, 2 million, 900,000, another 900,000, 2,094,000, 1,649,000, 2,450,000. Oh, we got an 899,000 one. That's pretty cheap in comparison. Oh, we got a $658,000 one. What's wrong with this one? What's wrong with this home that it's so fucking cheap? It even has like a yard. Looks like it has half an acre. What's wrong with this home? That makes me question things. That's not cheap enough for me to buy it as a temporary residence, but that's still pretty fucking cheap by fucking New England standards. 1.4 million, 1.4 million again, 1,050,000. We got 735,000, 2.2 million, 1.8 million, 1.4 million, 1.8 million, 2.5 million, 4 million. Do you get the point, chat? Do you see what I'm dealing with? Duende infestation. Yeah, just a cool millie, nothing big, man. North of Manchester, e.g. Concord or Laconia, isn't that far from Boston. Consider how often you visit in reality. Also, if you have a spare room, you can stay over. Laconia would be like one of the only places I consider north of Manchester, because Laconia has some beautiful Victorian properties as well. Laconia properties sell really fucking fast is the problem. They sell really fucking fast, and the last few homes in Laconia that were on sale were still about 600,000-700,000, and they needed a lot of work. They needed a lot of work. Just because it's a good value doesn't mean it's good for you. What's the price per square footage on these? These prices are ludicrous, but if it's 2.5 million for 800 square feet, no, I mean, like let's see. We got 2.4 million for 5.4 thousand square feet. 869,000 for 2.2 thousand square feet, 1.4 million, 2.4 thousand square feet, 4 million is 5.4 thousand square feet, the 2.5 million, 3,900 square feet, 1.8 million, 2,600 square feet, 1.4 million, 3,000 square feet, 1.8 million, 3,800 square feet, 2.1 million, 6,700 square feet. Let's see, the 1,050,000, that's 3,100 square feet. Another 1.4 million, 3,300 square feet. 1.4 million, 4,000 square feet. I'm trying to find the $899,000 one is 2,000 square feet. I was trying to find the cheaper ones. The 658,000 one that I was like, what's wrong with this? That's 2,400 square feet. So it's like they're all roughly in the same area, with like some of the outliers being the giga expensive, like a $3.4 million home for 3.9 thousand square feet. These typically aren't really priced by square feet from what I can tell. They're priced by their location. Like this $3.45 million one is in Newburyport. That's a port city, a lot of waterfront property. This one doesn't look waterfront, but it's still a very expensive historical area to live in. So mansions, New York mansions are like $100,000. I've said that. Dude, seeing like things in New York, not in the city, going for like $200,000 makes me be like, I wish New York wasn't a fucking blue hellhole, man. These numbers are, no offense, what are you gonna do with these? I'm not looking for square footage this high. I was just reading you off prices of houses that were newly listed. These are just the newly listed houses. I can't control what people put up on the market, man. That's not something I can control. Dang, housing is steep in New England. Sounds like PA and New York are better prices. Oh, they definitely are. Like, again, Maine and Vermont are both very affordable places in New England. So if you want to live in Maine or Vermont, those are typically much cheaper than Massachusetts or southern New Hampshire. And then once again, in New Hampshire, if you go north of Manchester, and some places in Manchester are also decently affordable. Wild hearing you echo the same concerns you have being in the same area. Yeah, it's fucking wild, man. That's the way of things in a state run by blue strongholds. Very, very unfortunate. Like, if New York State wasn't a blue hellhole and my taxes wouldn't be even more misappropriated than they already are federally, like, I would heavily consider buying a cheap, like, nice Victorian in the New York countryside. But I just do not want to live in that state, dude. This is why squatters feel like they do nothing wrong. Yeah. Yeah, 200K in New York, where I've shown off multiple large, like 3, 4, 500,000 square, 500,000, 3, 4, 5,000, not 100,000 square foot Victorian mansions in New York for less than $400,000. Like, if you're looking in New York State and you're looking in like northern New York State and you're not looking near New York City, you can find really fucking cheap, really fucking nice houses. New York has incredibly cheap real estate outside of the city. 500K square foot. Yeah, I misspoke. You can only hope the IRS has a short shelf life right now. Absolutely. Pennsylvania has very reasonable. They do. Pennsylvania has very reasonable prices. Pennsylvania, very fucking reasonable from what I've seen. They're cheap because of being legal hellholes. Absolutely. Absolutely, dude. Western New York is great for housing, but you left 6 years ago. Western PA is even cheaper than Eastern PA, and Eastern PA is actually unironically cheap. Kirsche is looking at Buckingham Palace. It's not that I'm looking at Buckingham Palace, but Victorian houses were typically built to be ornate. So Victorian houses, I typically haven't seen one that's like under 2,000 square feet. Like, occasionally you'll find, like, a super, super tiny one at, like, 1,100 square feet, but those are, like, in South Carolina or somewhere in Virginia, somewhere in Kentucky. I haven't seen ones those small in Mass or New Hampshire yet. Derry, New Hampshire is a little cheaper in southern New Hampshire. Yeah, I've looked at a couple of houses in Derry, but it's like, I want a Victorian. And if I'm not going to buy a Victorian, I don't want to spend... like the time in debt, right? Because I'm going to be going into debt for this. I don't have cash. I'd be taking out a mortgage. I don't want to buy like a $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 home that's not going to be a permanent home, right? So like those are not starter home prices. And so I'm in this like really fucking rough situation where it's just like, I need to get out of my apartment. So I need something that's like cheap and affordable, but nothing is cheap and affordable in this area. If you win the lotto tonight, you'll buy me a Victorian. Derry has problems with clowns. Here, I'm moving to Martha's Vineyard. Say hi to the Obamas. I could not afford to live in Martha's Vineyard. Derry as in Pennywise? Maybe? Question mark? New York would be a great state if it wasn't for the giant tumor on the southern tip. Ryan, thank you for the 2. You paid $195K for your house and it has a 30-foot ceiling. Jesus Christ. Derry is hell, but what about Londonderry? Maybe you should learn stocks for extra money. I would love to. I would love to. That's Derry, Maine. Anywhere in New York State outside of NYC is fine. Yeah, but you still have to pay the state taxes. She spent finding her small dream Victorian home. She wouldn't be streaming all this while on 2 platforms. What? I think if you avoid New York City, most of the state is not that much of a hellhole. Yeah, but you're still paying taxes to fund the hellhole. Londonderry is hell squared. More stabbings like in London? Oh no. Housing in Bucks County, PA, red leaning, have their houses around 500K for good houses. Yeah, like you can find like nice houses for like 300-400K in Pennsylvania, which is like affordable in comparison to what I'm looking at. But like maybe after rattling off some of those prices for the newly listed homes, you guys kind of understand my stress and feeling black-pilled over the housing situation.
Munya.
Maybe you'll go a little further away from the family to get something affordable until I find the house I really want, like a nice Victorian closer. I mean, maybe, but then I would still run into the issue of like, if I'm not close to my family and the friend that I had that was going to move in with me can no longer move in with me, I would be completely on my own. 10% of people in your city own 90% of the real estate. So they can just keep the price inflation up and also the rent inflation. This is another thing that like baffles my brain. Because like these houses that I've rattled off these prices for move quickly. Like, it's considered a competitive market in northern Mass and southern New Hampshire. Houses will typically stay on market less than 10 days, which is higher than it used to be. It used to be less than 5 days when I was looking like mid last year. So now they're staying on market slightly longer, but they still last about only a week. And it's like, when you look at the median income in these towns, you'll see like $70,000 a year, $100,000 a year. $40,000 a year. And I'm like, how the fuck are people affording these houses in these areas when the median income is so fucking low? Like if these people move in, that would jack up the median income, would it not? Like, I'm sure there are some old people, like my grandparents, who have been living there for like 50, 60 years that probably drive down the median. But like, this just doesn't make sense to me. 10 days is insane. Yeah, it's insane. The median family income is like 120K. The median house is 2.5 million. Like how? The math ain't mathing to my brain, man. Could always go cheap and try to live in the areas with the Amish in Pennsylvania. It's like, I wouldn't mind. If I had someone that like I could ask to live with me, I'd like get like, you know, just a small fucking cute house that maybe needs a little bit of work. I could renovate and then sell when I do find my Victorian somewhere in Pennsylvania, right? Like, I wouldn't mind. I would hate to be away from my family longer, especially because my grandparents are up there in age, and that's a big reason I want to move back. But it's like, if that's all I can afford, I might have to consider it. It's just fucking obnoxious. It's got to be a bubble or something. I mean, the house prices in DC are going down, and I'm hoping that will, you know, ripple effect up to New England. You thought the houses where you live were expensive? I talk all the time about how expensive housing is in New England. I don't know what people thought I meant when I said expensive, but like, when 99% of the available stock being put on market is over $1 million. That's just insanity, dude. So like, again, obviously I've been prioritizing southern New Hampshire because not only is it better tax-wise, but it's also far cheaper than Massachusetts. But like, everything is just so insanely expensive. Rent inflation, diversity hire apartment managers trying to install Comcast Wi-Fi and have every tenant pay 15 USD in addition to the rent. I just had the issue where like my management company went behind our backs and contacted our like internet and phone and cable companies and whatnot, and they started paying a portion of like the bill from the internet companies and shit. But when they went and did that behind our backs, they also changed our plan. So like that whole time that I was like dealing with so many red squares and constant crashes last year, it was because my apartment managers called Comcast and were like, we're now paying part of our tenant's bill. And I guess when they saw like what our internet package was, they were like, oh, that's too expensive. We're gonna run that down since we're paying part of it. But it's like, why did no one contact me? Why did Comcast not reach out? Why did the managers not reach out? How are they fucking allowed to do that legally? That's fucked up. That sounds illegal. Yeah, I was fucking pissed, man. And she was fired 5 times from different jobs. Oops. That was like, I was so mad because that was fucking up my ability to work and my ability to earn an income. And I had no idea that they did that. Sounds illegal as shit. Like, I don't know how that's allowed, dude. Living in DC is very much where the wind blows every 4 to 8 years. Your life could become miserable. Curious if the current administration can force all land sold to foreign powers be revoked. God, I would love that. I think Australia just instituted a thing where foreign corporations can no longer buy land in the country. Like, I would love to see something like that here. Have issues with the building management companies. It's shitty. They're so shitty. They're so shitty. Like, our previous management company was bad, but it wasn't as bad as the management company that took over like 3 or 4 years ago. And like when this company took over, like all of the changes they kept doing made no fucking sense. Like they're just absolutely fucking wilding out of their minds, and they keep doing things that nobody wants or cares for. Like, how about you replace the dog bags that have been empty for years now instead of spending thousands of dollars on green electric bicycles that nobody can even fucking use because you can't take them off the complex property. Like, fuck your tax breaks, dude. Like, what are you doing? I will never forget, like, the one time Tim dealt with anything. He was fucking like, I was so mad at the apartment complex. Like, I looked up who owns them. And Kirsche, why is it always them? And I was like, Tim, you can't do that! The government can do whatever it wants. Trump is considering taking back Chinese-owned farmland. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. You can't buy property in Mexico, but we were paying taxes for Biden to give homes to illegals. Like, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. 2022, buying a $350K house turned into a $1 million investment when everything was calculated, from assigning the mortgage to paying it off. The housing inflation, like the prices of houses, especially in the area I'm looking at, basically fucking doubled from like 2020 to now. Like it is insane. Like there's no way all of these houses unironically actually doubled in value. Like that's bubbly as fuck, dude. And there's a reason why they dominate the worst landlord scoreboard. I mean, you've heard politicians in Missouri talking about stopping the sale of farmland to China. Hopefully they're following through with that. If China owns a lot of the farmland, I wonder if that's partially responsible for a lot of these food shortages and the like recalls on stuff that's got shit in it. Yeah, there's a fucking tinfoiling over here, man. I wonder how prices for houses in Portland, Maine. I'm not sure about Portland. I mean, Portland's a big city in Maine, so it's obviously going to be more expensive than anywhere else. You were going to move out in 2021, and then the prices kept increasing over and over. Yeah, people are just like, oh, well, you're just going to have to get used to it. 7% is the new mortgage rate from here on out. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? You fucking kidding me? All these people who could afford houses got like a 2% mortgage rate a couple of years ago, and you're telling me 7% is the new fucking normal? That ain't going to come down at all? Fucking fuck you, buddy. If not China actively sabotaging, then Bill Gates. It's not that their value went up, it's that we printed 1/3 of all dollars that ever existed in the last 5 years. Why the fuck did we do that? Maine governor got blown the fuck out by Trump today? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Let me get off my fucking... my window for the bullshit. Let me find my tangent tabs again. Where are my tangent tabs here?
Ah, no. Ah, no.
Oh yeah, there was a weird thing with Amazon. A little weird thing with Amazon here. Let's read this really quick. Let me make sure I'm on the right fucking window here. Ex-Amazon Gaming VP said that they failed to compete with Steam despite spending loads of time and money. We were at least 250 times bigger. We tried everything, but ultimately, Goliath lost. Fucking Gaben does nothing, keeps winning. All these companies spending millions of dollars not understanding that maybe if you're a little bit nice to your consumers, things will be grand. Hail Lord Gaben. This is Ethan Evans, retired Amazon VP, a LinkedIn top voice. As VP of Prime Gaming at Amazon, we failed multiple times to disrupt the game platform Steam. We were at least 250 times bigger, and we tried everything, but ultimately, Goliath lost. Here's why. I have a feeling we're about to read this, and none of this is going to be rooted in reality. This was erotic to read. You love how much dumbass investors and execs can't fucking know how Steam wins? It's insane. I love just how out of touch they are. How does Gaben keep winning? The 15-plus year-long attempt to challenge Steam started before I was vice president of Prime Gaming, but we never cracked the code, not under my leadership or anyone else's. The first way we tried to enter the online game store market was through acquisition. We acquired Reflexive Entertainment, a small PC game store, and tried to scale it. It went nowhere. I've never even heard of that, dude. Then, after buying Twitch, we created our own PC game store. Our assumption was that gamers would naturally buy from us because they were already using Twitch. Wrong. As someone who's been streaming on Twitch for like 6 years now, Twitch has a game store? Like, you can buy games off of Twitch? That's a thing? Is that something you can do? They had a PC game. Like, I don't even remember that existing. I know Prime gave you free games, but I didn't know you could buy games. What the fuck? You had no idea. You remember the Twitch launcher? Since when? Steam is an immovable rod. It's called Luna. You're happy to see the free game downloads redeemable on GOG? Steam has been around since 2003, so they aren't going anywhere. I mean, they're not a bad platform either. Like, people always want to be like, oh, but they charge developers too much. It's like, yeah, because they're incredibly fucking consumer friendly, man. And Epic reeled in developers with like, oh, we'll take less of your cut than Steam, but no one fucking wants to use the Epic Games Launcher. So any game that launches on Epic Games Launcher as an exclusive is going to experience like a year or two of dead sales before they finally release on Steam and have actual fucking momentum. Like, your Steam account is 22 years old. I lost the login to my original Steam account, but I'm pretty sure my current Steam account's from like 2012 or some shit. I don't remember how old my account is. View my profile. I probably get a badge on here that tells me, right? Probably got like a badge that tells me. Yeah, 14 years of service. 2010 is when I made my Steam account. Your Steam is ancient. Epic rolled in shit or mediocre games that didn't pick up sales. Help. You refuse to use the Epic launcher? Yeah, when I was playing Quine Bobs on the Epic launcher, I was like, I know how you guys feel about it, but I don't have any other choice. There's no other way to play the Quine Bobs right now. It's really funny how Epic tried to force a duopoly and still has not had a single profitable year. They try to give away like free games too, and that doesn't even encourage. Like, people will log in, claim the free game, and then just log out again. They're like, I'll play it eventually, maybe. I don't know. Like, nobody likes the Epic launcher, man. Reminder to never cuck. Don't use Epic. Don't buy games over $60. Epic didn't have a shopping cart for over a year. And like navigating their shop and like your profile stuff is a fucking nightmare. I hate it. Steam is so easy to use. You only have an Epic Games account because it gave you, or I gave you a free code for Predecessor, and you still resent me for that. I played Prem de Semser on the Epic Game Store as well, because that's where all the like creator stuff was. Your Steam account is 20 years old. Jesus. Free is too expensive for Epic Games. I had no idea that you could buy PC games on Twitch. I knew that Twitch was not profitable for Amazon, but like... Finally, we built Luna. Okay, so there's something outside of Luna that was the PC game store on Twitch, and then Luna was after that. We built Luna, a game streaming service that let people play without a high-end PC. I'm a little confused. Because I don't know how well that's going to work, right? That's why it failed. If not to pour shame, but if people can't buy high-end PCs for their hobby that is gaming, and you make a platform that caters only to those people and not be inclusive of the people who can afford higher-end PCs, your platform is probably not going to make that much money, because the people using it cannot afford to spend that much money. Apparently Luna was one of the best streaming platforms. Apparently it didn't work out very well. You never use your Epic Games app because it literally erased your account about a year ago and you had to make a new one. What the fuck? You can't buy a PC, buy a console like the rest of the poors. It's like, I'm not saying to not be inclusive of the people with like potato PCs, right? But that's more on like the game you're playing. You tried OnLive when it first happened, you have way higher down up than was required, and it still sucked ass. Oh, fucking built Luna, a game streaming service that let people play without a high-end PC. Around the same time, Google tried the same thing with their product Stadia. Neither gained significant traction. At least I've heard of Stadia. I've never heard of Luna. So Google has that going for them. The whole time, Steam dominated despite being a relatively small company compared to Amazon and Google. That's because, unlike Amazon and Google, Steam is actually friendly to their customers in a way, you know? 12 years of Steam. Does anyone here remember OnLive? I don't. The mistake was that we underestimated what made consumers use Steam. It was a store, a social network, a library, and a trophy case all in one. And it worked well. At Amazon, we assumed that size and visibility would be enough to attract customers, but we underestimated the power of existing user habits. We never validated our core assumptions before investing heavily in solutions. The truth is that gamers already had the solution to their problems, and they weren't going to switch platforms just because a new one was available. Not only that, but gamers hate having many platforms. Like, there are so many complaints about, like, I just wish this was on Steam. I'm tired of having so many standalone launchers. And even within Steam, when you launch certain games, people are like, I'm sick of launching it through Steam and getting hit with the Rockstar launcher or the fucking, 2K launcher or the EA launcher, right? Like, nobody wants to deal with these. The Ubisoft launcher, yeah, we want everything in one place. Uplay, can't forget that crap. Dude, that was such a fucking scuffed thing to have to deal with when I was playing Blood Dragon. Fuck off, Ubisoft. Your Steam account's 13 years old, you have like 200 games in your library, not getting something new just to break up your library more. Having to log into Microsoft and then your game accounts. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. We needed to build something dramatically better, but we failed to do so. And we needed to validate our assumptions about our customers before starting to build. But we never really did that either. Just because you're big enough to build something doesn't mean people will use it. And I think this is really funny as well, because they were just like, oh, gamers are fucking retards who will buy any kind of slop we put in front of them. So we didn't even take the time to validate our assumptions. We just assumed they would come because we're giving them slop and that's what they like. Like there weren't 8 other launchers before Amazon even tried. We hate them like Kirsche hates us. Jesus Christ. Reminder that since Uplay shut down for PS3 and 360 games, all of those games' online functions got irreversibly fucked. Oh no. They're so close and yet they still can't grasp it. Like, usually Monopoly bad, but Steam hasn't become like a dark agent fucking over consumers as of this point. Oh, we didn't take time to make something good. What happened? Help. It's the same exact mistakes they made with New World, but in the form of a storefront. I loved watching New World crash and burn. Because, like, as someone who had played games that were published by Amazon, I was like, there's no way they can make a game by themselves that's going to be good. And lo and behold, not only was the game not good, but it suffered from technical problems that the Korean spaghetti-coated Terra suffered from 10 fucking years earlier. I was like, how do you fucking manage to have the same exact bugs as a 10-year-old game? Like, when you would go into, like, the mass scale, like, Guild War shit, sometimes you would get hit with lag so bad, all of the character models would T-pose, and you couldn't tell where any of the skills were coming from. It was just, like, T-posing models and no animations, and it's like, this was something Terra suffered from when they introduced, the fucking, like, Nexus Rift things. And eventually they took them out because they realized, oh, we actually can't do that. Amazon can make things with a good start and then gloriously fuck it up like they did with The Witcher. 10? Isn't Terra older than 10? Not at the time when New World came out. Speaking of Windows, you really hope Valve competes with SteamOS and wins? You hate Windows? It feels more like a bastardized Mac OS? Oh my god. That's network replication magic stuff. It's just, it's nice to see giant shitty organizations losing to Gaben, who does nothing. He does nothing and he still wins. No, let's do some thankies here so I don't get too fucking behind. I don't get too fucking crazy behind here. Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 351. Your biggest takeaway from this is that Valve and Steam is screwed if Lord Gaben dies. Oh, absolutely. I believe that as soon as he, like, gives up ownership or dies, the people that come in are immediately going to start putting in shitty fucking practices that fuck over consumers. And it's gonna be so fucking over, dude. Like, Gaben, please. Please live forever. Win 11 is awful, you agree? Bring back Win 7. Win 7 is amazing. Fucking Win 7 was best, dude. Yeah, as soon as he's out, the replacement decides to sell, it's over. Yeah. Boycott Warhammer, thank you for the 1263. Back in your day when you were a lad, you used to put a disc in your computer or console and either installed and then played it or booted the console. It just worked. No updates, no launcher, simple as. There's nothing worse than, like, turning on, like, the PS3 or the PS4 and being hit with the, oh, we need to update. It's like, why, man? On PC, I can just keep delaying the update inevitably. Or indefinitely is the word I wanted, actually. My brain, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just delay that shit forever. Gaben's gonna DRM kill switch. Clan, thank you for the 701. It worked well. Key goddamn words right there. A contracted hat salesman, thank you for the 5.
Uh-oh, Stadians.
Cole ZR, thank you for the 5. Hell, you don't buy games from Steam that much. You find deals on third-party key vendors. You got Monster Hunter Wild for $15 cheaper outside of Steam. Yeah, I mean, if I can find something cheaper off Steam, I'll buy the key instead, man. But, like, Steam also has tons of fucking sales, so it's already cheap. Bike Short Senpai, thank you for the 2. Wait, Quine Bobs is on Steam now? Quine Bobs has been on Steam since, like, June of last year. Where the fuck have you been? Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. You hate how tech bros use the term disrupt as a synonym for change. To the dormy, disrupt implies destruction or hindrance of service. Yeah, the fucking commies also use it. It's very disheartening. Just be careful buying keys off of Steam. Lots of credit card fraud. Oh no. Black Cunt, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you. Commander Blaze, thank you for the 5. You can afford a better home right now. Starter home is only for low wage. You just have to sell it when ready. You could sell 15% up almost immediately. I don't know what you mean by this. I don't know. I'm like priced out of most of the homes that should be in my price bracket if we were like 5 years ago. You wish Xbox and PlayStation would have sales on the scale of Steam? Same. Ryan, thank you for the 2. We paid... Oh, I already read that one. Thank you again. That was your house. Doc Clement, thank you for the 10. For the inevitable Alaskan Ice Palace Fund. You're a white fox, after all. Alaska's way too far. It's not an actual real consideration. It was just that one house I saw was so fucking beautiful, and for what it was, the price was just an insane, like, once in a lifetime fucking, you're not gonna find that elsewhere, dude. Oh my god. Dude, that would be cool. Was it time you could build a home like a Gundam kit? Yeah, the Sears catalog, man. The Good Doctor, thank you for the year, fucking subby bubby. Thank you for the year here, my dude. A Brave SJ, speaking of, thank you for the year of member on the YouTubes. Thank you. Hope I find a New England crack house that I can turn into a New England crack home soon. Thank you. It's about all I'm gonna be able to afford at this point, man. Those prices aren't coming down fast enough. What the fuck, Lala, thank you for the 10. At Contentious State House panel, Abenaki leaders urge lawmakers to consider recognition of Vermont group. Can't seem to find the live stream, so you leave me with this random info.
What?
Camper Guy 2017, thank you for the $4.99. Have ever been to North Conway? It's beautiful. It is beautiful. North Conway is beautiful. Jonah Hex, thank you for the 2. Move out west, be a cowgirl. Why live in cities? I'm not even looking at cities, man. I'm not trying to be an urbanite. Cancer is humor, thank you for the 17 months of Peru. The dump would make a great hideout for loitering teenagers. Thanks, I hate it. FCC photo, thank you for the 2. Pipes froze Monday night, not thawed yet. You gotta drip your pipes! When there's gonna be a dangerous freeze, you gotta remember to drip your pipes, baby. Don't let them freeze, that's bad. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 5. Asking Kirdad to build a streamer shed. Oh, I read that one earlier, thank you again. Spocky, thank you for the 87 cents. Considering the height of the basement, this might have been a goblin nest. Crackhead gamer goblins. We figured that out. We found the fucking punch holes in the wall behind the TV, man. You got a dripping pipe for me, right? Jesus Christ. McFly, thank you for the 5. Describing things without showing the pics is blue balling my inner craftsman. It's giving me an eye twitch. I'm a cruel dominatrix. I'm sorry. I hate describing things without showing them on screen, but like, I was just so mad at that house. I wasn't gonna be able to wait till later. And it's in an area where I realistically could not show it on stream. The Rock Boss, thank you for the 8-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. T1S, thank you for the 10. Didn't know until recently about your special link you for Crime Bob, so unfortunately, didn't use it when you bought the game. So have the Supa instead, Twitty Fox Lady, for the house fun. Thank you. I'll link you, T1S, for the 10. I do have a special little link you for the Crime Bobs, so if you have not purchased it and you would like to, I would appreciate you using my special little link you. It does not have all of the DLC on it as of right now, but hopefully we can convince 505 to put them all on there eventually. Sour Atoll Times, thank you for the 200 biddies. Maryland is also pretty fucking bad these days. Your friend is staying in an apartment that's the basement of a real house, and they're still charging him like $14K a month. I think you got the number wrong. Cause like, 14K a month, like if you had said mortgage and it was a full fucking house, I'd be like, yeah, maybe, but no, I don't believe that. Probably 1.4K. Maybe he forgot the period. Maybe he meant 1.4K. He just forgot the decimal point. A 1.4K for a basement is also insane, yeah? But, that's pretty much in line where if you're renting a room anywhere in Massachusetts, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, this 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment here for rent, you know, like $1,400, and you're like, ew, that's actually affordable. And then you read the description and they're like, college guy looking for roommate, and it's like, fuck you, buddy. And the houses are cheap in Baltimore if you don't mind the crime. Noob Nut, thank you for the $4.99. How about north of Concord? I do not want to go north of Concord. It's more affordable, but it's too far for where I want to be. Spocky, thank you for the 87 cents. Chances are you'll only find a different flavor of mold in that death trap. Do not redeem that death trap house, dude. No clip through, thank you for the 5-month member. Your professional home fixer guy. This is red flags all the way down. Yeah, it was bad. A Tankard, thank you for the 10. Insta-Hot is a unit that heats it on demand, but a hot water heater has a tank. So is there a need for both? I've only ever like heard of people talking about tanks. So is like the Insta-Hot something new? Is that something new? A lot of small apartments in Maryland start at 2K. Jesus. The street rat life in New York. Should check property in Florida between New Smyrna and Scottsmore. Everything from beach, plantation houses, ranches. I hate ranches. I think ranches are ugly. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 5. Late Gang, thank goodness for the playback function. You started from the beginning, watching at 2x speed. Welcome. Low speed, boot. Thank you for the 20. Worked an 11-hour shift Wednesday. You're off early today. All the more foxu for me. Serenade me with your tangents while I bob some quimes. Pakistani National, thank you for the 351. Did I see Japan told the UN to get fucked? I did. I did see them tell the UN to get fucked. Good on Japan. Good on fucking Japan. Scooter, thank you for the 10. Hello, Foxwife. Don't understand why fools have such an issue with you. It's not like your takes are as hot as Chernobyl reactor number 4. Got on April 25th, 1986 at 1:23:45. Love you, buddy. That's very specific. Ooh, my neck. That's very fucking specific, my guy. And also, yeah, I don't know. Fucking retards be crazy. Arcane Green Moon, thank you for the 5. How dare you be such a radiant soul? Go thrill yourself with joy, you dazzling piece of brilliance. I want tanzanite. Instant hot water heater does not have a hot water heater tank. That's so weird to me. What about Ram Ranch? No. Having a real estate agent is a kind of must if you want to find a place in Mass. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You live in Springfield, the blue hellhole is destroying us. Springfield is like one of the more affordable places in Mass as well, because it's like super west, and who the fuck wants to live there? Like, no offense. But like, I've never seen anyone talk about Western Mass, and the only time it's ever mentioned is like, I don't know what happens there. College kids, basically. It's weird. It's like a 12 by 13 size box, but it does the job. That is weird. Springfield is the boonies. They have an airport. They're not that boony. Japan no longer pays for UN women's equality stuff. Yeah, it's great. Springfield makes you think of Springfield Armory, which should be based, but all you've ever seen of Springfield is tons of homeless. I've only ever been to Springfield once, and it was because for whatever reason a flight that I was taking at some point was cheaper. Going out of Springfield, or returning to Springfield, then returning to Boston. I do not remember why. Bonk you if you must, but you remain hard. What the fuck? Do not the Kirsche in this. Do not the Kirsche anywhere, man. No offense taken, Lady Kirsche. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Sour at all times. Okay, I can read that now. Thank you for the 250 biddies. Genocide has become such a retarded buzzword with these people. Genuinely, it doesn't even make your eyes pop anymore. Yeah, I read genocide and I'm just like, did they even get murder-rated? I don't know. I'll have to go back and read news articles from 2017. Samuel 191194, thank you for the gift sub to Aziz Neway. Thank you. Doyson, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Zeros Squiggles, thank you for the prune. Enraged Hippos, thank you for the 8-month resub. Almost your barb day. It's almost time to get born, dude. Help. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 100 biddies. You were diagnosed as an adult. It was missed because you were home educated. Oh, see, makes sense. Sour at all times, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy, thank you. Anthony, thank you for the 10. It is not entirely uncommon for a soldier in active combat to get someone else's blood on them, and the people we've been fighting for the past 20 years don't typically test or care about things like AIDS. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a very lot of sense. Any luck on looking for an apartment or somewhere until I get out of the shithole that I'm living in the moment? Nope. No, I don't really want to pay $3,000 a month for rent, so... The Randman, thank you for the 27-month resub. As a Californian, you disavow the degenerate plague spreaders and gun haters. Glad to have the real Foxu news to lift your morale in this hellscape. Hell yeah. Anthony! I want to replay that. Can I turn on my alerts? We need the butter dog, man. Can I turn this on? Can I turn this on? And then we can play the butter dog. I need the butter dog. It makes me happy. It makes me... Oh. We got dicks first? Have I considered a condo? Yes, condos are not any cheaper, actually, unfortunately.
Oh my god.
I'm loving this. Thank you, Dressed Glass, for the fucking 2,000 dick biddies. Thank you.
Thank you. I looked at condos and condominiums. My ex that I lived with for 4 years, he had a condominium that his father had bought when he was born as an investment, so he didn't even have to pay like real rent. He paid like rent to his father, who then put it in a savings account for him. And so I looked at like the tower that he lived in, because I was like, surely, even if it's like upper class nice area and nice apartments inside this condominium tower, surely it would be cheaper than an actual house, because it's not a house. $750,000 for the cheapest units. So I was like, okay, all right, okay. You live in a condominium, it sucks. Yeah, I was like, all right, I'm just, that idea's out the window. Fucking clueless. We need a way to swap you to Butter Kirsche when Butter Dog is playing. That's a completely different program, unfortunately. The so-called Rohingya were the aggressors and not treated worse by the military than anybody else opposing them. That's what I thought was happening, right? But like, I cannot remember it. I don't like saying something that could be fucking wrong, right? Condos have HOAs and fuck HOAs. You're paying for privacy and mobility if you're buying a condo. You bet the security there is bonkers. So the like actual condos, so like the actual like separated house thing. So there's like multiple condominium towers, and then there's like the actual condos. And the condos are like all by themselves off on like a side. And then the condominium towers, you have like key fobs. So you have your key fobs that if you live there, that's the way you like get in and out. So like even delivery people can't get in.
The butter dog, put the butter on the dog, butter dog, dog with the butter dog, put the butter on the dog, butter dog, dog with the butter dog, put the butter on the dog, butter dog. I love the butter dog.
Have a fresh butter dog.
Oh, it's fresh and hotly buttered. Oh, thank you, Insolent, for the fresh, hot, buttered dog in my area. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Insolent. Red Ghost, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You liked the clip where the butter dog was in the Times Square and I see it and laugh? That was so fucking amazing. That was amazing. You guys are beautiful for that kind of thing, dude. Oh my god, I lost my mind.
Oh my god.
I'm loving this. Thank you, Cataclystia, for the 1.5k dick bitties, my guy. Thank you for the dick bits.
Thank you. Oh. Put the butter on the dog. Butter dog.
We're buttered the dogs. We're buttering so many fucking dogs out here, chat. They're getting buttered out of their goddamn mind. The spider
We are
god.
living on a precipice of history that could almost be considered a turn of an era. I just hope the turn of the era leads to the glory and freedom of space and not the sand and caves of a nuclear wasteland from one uppity fuck making a nuclear waste.
True and real, I agree with you, sir. I also like the word precipice, it's fun to say. Spider God, thank you for the 69 butter doggos, thank you. I am she who controls the butter. Slickfur, thank you for those 10 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Is my shoulder and back getting sorted? Oh boy. I've actually been thinking about how much pain my neck is in right now. Thank you, Slickfur, for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, Mechanist Golden Gift, for the 15 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I know moment. What is this? What is this moonshine thing that I've been sent? What? Oh, is moonshine? I don't know if I could show this model on stream because it's a naked model that's pregnant. Is moonshine making a pregnant model for me? Hold on, wait a minute. What does he mean by the world doesn't deserve my next Kirsche model? Whoa, buddy, making the moonshine. Oh, I can't see, my eyes are watering. A Kirsche. Oh my god, what is moonshine up to? What is this man cooking? Pregnant foxu. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on. Oh, we got a breaking news here. We got breaking news. We get a breaking news. Beep 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 beep. Just now, FBI Director Kash Patel orders around 1,000 agents from the headquarters in Washington, D.C. to be moved to field offices nationwide. This includes 500 agents to Alabama. Yeah, I was gonna say, why is he just moving them around instead of, like, figuring out who he should fire? I don't know, this is kind of interesting. They're gonna stop the incest. I don't know what the game plan is here. Cash be intense, dude. He's got like crazy eyes in this image. I commented on it before when I said it looks like a mugshot. You heard there's a lot of trafficking in some places in the South? Oh, there is, for sure. Making them do their work first and then fire the ones who don't do work? Maybe. Maybe. The incest stops now. Well, then why didn't he send him to New Jersey? What am I missing? Why are 500 FBI agents needed in Huntsville, Alabama? That's a good question. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on. That's interesting. Interesting breaking news. He has the vertically slit pupils of a predatory cat. No, he doesn't. They're fucking circular. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for that gift sub to Meothoracountism. I don't know what that means. Cataclystia, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Oh, thank you. C. Thomas the Peasant, thank you for the 200 biddies. Some peasant pennies for the Foxu. You gotta go, but have yourself a good night. Thank you. Revenant Legion, thank you for the 6-month member, my guy. Thank you for the member. And where's my butter dog to weep way? I wanna wait the dog. I'm trying to find it again. Not an FBI. Are you going to Huntsville too? Thank you for the 318. Can talk. And the new investor group Trump just made a federal accounts payment, or FAP for short. What? The Pakistani National, thank you for the 351. Disband the UN. I don't know if we have the power to do that. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 10-month member. Thank you. It's Tangent Friday, my dudes. A Smith of 11 Herbs and Spices, thank you for the 10. You've only ever been high once, and it felt like... My eyes are dying. Felt like being drunk, but with an insatiable lust for salsa and a mild improvement in your Mario Kart skills. I feel like my ability to play games decreases when I am high, because I'm just like a puddle, man. Like, I can't do anything. Blue Mew 22, thank you for the 5. Here to reiterate your weed immunity. 3 gummies did nothing. The only other explanation is that it was actually just fruit snacks, so you got some shit and scammed. Don't get scammed by the fruit snacks. Now you can get a lot of people to leave just by moving where they work, maybe. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the 199. Personal electric nicotine inhalation system. The penis. I was like... When I was talking about that Lightbringers thing, I didn't even realize that fucking, when I said Grand Elder Lightbringer, the acronym was GELD. Someone pointed that out, and I was like, oh, that's fucking funny. That's how I'm able to both be funny and be a woman at the same time. It's just completely on accident. Huntsville's also a popular target for cyber attacks in the US. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Dad joke level energy. A Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. Addendum, problem is, the synthetic trash is the only thing smoke shops sell around here nowadays. Get RFK to advocate for natural weed again, please. Yeah, it's like, if I'm going to ingest something, I would prefer it to be natural, I guess, you know, than something synthetic. The Lightbringer, like Linkara? Oh, I guess I'll have to show it off. Squoot, thank you for the 5. You had a chocolate bar once that was supposed to be 50 per square, but you thought it was 50 per bar. It was 12 squares. Oh, you had a night. you had a night going on there. God damn. Where is my spoopy movie? Spoopy movie. Here we go, spoopy movie. I will play it for you, chat. Shrimps and prime rib. So, there was like some schizophrenic that replied to a post of mine. I get like little prickly pear here. I apologize to someone because I thought they were like fucking doing the how do you know that Bridge is actually not getting rid of DEI? And I was like, oh boy, it's another one of these fucks. It's another one of these fucking guys. And so, it's like, the person before them was like a 50-50 flip on whether they were taking the piss or like genuinely engaging. So I apologized to that person. I was like, I'm fucking sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't know. I couldn't tell from the way you worded it. When I read your third post, I understood. But I'm sorry, dude. I try to apologize to people if I misinterpret their intent, and especially if I misinterpret it to the point where, like, I think they're being a jackass and they weren't. But one of the schizos replied and was just like, Kirsche's a fucking agent of Lucifer or some shit. Let me find the tweet, because I doubt this person deleted it. Yeah, real schizos don't delete tweets. This one's good. So there was this guy who responded and was like, Kish is a grifter, aiding and abetting the digital antichrist. She's part of Team False Light Deceivers, coined by the brilliant Andrea Lynn. Now, I've never heard of Andrea Lynn. Ex-hospital nurse, anti-establishment, anti-big pharma. Politics is Masonic theater, question everything. And she posted this AI picture. The Jab Father, Captain Brain Chip, and Bait and Switch Bobby are on Team False Light Deceivers. They were chosen to keep you pacified on the plantation, ensuring you never revolt. Your faith in these false prophets reinforces the very system that's working against you. And somehow this has 1.9 thousand likes. Neither extreme is appealing. They're not saviors nor destroyers. It's good to have people like you challenge their intentions, but you're eating bowls of black pills for breakfast. Why do people label the truth as a black pill? That's such a weak cop-out. It's no different than the left calling me a conspiracy theorist for exposing the jabs. Remember, this is just 5D chess, and every step toward tyranny is somehow patriotic. Signed, the Q children, who prefer fairy tales over reality. I don't understand what level of schizophrenia this is. I have no idea what's going. The Q children! We are the Q children! The creators of the false light destroyers! Like, what the fuck is happening? I haven't looked at this lady's profile, so I don't know what else she posts. Matthew 7:15, beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening This is
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Hold the fucking phone! I've had a brain blast, chat! This fucking woman! This fucking quote retweet where I was just like, what even are politics anymore? I was like, why is some fucking mom Citadel graduate emeritus Waffle House waitress, congresswoman representing South Carolina endorsed by Donald Trump, real woman? And she posted, your first mistake was thinking I was one of the sheep. Does this tie into the fucking... Does this tie in with this? Is this connected? What is happening? Congresswoman, say no more. False angel gang. It's just a Bible reference? No, those are not connected. But this lady's talking about the wolves in sheep clothing. And this lady decided to also post, your first mistake was thinking I was one of the sheep. But she's the wolf. Is she on Team False Light Deceivers? Cue the conspiracy map. Wake up, sheeple! The Q children are coming! Inside your post, there are two wolves. Both are unrelated to the other. What does it all mean? I need to fold a paper bill into the Twin Towers being destroyed. But, aside from... I can't even find my fucking tabs anymore. I'm suffering from schizophrenia. I can't even find my tabs anymore. What is her pinned tweet? The satanic elite who control the government aren't going to use obvious morons like Kamala to usher in digital ID, CBDC, and biometric surveillance. Instead, they present a strategically chosen team of deceivers masquerading as freedom fighters, earning the trust of conservatives who would reject these agendas under a Democrat. The puppet masters have perfected the art of deception and remain far ahead of the majority's awareness. Stay vigilant. I don't care who's selling the brain chips. I'm not gonna trust him, man. I don't want the brain chips, baby. Like, Kirsche our dark overlord. Praise her. They're really not smart enough to pull that off. We found a true conspiracy theorist. And I did look at this guy's fucking profile. I looked at this guy's profile at first because I was like, there's no way he's that crazy. And people posted some like screenshots of his craziness. You gotta find where he's not just quote read. Oh, take a good long look. They think our suffering under the boot of MEGA is a fucking joke. I have endured unending harassment from these traitors just by standing up to the lies and bullshit. This is America under the Saturnalia cult. And it's just fucking Sleepy being a cute frog saying, take your meds. Take your meds, schizo. The fucking dynamic between cute chubby frog with gun and schizo having a meltdown, man. Based frog. Oh, I didn't even know he quote retweeted me. I didn't even know this. They treat it as a joke and then harass me for not joining the MEGA Goon Cave. Unfortunately for them, I don't give a fuck. Nothing they can say will ever shield me or my friends from the truth. Truth capitalized, by the way. Please take meds. Literally, what are you going on about? What is happening? Welcome to the Trump train. Okay, all right. The MEGA watching America and the world succumb to an everlasting technocratic dystopia with Dump and Elmo at the helm. All right, this thing is creepy. I'll give the schizo that one. This thing's fucking creepy. They added creepy music because Americans don't know how to feel emotions unless they add music to things, but like even without the America emotional programming, like it's still fucking creepy, right? I would not want to see one of these things patrolling the streets while I'm out at night. These kinds of schizos make sane people who are critical of our greatest ally look like clowns. It's frustrating. I read this one. Like he just like posts like schizo shit all the time, dude. There's a lot of just regular retweets, so it's hard to get into the schizo bastion. I'm also playing a dangerous game. I don't know if he would post like pornographic images, but you know, I found a bunch of his like schizo tweets. A Scratch Point posted some screenshots. I read those off. It came out really well. So if you haven't seen it on Twitter, here you go. Live show, bro.
Soon you and I will become woke. It is as inevitable as the setting of the sun and the slow death of all that is good. Kirsche is a grifter, aiding and abetting the digital Antichrist. She is a part of Team False Light Deceivers, coined by the brilliant Andrea Lynn. Kirsche is a follower of the digital Antichrist and the Saturnalia cult. All of them serve Lucifer. Everything is fake. All is darkness. Woke will always rule this earth. Woke has become the fifth fundamental force of the universe. Woke is God, and woke is forever.
Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I had fun doing that. I felt like a fucking Power Rangers villain, man. I was like, fucking sign me up, dude. I gotta say this shit. 11 out of 10 speech. I was like, I didn't realize that the Saturnalia thing was like referencing that fucking painting that Mayor of XDville made artwork for ages ago, where it's like me ripping off Pippa's ears. I was like, oh yeah, I know that's like Saturn, like eating his brother or some shit. The schizophrenia got layers. Isn't this DMCA-able? Bye-bye ad monies? Ah, man, fucking, I don't know, man. You think Spino or Henry is topping the... You don't think Spino or Henry are topping this anytime soon. I don't think so either. I don't think it's possible to be more schizo than this, man. Kirsche Repulsa. I know. I was fucking Power Rangers villaining out of my mind. Imagining a peasant Kirsche in a cloak spouting a monologue to the protagonist. A moonshine get to work. Oh my god. We did double check the audio. Probably not a problem. Hell yeah. Kirsche's a sexy, evil Power Ranger outfit. Yeah. Is this your version of the sun is racist? I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, but like, man, my aunties think I'm way more powerful than I really am. They fucking pump me up. They're like hype men, dude. Do you in fact serve Lucifer? No. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I partake in the devil's latouche, but I don't know if that means that. There's a Kirsche meme wearing a Rita Repulsa outfit. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's fucking great. Kirsche the heel. Did I see you getting a repeat of the C virus? New one was discovered in China today. Why are we still letting Fauci do things in China? Why is he still allowed to do things there? That's how he gets you. Mountains of Latouche. Oh god, aunties are your biggest supporters. They're great for advertisement, man. Actually fucking wonderful for advertising. Fauci deserves what he did to the beagles? Oh, that's true. I forgot about this. And why is Fauci alive? Why is he still allowed to breathe? Because he hasn't been prosecuted for any crimes yet, because our government is still not doing that for some reason. You know what happened between Horus and Set involving Latouche, right? No, I do not know what happened involving Latouche. After 10,000 years, I'm free. God damn. Where's I don't even remember how we got here. Fucking Quando Bandly. Oh, thank you for the 20. Your dumbass ate an entire plate of brownies and you felt like you were dying. Oh god. Porridge, thank you for the 10. The first and last time you tried it was with a coworker. Colossal prick who only told you it was laced with other stuff after you had a terrifying trip. Glad it works for you though. Oh god, yeah, no. Yeah, no, that's a fucking piece of shit. Like, you don't, like, not tell someone what they're eating like that. That's fucked up. What a piece of shit. I'm sorry, dude. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 10. It used to be a mad pothead. Friend gave you synth shit called K2. Had such a violent panic attack, you thought your organs were shutting down. Pulled a scared straight moment on you so perfectly you haven't sense. Oh, no. It's like, that's kind of how I feel with, like, medication, right? Where it's like, when I have one of those really bad allergic reactions, I'm just like, okay, I really don't want to try new meds for, like, a couple of weeks here, dude. Like, I don't want to try new meds at all, but I know you're going to tell me I have to. K2 is unpleasant. I don't even know what it is. You know, it's unethical to advocate for harm, but can we just give Fauci his own sickness already? No, don't glow in the chat. Dynaside 13, thank you for the 2. It's all good. Your dad is great, though. God bless him. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I remember your previous comments. I remember. Sorry about your mom, Munchausen lady. Enraged Hippos, thank you for the 8-month resub. Thank you. A Living Weapon Iron Fist, thank you for the 5. You got no problem mixing the two. Hell, you remember mixing Caladapin and 2,000 milligrams of Delta 8 gummies. The trip you went on was wild. Don't do what I did, kids. I just feel like I should be responsible, you know? PJ Craddock, thank you for the 1263. As a manager of a psych ward and registered psychiatric nurse, you can't confirm that meds are not the be-all, end-all of mental health care. Depends on what works for the individual. And it's like, if you want to, like, this wouldn't work for everything. Like, you can't say this to, like, a schizophrenic, right? But, like, I could have just given in to anxiety and not made any changes or, like, strived to try and get any better. It's like, you have to also, like, personally try and make changes to do things to sort of, like, fix what's happening. Not applicable to everything, obviously, but it still takes, like, you know, some input from you, the human being. K2 is a shorter high than Everest, but a worse ride. I don't know what any of that means. You got a bad trip and a week of night terrors? Fuck that shit. Night terrors are horrifying. Yikes, my bad. Thank you for the 5. You had the exact same issue when you were given Alprazole Xanax. There, I was like, I don't know. When you were given Xanax and Zoloft, a classy combination, you hated it. I know my mom had Xanax at some point. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 20. The internet has a habit of making the average person think they have ADHD because the internet feels a lot like having ADHD. If you already have it, it's more like ADHD squared. Constant influx of info is how ADHD brain works. Interesting. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the 50. Thank you. Kirsche, for you, I will stop taking my meds. That so-called vital heart medication is probably a load of bunk anyhow. I know you're joking, but don't do that. Don't actually stop taking your meds. Consult your doctor before you do something like that. It's dangerous otherwise. SSJ ADHD. K2 is both the second highest mountain, harder than Everest, and it's synthetic marijuana. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I've never heard of either of them, the mountain or the fake weed. Nylock7, thank you for the 9-month member. Enjoy your placenta milkshake. ADHD is likely to be the hunter instinct stuck in modern society? Maybe. DRT is king. Thank you for the 10. You think the Gen Z stat could be women hold 2/3 of that generation's wealth, thus the menfolk will be useless. That's the only way you can make the math work. I mean, maybe, potentially. It still feels like real fucking weird, though. It still feels real fucking weird. Jonathan Perry, thank you for the 636. Is the Gen Z wealth for women due to Elon Musk having a trans daughter? He's pushing the average way too high. We gotta get him out of there. Don't count him anymore. Uncle Hall, thank you for the 499. Maybe you and every other Zoomer you know is an outlier, but it seems like complete and utter horseshit. You've met more 20 to 25 based than cringe. I mean, I can't really go by what I see online because obviously there's more cringe online than not. But like overwhelmingly, it does seem more cringe than not. Just going by the online figures, but like again, that's a very small window we're looking into. Isn't K2 synthetic THC like fentanyl is synthetic heroin? I don't know. I'm not like a drug genius. K2 has a proper name. K2 is a colloquial designation. Oh, so like I just immediately forgot every nickname for drugs. Yeah, it's synthetic. Last you checked, boomers own over 50% of the wealth in the US, and in the UK, 1 in 5 boomers is a literal millionaire. Yeah, and they keep talking about the great wealth transfer, and some boomers are just like, well, I don't really want my money to go to my descendants. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck? Eggs Ova Novice, thank you for the 2. Blue-haired Stalin with milkers, thanks, I hate it. Not an FBI, thank you for the 318. On a scale, how bad is HIV compared to cooties? You must know, as you may have held a girl's hand before marriage, please tell me I'm not doomed. I'm sorry, it's incurable, you're gay now. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 10. Generally, it's more likely that the Navy are the ones doing the gay, Marines are the alcoholics, and those two share a space, so it's actually a surprise that Lenny was in the Air Force. I mean, you know, that's just what happens when you're in the chair force, right? You get so bored, you just start doing recreational intravenous drugs. And she doesn't know drugs. She just puts the drugs into fleece grabby bag as the quine bobs. True and real. Hello, in the chatter galaxy. A man isn't gay until Kier loves him. Shut up. The Monolith, thank you for the 10. Pools closed due to AIDS. Thanks, I hate it. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 2. Why does nobody talk about the mosquito factor? Can mosquitoes transfer HIV? Is that a thing? Are you about to make me more horrifically terrified of mosquitoes than I already was? Yes? Oh no. There's a lot of people in chat saying no, but there's also an equal amount of people saying yes. This was never a thing. All right, well, since chat doesn't give me a yes or a no, I have to look this up, obviously. Can mosquito give you HIV? Mosquitoes can spread a range of infections such as malaria and dengue fever, but they are not able to transmit HIV. This is because they lack the human T cells needed in the body for the virus to replicate and survive, which means they cannot be infected with HIV. What the fuck? I love mosquitoes now. Well, there you go, chat. There you go, chat, and fucking Hylian Juggalo. Now we know. Mosquitoes aren't a factor at all. Only gay mosquitoes have the AIDS. HIV is very bad at surviving outside of humans. Wasn't the original theory that HIV was given to humans by copulating with a monkey? So how is it not able to survive out of humans if it was a monkey that gave it to humans in the first place? Or is that just bullshit? Is that just like old wives' tale? T-cells sounds like the T-virus. A big AIDS just want you to think they can't transfer HIV. It was eating monkey. Was it eating? I thought it was fucking monkey. Used to want to explode all mosquitoes, but at least they won't give us AIDS. Yeah, humans are closely related to other primates. Yeah, but just because we're closely related to other primates doesn't mean you should, like, go to an African jungle and find a primate and then fuck it, right? That's where like, primates live. Or I guess Southeast Asia also has primates, right? Gay Canadian flight attendant. A lot of fluid-borne illnesses don't do well outside of body conditions, maybe? Wouldn't you have to eat a monkey raw? No. Still can't believe Pecora bought a fucking monkey. Historically, mammals are more similar than any mammal to an insect. Or biostructurally. I don't know how I fucking read that as historically. That wasn't his point about humans being closely related to monkeys. They don't fuck the monkeys in sea. They just... I know they make the monkey brain soup in there. Now I gotta look this up. Fucking... First case of AIDS. Fucking a monkey. Yeah, humans had sex with chimpanzees in South Africa in 1959, which spread AIDS around the world. Why were the South Africans fucking the monkeys? Also, aren't chimpanzees kind of small? Aren't the chimpanzees like smaller monkeys? Hold on, wait a minute. It's called the cut hunter theory. What is this article here? What is this article here?
Yama, 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 yama.
The body beautiful. I just don't believe you. This is a weirdly structured website. Who was the first person infected with HIV and how were they infected? We will surely never know who or how, but we can speculate. There was a great deal of conjecture in the late 1980s about patient 0, identified as Gaetan Dugas, a Canadian flight attendant who purportedly knowingly infected as many as 250 men a year on both sides of the Atlantic. A gay fucking Canadian! The day of the rake can't come soon enough. Also, can you imagine being the first person to contract HIV and literally being named gay? Come on, dude. We're living in a simulation. The gay tan Doug ass. Are you kidding me right now? Said to have single-handedly started the epidemic, but most of this is now largely discredited. Anyhow, okay, well maybe the gay tan Doug ass isn't real. No one ever believed he was the first to be infected. Computer models have estimated that the first human infection occurred at about 1930, give or take 20 years. The earliest known infection of an identified human being dates back to 1959, found in a plasma sample taken from an adult male living in the Belgian Congo, later known as Zaire, and now the Democratic Republic of the Congo. As to how, most of the loose talk on the street seems to assume sex between a human and a chimp, as the H1 or HIV-1 virus is almost identical to a simian virus found in chimpanzees. A human eating a chimp seems just as likely, and some evidence suggests that it may have occurred iatrogenically when chimps were used for developing a polio vaccine for humans. For more, see Annabelle Cannabis at Sarah Allen's study. Well, all right, I guess we don't know. It could have been fucking monkeys, it could have been eating monkeys, or it could have been developing the polio vaccine. Coulda, but we don't know. The day of the rake really can't come soon enough. It should have already been here. Lots of conjecture, lots of, literally, yeah, Fauci did it. It was all Fauci's fault. This was the testing ground for being able to spread an illness to decimate populations. First we turn them gay, then we infect them with AIDS. Now they won't have children and they'll die early. It's the perfect plan. And so Pfizer did it while making a vaccine is also a theory. Well, I don't know if it was Pfizer. They didn't say who was making the polio vaccine. I don't know who made the polio vaccine. Once again, the polio vax causing problems rears its ugly head. I'll blame a gay dude for fucking a monkey, but what if it was a white woman getting fucked by a monkey? Well, it wouldn't have been a woman. It would have absolutely have been a man. But also, there's no way we know he was gay, right? Because, like, fucking a monkey doesn't make you gay. It makes you a bestiality guy, right? So, it could have been a straight guy fucking a monkey. God has a sense of humor. That's why he made homosexuals. What did he mean by this? It makes you gay. It's literally in his name. He banged it to assert dominance. What the fuck? That's a level of degeneration only found in gay men. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there, and I'm gonna remind you that straight men were running forums online for people to, like, fuck dogs. Alright? Okay? So, like, there's a little bit of that degeneracy to go around. You can't just place it only on the gays. The Weimar Republic had the whole fuck a male duck thing. Apparently that's fake. We tried to find a source on that and we couldn't find anything. The source was like some guy on the street said it and then they wrote it down. You sure they were straight? I've read some shit. If you're a dude banging a dude monkey, that's gay. If you're banging a girl monkey, that's not gay. Both are illegal and you need help. Most zoophiles are homosexual. I'd believe that statistic. But most does not mean all. Now, what group of people has a song about dog fucking? White women. But also Ram Ranch exists and horse cock is bigger than fucking dog cock. I don't know. We're just fucking comparing animals now, dude. They burned those books. That's why there's no source. I wish they didn't burn those fucking books, man. From the great North Arctic region where the men were men and the sheep were scared. Blink-182 had a dog fucking song. I don't even remember that, and I love Blink-182. Defending zoophiles. I don't think anyone has said anything in defense of a zoophile. I don't know what you possibly could have misconstrued as either someone in Twitch chat or myself saying. Absolutely no one has been defending them, you psychopath. By help, a lead injection, I assume. Why does it always return to bestiality? It's apparently very common. What's the weirdest thing I've read? Thank you for the 200 biddies. I don't know if I could tell you the weirdest thing in general. The tangents, they just happen, man. The guy that wrote Ram Ranch is gay also got sent to prison for something with his nephew. Oh, I remember that. I remember that. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh god, do not the animules, do not the Colombian donkeys, dude. Do not. That's fucking degenerate. That's fucking disgusting. The chatter didn't jump to conclusions. He teleported there. Avash is a freak. Nobody likes him here. True and real. Solemn Pariah, thank you for the 20. You do not get kicked out of the military. I remember reading this. You do not get kicked out of the military for having HIV. You get put in non-deployable status. Stephen Ortiz, thank you for the 10. From your understanding, babies don't contract HIV/AIDS from birth, but from breastfeeding, which is why women have to be cautious with what they consume and what they do. Yeah, I feel like once you're breastfeeding, you're kind of like on a very strict diet until you decide to remove the babby from the nipple. 556 pill works wonders on bestiality. Jesus. Solid topic to click on stream to. We kind of get whiplash here. Asher Genesis, thank you for the 5. Did I see Trash Taste's recent episode getting downvoted? The comment section's a war. I've never watched a Trash Taste episode in my life, so no, I have no idea. Ryan, thank you for the 2, or as the media would say, 1/4 homeless are women. True. Jack Manson, thank you for the 10. Black History Month makes no sense. How about you stop calling me a white man? I stop calling you a black man. We call each other men. Thanks, Morgan Freeman. The origin of AIDS is a fascinating hole to go down. You recommend everyone reading about it? Captain Remington, thank you for the 20. A fun Fox Who Fact Friday. Did you know that foxes will often sit and watch you from a distance when you're out and about? This is because they view you as an apex predator and are still waiting for you to leave scraps from a fresh hunt. This reminds me of, like, sometimes when I walk, like, over to the area with, like, the bathroom and the bedroom doors and stuff, and my cats are just being loafs there, and then they unloaf and they sit and they look at me. I'm like, what are you thinking? Do you know that you are a cat? Do you know that other cats are cats? Do you know that Kenny is a dog? Do you know that I am a human? Or do you just understand that you are you and all of us are different, larger versions of you because you can't understand the difference between human and dog and cat? What goes on in that little brain of yours? I wish we could have something that would translate the animal thoughts into speech so that I could know what's going on in that tiny little cat head. They know they're cats. And Kirsche's jigglers have been way more jiggly. I'm leaned back because my shoulder's killing me. You know, there's no activity in Cheem's head other than thoughts about toes. I was like, are you kidding me? I would love that kind of thing. If I just like put like a collar on them and it could like translate their thoughts and I just hear weird shit as they're running around from a TTS voice. Yes, actually, cats just think you're bigger cats. I should get the talk buttons. You'd have to train cats to use the talk buttons, and I don't know how I would do that. You ask your 2-year-old many of the same questions. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. You're seeing a lot of Black History Month posts on Facebook, but it's actually AI posts seething and saying they're still celebrating it. That's weird as fuck. Tommy H, thank you for the 5. It's less Trump and more they don't have to pander to black people anymore. They have illegals now. Not for much longer. We're getting rid of that shit, man. I have so many people like TDS posting, like from people I know in real life. Like they're all just freaking out and talking about how everyone's rights are being taken away and we're all being bamboozled. Like we're idiots if we voted for Trump. And what goes on in a cat's head? It must be clean. Big cat, feed me now. Toy. I can't seem to get a proper Kirsche Repulsa on AI. Not many Rita Repulsa art on Gelburu. That's kind of depressing. Andrew Raditz, thank you for the 5. A fox who snuck her way into an actual cult. I guess so. Augustus Sinclair White, thank you for the 5. How dare you interrupt my gibberish TTS? Here's more money. Sorry, it happens when I'm in the middle of a rant and I don't want to forget my thought, man. I gotta push the pause the TTS button lest my brain get shaken like the snow globe it is. God hates taxes, thank you for the 5. Sorry if this is unrelated, but you know this administration is wild when the unsub podcast guys film an episode inside the Pentagon. That is wild, actually. A Dragon Master Zero, thank you for the 10 gift to BBBs, thank you. Anthony!
I did it! I'm so smart!
They are a bunch of crazy leftists. You having a woman's name with a man's voice is not only normal but preferable to them.
That's so weird! I was like, I won't even... Hot take. I won't even watch, like, VTubers. I don't... Like, the Bobby Niku thing doesn't translate well into Western culture. Because, like, Bobby Niku's fine. Like, they don't try to be, like, you know, whamins. I still wouldn't watch them, but, like, I understand it's a cultural difference. But over here in the West, when I hear male voice coming from female model, I just feel like an intense disgust. I was like, I can't watch that, man. I'm sorry, dude. I just can't. That's why I bullied Bagman until he became a man again. I was like, Bagman, don't fall down the pipeline. I want to see you succeed, dude. Bags is dead. You're not a fan. Rev does it as like a gimmick joke because his whole thing is like calling out the hypocritical people on Lolly on Twitter. He's not actually a woman's. You literally do not recommend on YouTube. Bagman was 2 steps from being the next Finster. Imagine Bagman in a wig. The next white women, dude. Bagman would have been sucking a dick by now if he'd kept up with it. Oh my god, thank you, Anthony, for the fucking buttered doggo, dude. Malcolm Liang, they the $1. The one who leaks the meeting will be one of the DEI types that turns on the group because of some petty drama. Screenshot this, put it in your folder. Femboy Bagster, you found a Bagman was ex-Navy? That explains the female model. Oh god. Augustus Sinclair White, let me fucking listen to your fucking weird demonic chants for our cult.
Oh, it kind
of sounds like Danish, actually. Major streamer Kirsche bullies 2view indie out of VTubing, causes him to go bald and develop dent, and also develop an audience, so, you know, I helped him. The 500 sailors go on a ship, 250 couples come out, Navy joke. Oh no. That sounds like English played backwards. I don't know what it's supposed to be. But thank you, Augustus Sinclair White, for your fucking voodoo magic. Do you know why there are Marines on Navy ships? A sheep would be too obvious. What the fuck? What the fuck? Good news, the spell fixed your wrist. Bad news, my hand is now a tentacle. Saved him even. Yes, I saved the bagman with my false light. A Trey Coors, thank you for the 5. Set up an alternate account or two before you start asking questions out loud. Maybe. God hates taxes, thank you for the 5. You hate Facebook because their customer service sucks. You can't recover your account. This clear grifting from them doesn't help them. I've never had to contact Facebook customer service, but I believe he probably does suck fucking dick, dude. Bob, thank you for the 2. God, you want Kirsche to sit on your face? Hold on, wait a minute. What the fuck? If we let Bagster go down the femboy route, he'd end up getting partnered next to Cottontail. We did it, boys. Wait, what? There's no way. There's no way. He doesn't have the femboy voice, man. I love it when Bagman screams. You figured Rev just got a generic model or something? Oh my god. Explode that chatter's penis. You have to give the Zuckcuck a pic of you and an ID to delete your account. That's weird. That's weird. I Sushi, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Zenik, thank you for the 191. This is a rallying cry to her cadre and Meta. They're working behind the scenes to undermine Meta. South Africa, where she's from, politicians do this. I just like seeing her get upset about something because someone is not following the programming she laid out. 32 Marine, thank you for the 2. Aho, funny fox woman. Funny white fox. I don't know if I can W words, my brain. You're a survivor of the Navajo Reservation. A white man dug out uranium mines on our land in the 1940s, and he has yet to clean up his dirty radioactive mess. Your cousin was born with no arms. I genuinely can't tell if this is a joke or not. But, like, if not joke, what the fuck? That's fucked up. That seems really fucked up. You can do it without ID confirmation. It's way more tedious. That's scary. Yeah, that's scary, man. That might not be a joke. I don't know. I don't want to dismiss it as a joke. Can also call a Marine by their job OS, which is 0311. I don't know what that means. Could probably use the nuclear waste to do some fun stuff. Don't do that. Don't do that. Satire used to be believable. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Oh no, we subverted too hard. Now we can't tell who's actually on our team. I can't tell who's subverting who anymore. Tommy H, thank you for the 5. The Zuck must follow human whims to blend in with humans. Thus spake the Liz Overlords. A Mechanist Golden Gear, thank you for the 22-month resub. Bop, you boop, bop. I'm a Miss Gifter, thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies. Thank you, my guy. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the 199. Kirsche with a hard R, underperformer. Yeah, underperformer. You're gonna make me bust out the letter R, which my people normally can't say because you're so fucking bad at your job. The Indians have casinos, it's fine. I don't know, man. Dr. Binksy, thank you for the 999. The AI robots are gonna learn cellular biology. Surely this will not have consequences. Falcon, thank you for the shabby bubby. Oh, my throat. Pico, thank you for the 18-month resub. The brain damage is spreading. I just like thinking of my head as a snow globe. Just shaking that shit up and there's like snowflakes going everywhere, but no brain cells. X8, thank you for the 500 biddies. Hello, Foxy lady. You're a professional American. Answer me, if USA is so great, why didn't they create USB? Well, we did. They're on the computers. Volt Chaos VT, thank you for the 10. You bought 4 tubs of stuff. Thanks for letting us use your code, Fox. Thanks for using my code. Using code Kirsche on GamerSubs helps support Foxy. Thank you. You got your MRI back on your lower back. You have major tears in your vertebrae pressing on nerve roots. Doctor sending you to ortho. God bless Foxy. We can share pain together. I hope you can get your shit fixed. Remember, I'm not your doctor, but everyone who's had spinal surgery always says delay that shit as much as humanly possible because it only makes it worse. Sicko, thank you for the 2. How's it feel that we're all banned from Germany? That's a great question. The Honorable Quad Muffin, thank you for the 100 biddies. A DEI never dies, it becomes more sneaky and gay. Yeah, but I want to get rid of the commies. I want to have nice country. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Anthony, thank you for the 10. You agree we should give the DEI teams the credit they deserve and the jail time they deserve for breaking civil rights laws. They're almost as bad as people that aren't joking about doing the Kirsche. True. Both will get the bullet. I'm banned from Germany. Neat. Anyway. We like USC so much. There's 2 of them.
Oogie boogie boogie.
I keep clicking on things. You Vint, thank you for the 16-month resub. Thank you for the 16 months of Proom. A 7th Swordman, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Please have a placenta snake on your way out. I meant to say steak, but now your placenta is like sausage shaped. It's Neville Lupus, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Mia Khalifa's backshot wind, thank you for the 6 months of Proom, thank you. A Wayla Wind, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy. A Vingtor, thank you for the 9-month resub. Please enjoy placenta potatoes. Zen Krigore, thank you for the 8-month tier 2 resub, thank you. Age 0, thank you for the 10-month resub. Been 10 months? How time flies, it really does. I wish time would stop. How the fuck is it almost March? Bigglesworth, thank you for the 5-month tier 2 resub. Thank you, Bigglesworth. Night shift, best shift, I agree. Super Fudge, thank you for the 2 months of Proom. A Phantom Star 02, thank you for the 7-month resub. Damn! This weather's shit to work in. Sorry, dude. A Mullet Death, thank you for the Proom. 3 months of Proom. Hello, Foxu, until you can sleep again.
Have good sleepy tonight.
Mandu Parator, thank you for the stubby bubby. Gabe Ostroff, thank you for the $1. Hi, Kirsche. You have a rare Friday off. Nothing more pleasant than to enjoy it with the Foxu tangent. Side note, Girl Scout cookies were brought up before Wendy's has Thin Mint Girl Scout cookie Frosties. They're amazing. Let's tangent. I thought they only had fucking chocolate, vanilla, and then they came out with like some weird pineapple thing that I never tried because I was like, I don't know how that would taste in Frosty form. Kev, PhD, thank you for the 5-month resub, my guy. Cold Pyre, thank you for the 100 biddies. A Final Player Ryu, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Thank you for prooming. Please enjoy your placenta cookies. Mandu Parator, Mando Operator. Oh! Mando Operator, thank you for the 2 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. I finally got your name. A Nerd of a Deer, thank you for the 8-month resub, my dude. Paseo, thank you for the huge 20 months. That's big. That's big. I'm on ya. Did I hear the makers of Fierce to Fathom might have started a new series? Might want to check it out for stream. What's it called? What's it called? Because that's like a just small indie developer. That's like two Indian dudes who are brothers or some shit. Cataclystia, thank you for the 500 biddies. And Cataclystia, thank you for that fucking 2-month resub, dude. Thank you. Mana Online, thank you for the 5-month resub. Amato 16, thank you for the 3-month resub. Lazy Jen, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Slick for this fucking guy. Slick for thank you for the 40 tier 3 resub. 40 months tier 3. This guy has some big schmeat. Thank you. Well, thank you for dealing with me for so long, dude. That's fucking nuts. Thank you. Spy Wombat, thank you for the 9 months of Proom. Oh, thank you. Please enjoy placenta cupcake. Mother, I require my 3 Dockies along with my placenta today. Well, you don't get Dockies yet. I just had one today. It's the same as the SpongeBob Pineapple Frosty where they gave you a vanilla Frosty with some thin mint syrup that isn't even blended. Oh, that's sad. That's depressing. Oh, I think I might have caught up here. All right, so I can come back to reality. And go back to the toppy top.
Munya.
Spy Wombat's from 3 days ago. Whatever, man. He gets an extra thank you. Or a new one if I didn't thank him 3 days ago. Sir Huggletons, thank you for the subby bubby, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. You wonder if Frosties are actually good in other regions? Same. A Magi-holic, thank you for the full fucking year of tier 2 resub. Thank you. Avion Zero, thank you for the 5. Unrelated to stream, I thought as you're working on Kirmos version 2, you want to mention an honorable chatter, me Yap, for being a helpful tism as we readjusted face proportions to be extra cute. Aw. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, me Yap, for helping out. Pierce Vincent, thank you for the 8-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Gnome John, thank you for the 20. You're constantly having to try and counter a bunch of doom posting about the admin from your friends. You're learning things about them you didn't know previously, especially with the deregulation stuff. I don't know why people are doom posting. We're getting rid of illegal aliens. We're getting rid of IRS agents. We're removing illegal aliens' benefits, and you're doom posting? You're blackpilling, man? Like, I know we're all used to not trusting politicians, and I'm not saying to trust any of these people. But it's like the proof is in the pudding, man. Like, when your eyes can physically see that things are happening, you should be happy about them if they're things that you wanted, you know? Learned helplessness. They got tired of winning. It's just like, yeah, would I like deportations to be faster? Sure. Would I have liked him to have already made an executive order to remove benefits at the same time as he did the fucking deportation one? Sure. Would I like things to move faster and more efficiently? Absolutely. But things are still getting done. You don't gotta always doom her. It's not like the bridge situation where companies are like, yeah, we're totally getting rid of DEI. By the way, actually, we're committed to DEI. Right? It's not like a fucking rug pull, man. They followed the government's order and stopped believing their own eyes and ears. With how things are going, do we file taxes this year? I mean, you're probably gonna have to. I don't know what's gonna happen with it though. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh me!
But I've had my left arm behind my back this whole time, so like I was lean back gamer and my left arm was on top of my lumbar pillow, and then I was pressed back into my arm, and now I just had to release my arm from its trap, and it was all tingly tangly pangly and it hurt. Oh. All right, I think I'm okay. People don't know how to handle winning. They don't know how to react right now. It's weird, man. I think they're worried about them importing Indians and their tyrannical sweatshops. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a worry. That's definitely a worry based on how like Elon reacted to the H-1B visa stuff. I'm glad Vivek Ramaswamy got taken out back, right? That was a confusing situation for a while because it was like Vivek Ramaswamy is gone. Actually, no, he's not. Actually, yes, he is. Actually, no, he's not. Like it was a weird like week where it was hard to parse the fuck was going on. But I'm glad he's out because that would have been dangerous. It's unfortunate. He should not have redeemed. Making homemade stuffed crust barbecue chicken pizza. Oh, you bitch. Oh, you bitch, I absolutely want some, you fucking fuck. It's what he gets for calling Americans lazy? Yeah, pretty much. It's like, why would you want to be part of the American government if you're going to hate American citizens and want to prioritize H-1B bullshit? Nim will keep them in order. You got DM? I got DM. Okay. From earlier in the stream. Oh no, I missed a Jimothy! Mr. Jimothy Farm, I'm sorry I missed you. Good morning, Foxu. My sleep schedule for work is your natural sleep schedule. Been up for like 20 hours today to flip it. I hope you have really fucking nice sleep after being up for so long. Jim Farm, thank you for the 100 fucking slaves, my guy. Well, thank you, Jimothy, for the 100 fucking slaves. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we've got breaking Asmongold news. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what is my mold king doing?
You got kicked out of OTK, didn't you? Yeah, I'm not involved with OTK at all. Pretty much. Yeah, nope. Done, I haven't been for a while, and so, yeah, I'm chilling. So if there's something going on with them or anything else, that's up to them. It's not my thing. And I've been a very relaxed guy. Why? I mean,
Very
there's a lot
chill
of
guy.
reasons why. I can talk about it just for a couple of minutes. But the main reason why is that, well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, like my content and doing like controversial political content is really hard to like kind of synthesize with content that's not like that.
True.
Because of just how extreme it is and how polarizing it is.
True.
So it's harder to find sponsors. It's harder to do things for that reason. And so that's one big reason. And so like I don't want to like kind of grief other people because I'm going down what I think to be the best direction for like my channel, my career, my actions, right? Like this is what I want to do as a person. And so when I want to do that and I want to go down that path, then I'm going to do that and go down that path because I think that's the right option. But I also don't want to put anybody else at risk in doing that, obviously. So that's why I separated myself, and I didn't want to have anything to do with it. It's because, and this is a mutual thing, right? And even if it wasn't, I still would agree with it. And so the haters won. Well, it's not necessarily haters won. It's more that a lot of people, I don't want to sign other people up for my battles.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it ended. That's a like very respectable thing to say. Like I knew he was out of OTK for a while, so I thought there was going to be something different. But it's nice to have a bit of extrapolation here because it did feel really fucking weird, right? Because it did feel like he was just getting cut from everywhere. But it's good to hear that it's a mutual decision and that he's like, this is the kind of content I want to do. This is stuff that I care about. And it's like he made OTK. Right? He made that organization, and if he can make something like that once, like I'm sure he's going to keep doing things. There's no way that he's going to just completely fall off anywhere. Asmon's going on a path in his home. Why aren't I in the background with his chair? Look, man. Look, he hasn't invited me to his house yet. What even is OTK? It's a streamer organization. Like if you've heard of like offline TV, it's kind of like that. Think of like OTK and offline TV as a VTuber company where like you have a whole bunch of streamers that came together and they're all under the same umbrella. They do stuff together. They collab together. They get sponsorships together. It's kind of like a VTuber organization without all of the idle stuff, as it were. Pretty sure he still receives kickbacks from their endeavors regardless. I have no idea. I don't know what his financials are like. He doesn't want the guilt by association to hurt others around him. Well, it's also just like, because he's in an organization, right? There'll be people who will go around and be like, oh, Tectone, did you see what happened with Asmon? Like, do you condone this? Or like, oh, Emiru, like, Asmongold said this, you're part of his organization. Like, do you condone the stuff that he said? Right? Like, they don't understand that, like, even if you're in an organization with someone, and even if you're friends with them, you don't have to have all of the same opinions and all of the same ideas. Damn, that Asmongold charisma, it's too powerful. You know, a VTuber who toned down her content to protect her coworkers, it's fair. It's like, I would do the same thing as Asmongold. Because I feel like if I had to censor myself for the sake of other people, I wouldn't be being true to myself and I wouldn't be making the kind of content that I want to make. And I also would not want the people around me to suffer consequences for it. So I would do the same thing in his position. I wouldn't censor myself to stay. I would leave. The people that do that don't have friends, so they don't know what friends are. Munya. It's current year, Kirsche. You have to be homogenous in mind. That's just like my opinion, man, you know? Hey, you'll post pics of pizza in the Discord? Oh my god. Have you seen his video of him reacting to the rant about GPUs? No. Why is she not in the company? I would not be a good fit for FaZe. I applied for FaZe once, and I never heard back, and so I was like, well, I'm guessing that's a no. So I'm gonna release my audition video, since that's probably going to be a resounding no. And then I learned more about VTuber Corporation contracts, and I learned more about like the behind the scenes and how they work. And I definitely don't think I would ever join a VTuber corporation, like ever. Like there's nothing that could change my mind and make me believe that joining a VTuber corporation would be a good idea. And I also feel like a lot of VTubers feel like you haven't made it and you're not successful unless you get accepted to a corpo. But that could kneecap you. Like, you could already have an established audience. You could already be making, you know, a decent livable wage being an indie VTuber. And you could go into a company and you could end up making less. You'll have more restrictions. And it doesn't... If you have an established audience, it just doesn't seem like it would be a good idea to join a corporation. Like, Asterisk, maybe if you had a chance of getting into HoloLive, potentially. But even then, like... I do not think I would join a VTuber corpo. You agree that I wouldn't fit with any of the existing corpos? Even if, like, a corpo wanted to take me on, I would not want any backlash that comes on me for my political opinions to affect any of the other girls who are in the corporation. And I guess they don't exist anymore, so I can talk about it. I had talked to Aviel about joining Idol, and this was something that was like we were kind of considering because I guess because people don't actually listen to what I say and then just say like inflammatory things. My reputation's not the best in the VTuber sphere, as it were. And so like joining a corporation would have, I guess, like helped improve what my perceivable reputation was, because it's like even if she says and does the same things, if she has a corporation to back her, then that means that the things she's saying are okay and we can just ignore the other people. And so I was talking to Aviel about it, and I was just like I'd be interested, but my biggest worry is like I wouldn't want anything I say or do to affect any of the other girls. And even though I wouldn't be like in their specific generations, I would still be in the company. Literal Nazi, Kirsche Verstal joins Israeli company. Yeah, but I shortly after that is when like Mythic finally started responding to me, and I will be forever grateful for that.
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Thank you. Let me get this off screen. Hold on. Dressed Glass, thank you for the 88, dude. Thank you for the 88. Oh, thank you. What about Mythic? That's why I said I was very grateful that Mythic came along, because Mythic is less like a VTuber organization, and they're more like a management agency. Perfect timing. It was perfect timing. And so with Mythic, anything I say or do doesn't affect any of the other people who are also signed by Mythic. And there are probably people who are signed by Mythic that I will never even speak a single word to in my entire life. Like I talk to my manager, I talk to other people who are, you know, in the organization if I want to, but it's not like I am forced to do anything within the org, and no one will get any kind of backlash unless someone is actually schizophrenic, in which case no one's going to pay attention to them, right? Mythic gives her exactly what she needs as an indie. Solo Foxu, best Foxu? Yeah, absolutely. They have no say like over what I do for content. They don't control my content. I can keep doing what I'm doing, obviously. They probably wouldn't like it if I were to just, you know, start doing crazy shit. Just popping off the N-word every other way. Like, they probably wouldn't appreciate that, right? But breaking news, Kirsche hates her Mythic genmates. Confirmed. Oh my god. A funny way to say my thick. Mythic also has your goat, Osticross. Funny, dude. Yeah, I was like, I mean, maybe if I wanted to, like, reach out to somebody who's also under Mythic, I could be like, hey, manager man, I am riddled with anxiety. Maybe you could ask this person for me if they'd want to do something. But, like, for the most part, I try to reach out to people myself. If I'm not too terrified. Why aren't you collabing with your genmates, Kirsche? Do you hate them? Who are my Mythic gen? Mythic doesn't have genmates. You just have streamers who have been signed. And like, there's fucking very far left people signed to Mythic. There's center people. There's people like me. Like, it's a fucking gumball machine, man. You forgot Cross was with Mythic? Man, you're behind on your Destiny stuff. Did I mean nincompoop? I don't think so. Where's the R in Kirsche? Oh yeah, I don't know. I would never join a corporation, because it's like that's a huge worry I have. And I think again, like a lot of shit that's said about me is just blatant like lies or complete fabrications, which is unfortunate. But a lot of people think I'm like incredibly fucking hateful for some reason. It's like I could say inflammatory things, and I'm very passionate about the beliefs that I have. But like everyone I've interacted with, and like even some people who dislike me, have had to admit like, well, at least she seems like a nice person. Should be noted that it's not just a VTuber agency. There's a ton of flesh streamers. Yeah, Mythic also signs fleshy people. We got fleshy people and VTubers. You're way too much of a sub to be hateful. Like you could tell when I get like legitimately angry, and it doesn't happen too often, you know. When is Kirsche Corp Gen 1 debut? I would never own a corporation either. I'd never own one. So it's like I understand Asmon's point of view. And I feel like based on him being able to set up things like OTK and Mythic and Starforge, he's gonna be able to do whatever the fuck he wants, you know? I heard lots of bad things about Kirsche, but then when I watch her, it turns out none of that was true. Many such cases. I love those messages, man. I love it when people come in here and they're just like, I saw things on Twitter about how you're like a terrible, hateful Nazi piece of shit, and then I came to watch you because I thought I would hate it and that I could, you know, hate post about it, but you're not... You don't seem like a bad person, so I'm confused. When you talked chicken tenders, that's the maddest you've been. Read that Kirsche murders babies and kicks puppies, essentially, man. Yeah, people love to find people that they can dump on, and the less particular they are about it, the easier they are to find. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, a lot of people love their internet blood sports, and that's why drama is like huge. It's like, I try not to deal too much in actual drama shit, because I'd prefer to focus on politics and things that matter. But as a streamer, occasionally drama catches my interest. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this? What the fuck is going on here? Kirsche's the worst. She won't let me the Kirsche. Kirsche made me work out so she could ogle my arms. They're delicious. Saw a bit of Kirsche tuned in once. She was every bit as based as I hoped. A lot from people you found just believe what they're told as long as it's from someone they trust. Yeah, and I mean, like, I fall into that trap occasionally as well. Like, I know not to trust chat. Because you're not one person, you're a conglomeration of people. Like, some of you will be trustworthy, some of you will try to gaslight, some of you are here hate watching, right? So, like, I know not to trust, but in the moment, when I ask a question, and I look at you guys for the answer, like, I want to believe, you know? I don't want to immediately be like, well, I don't trust you, Chad, so I'm gonna go look it up. It's like, I want to believe! Lies, trust chat, believe chat. Average out and trust us. Actually, you're one singular person. Yeah, I'm saying, like, each person in chat is an individual. It's not like a conglomerate. It's not like a big blob. You're here listening while in the shower. Shower stream? Hell, thank you for the 5. Kirsche's just scared of corpos because she saw her friend start one and immediately fall into depravity and scandal. My friend started a corpo? Who's my friend who started a corpo? Chad is in a trench coat. You did? Oh, Oh, Pippa's cup. I was like, what? I was like, what is he talking about? I forgot Fly. You denounced Flavor, too. I forgot about Flavor being the fucking AI thing. I forgot about that. Apparently, my Flavor video hit over 100,000 views in November, and I didn't even notice. I didn't even fucking notice, man. I was like, oh, I have a video over 100,000 views now. That's crazy. I only learned this, like, yesterday. It was so good. It was a fun time. I can't remember things very well, Chad. I'm sorry. That's why you're here. You remind me. Stumbled upon the Peepa rant the other day. Saw a YouTube video with Peepa and you guys were hilarious. So I had a Twitch channel, so you wanted to see how it was. Awesome and entertaining. Thank you. I dual cast. Well, I tri-cast, I guess. I cast on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch all at the same time. Maybe I'll go back to Kick at some point, but they left a bad taste in my mouth. You heard so many bad things about Kirsche, and fortunately, they were all true, and she's based at fuck. I hate lefty VTubers. A fox who deserves so many more views and subs. Well, thank you. Maybe you'll get feet pics this year. After checking, you're not sure it's the same guys behind Fierce to Fathom, but some guys using the same engine for their horror game called Tales from the Beyond. Or Tales from Beyond the Tomb is the name. Interesting. I mean, you first saw me on side scrollers. Sometimes when I go on the fleshy shows, there's way more of like the blood sports desiring audience. So like occasionally side scrollers will get comments being like, "Oh, you guys should have Kirsche and Kumalot on to settle their beef." And it's like, man, you're fucking retarded, dude. This is probably coming from someone who doesn't even know what happens. And they just want to see like people they feel are beneath them like arguing. Kier, restrain thine pterodactyl. I can't restrain. You don't remember the Flavor thing? If it was in the last 9 months and involved Kier, you feel like you would have heard of it? Oh no, it's way longer ago. Wasn't that in like 2023? I think that was 2023, man. You got the shit from Friday Night Tights chat. They were mostly nice. And that's always the way it's gonna be, right? When you go to a flesh audience as an anime person, you're typically going to get overwhelmingly nice people or like regular people. And then there's going to be that small section of, what the fuck is a cartoon character doing here? I can't watch this show anymore. I can't take it seriously. You let on a cartoon, you know? What happened with Flavor? Pippa made a fake VTuber organization, and then people made the VTubers real. And Pippa also sexually assaulted the VTuber talents. Not the real ones, but the fake AI ones. And then I canceled her on Twitter. And then people who were seething Twitter freaks got really mad at me because I was making jokes about sexual assault. And then some grifters who were trying to like latch on to the haha funny based kind of VTuber crowd outed themselves as like, how dare you talk about sexual assault that way? My friend got upset and now I'm upset on their behalf, and that just wasn't cool to do. It's like, okay, all right. And Banana exists because of Flavor in a roundabout way. Yeah, she was a future Flavor creation. November 16th, 2022. God, that was so fucking long ago. That was so long ago. You're trying to work up the courage to do your first live stream on YouTube. You're scared, nervous wreck, worried it's going to be absolute chaos, the bad kind of chaos. Any advice or pointers to streaming? Find a way to just stream of consciousness your thoughts. Like, dead air is like the worst thing you can have, but you also don't want to just be like saying shit that doesn't make sense in a non-entertaining way. So you kind of have to train yourself to always be talking and always find something to talk about. Not roundabout Nyana's second gen Flavor. The second time Pippa generated some AI chubas. I don't remember the generations. I just remember the Flavor peoples. I just learned that Grok doesn't censor the crime stats based Grok. I get cats so they can randomly interrupt you. Also that. And the cat will become a talking point. It's just that simple. To be schizophrenic. Remember, chat, accusing Pippa of sexual harassment is how you earn Twitch, partner. Steven Tunch, thank you for the 5. You knew about me before Flavor, but me canceling Pippa was what really got you into watching me? Hell yeah. A Prince of Dew, thank you for the 19 cents. Hey Kirsche, did you see the RG president Javier Milei gifting a golden chainsaw to the Muskie Man? I did. That was fucking crazy looking, dude. Odin Vaughn, thank you for the 9-month tier 3 resub. Well, we're gonna have to spice up your placenta. I'm gonna have to make it fancy, you know, cut it into little pieces and then spread some sauce around on the dish. Jonah Hex, thank you for the 2. Do you just hate Atlanta and not country folk? I don't know how to say this, but I haven't met many decent people down here who weren't northern transplants. Like, every time I meet someone and I think, oh yeah, this person's kind of fucking cool, let's keep talking, they eventually tell me that, like, they're from Maine or New Hampshire or Virginia or fucking New York. So, like, I don't fucking know, man. Pippa's collab with me in Sons of the Forest was how you found me was Hooked Sense. I'm so upset we never got to finish building our fucking slave compound in that game. I wanna play more fucking Sons of the Forest, dude. Risk Videos, thank you for the 2. The Flavor thing was how you found both of us. Hell yeah. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. Best part of Flavor was the OCs becoming real. It was fascinating to watch. It was really cool. It was really cool seeing like the community involvement and like playing the prank on Pippa instead of the other way around. She's got an amazing content brain, dude. Like the fact that she can come up with that shit, it's inspiring. I love it. I love it. There's a reason Sherman burned down Atlanta. Empty Cups, thank you for the 20-month resub, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Charminator, thank you for the 141. You and Pippa are my Oshis. Hell yeah, Mr. Toilet Paper Man, thank you. I know. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you for the 5. Screw the corpse, bridge is too important. Be free, like the Kirsche. I am free. I like my freedom. And like the only bad thing is like, I turn down a lot of sponsors, and then the sponsors that I can get are few and far between. So sometimes it can be a struggle because, again, like the majority of my income comes like directly from you guys. Absolute directly, and I love it, and I'm very grateful, and I am in a super privileged position because of how fucking wonderful you guys are. It's like I just wish I could make up for it like somewhere else so I could have less of a reliance, less tumultuous, I guess I could say, less tumultuous income by having like long-term sponsors. Like fucking God bless things like Gamer Sups and Quine Bobs, absolutely. Cinnabons. Hatman's how you found Pippa. Pippa's how you found Kirsche. Love the Hatman, dude. I need to play Quine Bobs with him before the super mega AIDS kills him, man. I want him to live forever, but like his condition's kind of sad. Locals? Why would I have a locals? I'm not going to fucking like polyamorous sex islands. It was 2018 Terra. It came out on PlayStation. You look for streamers halfway through a cursed tangent. That's how I found my Oshi. Yeah, Sherman burned the South. M4 Sherman had a flamethrower version. Great tribute. Found me on Gundam. I love that weird little man. Papa Gundam's amazing as well. That was a terrifying collab for me because Gundam's someone I've watched for fucking years, dude. I was like, oh no, someone that I like and respect. I'm gonna be talking to them. This is crazy. What the fuck? I've gotten to do so many crazy, insane things because of you guys. It's like I don't even know what my life is anymore, dude. I don't even know what my life is anymore. It's surreal. And also, hopefully my health will improve. Gundam and you were great. I hope we'll stream again soon, dude. Buy a hat for your grabby bag. Black Marsh, thank you for the 10. People who grew up during the Bush years, No Child Left Behind, really are trying to pretend the end of the Department of Education is a bad thing. Which is strange. I don't understand why there are people who are against it. Because it's just like, obviously you're going to have to set up something afterwards, but it's not like you can gut everything and then just start again because people are gonna slither away like sneaky little snakes. Found me on side scrollers. Love Craig and Blabs, dude. It rammed so much cursed knowledge into his head. It was great. You have to wait until payday on the 1st to buy Quine Bobs. Don't worry about it. So who's gonna run the governor or run for governor for Maine? Oh, did she get like displaced or something? Someone mentioned that like Trump said something about her earlier. That reminds you of the fitness pacer test. Clownfish TV's a video about Hogwarts Legacy for you, about how you learned about Pippa and by extension Kirsche. I was gonna say, what the hell? I don't think Clownfish knew about me back then. Really hardcore 10th Amendment proponents will say just kill it, don't replace it with anything, leave it entirely to the state, but you're unconvinced. That'd be interesting to leave it to the state. Eskill, thank you for the 6-month member. That might be a 5. I can't see anymore. My vision's getting real blurry today. Rosa Takanashi, thank you for the 5. One of the most infamous zoophiles is a straight woman with a preference for younger men. Thanks, I hate it. Joseph Wendell, thank you for the 2-month member. You're not gay unless you grip the Kirsche. Don't grip the Kirsche! True. A Snake's God, 1992, thank you for the 200 biddies. A Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. Come on, chat. We all know it came from the South American donkey stuff. South American donkeys didn't give AIDS. Found me through Smuggalana short, where I was talking about globalists pushing ethical cannibalism. And now I'm the favorite Foxo VTuber next to Alana. Aye. Dragon Master Zero, thank you for the 13! Are you about to do 50? That Reeve guy, thank you for the 200. The simulation is clearly a parody, and God is clearly laughing his divine ass off. Danny D, thank you for the 9.99. The flight attendant guy was told to quarantine and he refused, so he did all that knowingly. His doctor did an interview a few years ago. LGBT groups are going to try and say it's a rumor. That's fucking insane. Like, I was complaining about the people who did that during the Ebola outbreaks and shit. Like, there were people who would come back from Africa and be like, yeah, no, I was told to quarantine, but I don't gotta. And then they would, like, infect their town. And it's like, what is wrong with you? Why are you like this? Maybe it wasn't Ebola, maybe it was the other one. I don't know. Fucking some disease that happened in the last, like, 8 years or so from Africa. Oh my god. That happened during COVID. Yeah, there were a few people that did that during COVID as well. One of the Ebola guys was from Mass. Yeah, it's like fucking, man, dude. It's like, you're one person. Just quarantine yourself for a bit if you're bringing over some fucking deadly disease. Like, oh, that's so selfish. I don't understand, man. Your army boss came back from a military sports coup in Wuhan in 2022.
Moinya.
Rextinor Z, thank you for the 87 cents. You'll get debt next month just to get Kirsche's Gamer Subs cup and some jug with your jungle money. It's my birth month too. Oh, you'll have to let me know when it's your birthday. Happy early birthday. It was around when Ugandan Knuckles came out. Oh my god. You've summoned the Ugandan Kirsches. I love them. They're so cute. It's the fuck you mentality that always ruins shit for everyone. Yeah, there's like a balance, right, between like being a bootlicking cuck and then just being a selfish retard who ruins it for everyone. I personally don't think it's hard to strike that balance, but apparently that seems very difficult for a lot of people. Do you know the Kirsche? You don't understand? They were minorly inconvenienced for a week. They said there were protests against the lockdowns. were super spreader events, but the BLM protests were fine. That was one of the things that like solidified to me that I was like never gonna get the vaccine. The outbreak was due to some dude who caught it in Panama and all got sick and shit and decided to attend the International Salsa Festival held at one of the coliseums there. Everyone in that row got sick and many died. The Panama dude also died. It's like I just don't understand that, dude. Like, if I had something that was crazy fucking contagious and they were like, look, man, it's got an incubation period. You're just gonna have to stay in your house for like 2 weeks. Please don't leave. I'd be like, okay. If I can infect and kill other people, that makes sense that I just stay home. That makes sense. I was like, I don't get it. The Black Lives Matter riots being okayed was the major mask off moment. The scientist being like, racism's a bigger issue than COVID right now, so it's like, it's okay if they're out there protesting, but we can't have Trump rallies. Kirsche, the salsa called the Latino man. He just had to. He should have salsa'd from home. The salsa tickets are expensive. It's never lupus. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. What about Bill Gates's mosquitoes? I don't know what Bill Gates is doing with mosquitoes. But Kirsche, you don't go outside anyways. Yeah, nothing would really change. But it's like, even if I did have a life outside, I would still want to stay home and quarantine for a small amount of time if I was the only one infected and I could fuck it up for everyone else, right? It's just like, I am one person. I will, you know, stay alone for a little bit. I'll get everything delivered and not exit my door until they're gone, you know? Have like a little quarantine baggie kind of thing set up outside your doorway. They can put the food inside the little baggie. What would quarantining do for HIV? We're not talking about HIV. We're not talking about HIV. Lloyd Brownbear, thank you for the 5. There's no laws protecting you from the pals, Kirsche. They're gonna do whatever they want with me. Tell me you got kidnapped by a gang-raping gang of pals? What the fuck? A grabby bag if you... Yeah, grabby bag! DRT is king, thank you for the 10. You'd think if you were controlled op, was that it would be easier to buy a house in New England. But hey, that no profit grift is the greatest grift of them all, apparently. She's such a grifter, she declined so many sponsorships. I'm bad at it, man. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 14-month member. For my next schizo trick, I'll build God's third temple as an operating system.
Hello, Fox Woman. I'm enjoying your relaxing voice at 2 times speed and unfortunately won't be able to give much money for a little bit since I kept getting sick from the stupid Michigan weather, but want to send something.
Slightly buff Weeboo, do not apologize when you send me money, you stinky.
Do not apologize. You are always number 1 priority in your life. Make sure you are taken care of before you give anything to me. Thank you, Slightly Buff Weeboo, for the 25. I'm sorry that you've been fucking super sick. I've been fucking health tarded over here for months. I know how that feels, dude. Don't ever apologize. I always appreciate what you can do when you can, but never apologize. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Slightly Buff Weeboo. Also, yeah, that last guy, fucking Terry Davis enjoyer, fucking Sergeant Buck. I don't think you could use that many N-words in current year. It's Friday, dumb him. Sorry to hear Cash is making you move to Alabama. I don't live in DC. American Neat, thank you for the 15-month resub, my guy. Thank you. 15 months of Foxu on the Purple website. Purple Foxu. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 5. Goddamn, Kirsche is funny. The Arctic Foxu be yapping, owning them hoes and dude, it's been 5 hours. I just cursory glanced at my fucking timer on OBS. How the fuck have I been yapping for 5 hours? It doesn't even feel like I got through many tabs. What is happening? Where did time happen? I don't understand. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 5 members. Thank you. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 2. Schizo level equals yes, true and real. A bearded old bear, thank you for the 5. Cash is trying to get them to quit so he doesn't have to fire them. Also, Huntsville has a lot of NASA rocket related stuff, so probably lots of spies. Interesting. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for those 2 gift subs to CO and my other accountism. Thank you. Cataclystia, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Thank you for the 5. Thank you. You never believed the quarantine would work from the start. Chlamydia is harder to spread and has a 1-week treatment. How would stopping an airborne virus work? I don't know, right? But like, if I came back from a country and they were like, Miss, you have Ebola, we need you to just quarantine yourself for like a 2 or 3 week period so that the Ebola is no longer in its spreading phase. I'd be like, oh, that kind of fucking sucks. Also, I might die. Also, okay, I'll stay in my house for a little bit. A time like gas, it passes. I don't hate it. I hate it. Craig messing up that man's name was hilarious on Wednesday. What man's name? How the fuck have I been yapping for 5 hours? I don't know, man. It feels like it's only been like 2 hours. Wilby Pequeno. Thank you for the 200 biddies. You just like the way I say Wilby Pequeno. Your name's fun to say. What can I say, dude? COVID revealed how many people are petty tyrants. Yeah, after that, like, fucking 2 weeks to stop the spread nonsense, they should have been like, okay, well, that didn't really work, so quarantine is over. But instead, they kept doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. And they were just like, you must wear masks. You must do these things, or else you're fired. You'll never get a job again. You're fuck you. You're a piece of shit. You killed grandma. And it's like, man, you're fucking insane, dude. You just like the money. Most folks can't take 2 to 3 weeks off of work, even if they wanted to quarantine at home. I mean, maybe I don't know exactly how this works, right? But if you call into work and you're like, Bouse, I got a deadly disease. You got 2 options. I can come into work and I can infect the entire workforce. Or you can let me take 3 weeks off because that's what the medical doctor said. I even got a doctor's note because for some reason here in America as an adult, I got to get a note from a doctor to give to my boss like I'm a fucking child. So what is it, boss man? Do you want to infect everybody in the building, or are you going to let me take these weeks off because the doctor man said I can't go outside? I don't know why I started lapsing into like a fucking weird-ass southern accent. I don't know what happened there. I know you got Ebola, but we really need you to cover this shift. I was like, I don't think he could just fire him for that. And if he does, maybe that's a civil suit. You know, that seems like at-will employment. New Hampshire struck down their at-will employment thing again, and apparently people are upset about it for some reason, and I'm like, why? Yeah, boss, please, boss. I think the doctor's note is to make sure you're not lying. It's to make sure you're not lying, but it's also just like, it feels kind of fucked up sometimes. I guess if people didn't lie, I wouldn't have to get doctor's note, but it's like, fuck, man. They're upset because they're bootlickers. Foxy voicing a Foghorn Leghorn remake when? Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Hey, Kirsche, did you know that porn is the only genre of entertainment where it's acceptable to spoil the viewer before they watch it? Interesting. I don't think anybody really cares about what's happening in the porn, to be fair. Daedalus Adrift, thank you for the 127. Ebola D's, this fucking guy. Tasty boot. Do not eat the boot, chat. You don't know why you made the raccoons Irish, but it works. Oh my god. Most people don't have a cash for a lawyer. I mean, you can also, like, pay on retainer, and you can also do a payment plan for lawyers. The only twist in porn would be no sex. Walmart was very generous with calling off for COVID. So many people took advantage of it and called off a lot. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Aside from the occasional hentai, prawn doesn't usually have a plot worth spoiling. True. The companies that are the worst with sick leave seem to be the ones where we really don't want sick people at work, like food service. It's very confounding, I'll be honest with you. Rip pink guy. We still got Dracula. Hate Seeker, thank you for the 5. You don't quite remember how you found me. I think it was from a clip of me explaining sounding to a Filipino boy. Mods, don't explode me, I meant Phillian. Gator Fornicator. Oh, is this like hardly Gator? Thank you for the 5. Dang right, the Colombian donkeys caused Asperger's. It's a different kind of Asperger's. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the 4.99. Step 1, place net in forest. Step 2, put himbo decoy in the center. Step 3, wait for Kirsche to approach the himbo. Step 4, grip the Kirsche. Do not, you filthy fucking zoophile degenerate. A Kailton W, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Well, my intention after finishing the Cheryl Daija stuff was to maybe play some Quine Bobs today, but it looks like we'll play a video game tomorrow. I don't think I have a collab tomorrow. I know I have 2 collabs set up for like the next week, but I don't remember when they are. I should probably get that in my calendar. Well, I feel like I want to apologize. I want to be like, sorry, I don't know where the time went, chat. I don't know where the time. I'm sorry, chat. I don't know what happened, but like, as long as you had a good time, that's all that matters. I don't know what the fuck happened. This is the first time I've been this fucking confused at the time in a while. Wait, you have collabs every once in a while, occasionally. Everyone knows all forms of autism were created during the Finno-Korean Hyper War. That's a funny fox lady from Side Scrollers and Gundam, hell yeah. Oh my god. Cult of personality thing, the vibe. Pretty sure you found me from clips of me telling Peepa about my crazy childhood, and being from rural Georgia, you're like, yeah, I can relate to this thing. You said girl, I just said thing. That was me. I did that edit. Let me fucking see here. Oh, there's a lot of people on today. Goddamn, Friday night fucking poppin'. There's so many people. So many people here. I know. Mama no no. Mama no no. Oh, where do I want to go? What am I feeling like today? What am I feeling? I wanna listen to Bagman Diggy Hole. We were talking about him earlier. Let's Diggy Hole with the Bagman. Did I rate him last time? I don't remember. Wait, that's not Bagman. That's not Bagman. What's happening? What's happening? Raid message. We just oh fuck. If we just raided Bag, I'll have to pick someone else. I don't like doing that. I did. Bat is doing a 3D debut. We raided him last time. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I didn't remember, chat. I'm sorry. Look, if Bat Lady is doing a 3D debut, let's go say hello to her. Let's go say hello to the Bat Lady doing 3D debut. Oh, she's so three-dimensional. She's so three-dimensional. All right, chat, remember to be on your best behavior when you go to a normal human stream. Be on good behavior, chat. Demons ate my dog. Thank you for the 5. You found the funny foxy through my Dead Space collab with Pippa. Early 2000s talk was iconic. If only we could have been slinging slurs at each other. That would have made it more authentic. Unlucky, it's Clown World. Well, I don't know what happened to the time, but once again, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm gonna try to eat food and not puke it up immediately. Gonna try to not vomit food. I hope you guys send some love to the Bat Lady. Have a great rest of your night, and I'll figure out what we're doing tomorrow, because I want to play a game. My snow globe brain, there's been too much tangenting, too much news recently. I want to fucking just flop in a game, so I'm gonna play something tomorrow. We're gonna play something. Have good night, chat. Bye bye. Bye bye.